Hi guys, welcome to this project-based backend development course. In this tutorial, you will learn how to build 3 different backend projects. Now let's take a look at the agenda of this video. First, we're going to build out an AI web application that converts any YouTube video into a full blog post. Then we're going to build a Netflix clone using various backend technologies like Python, JavaScript, Django, PostgreSQL, and more. Finally, we're going to build out a full Spotify clone with all the necessary features. Now, I'm currently working on a full backend development course called Backend Mastery. This course is aimed to take you from being a beginner to a full backend developer. And if you already have some coding experience and you just want to improve your skills in backend development, then this course is for you. I am still working on the course, and if you want to know when the course launches, go to backendmastery.com or click the link in the description below, and you can just input your email and you get updates on the progress of the course, and you also be the first to know when the course launches. Now, if you like more tutorials like this, please don't forget to check out my channel at Code with Tommy, where I teach more about web development and coding in general. Now, having that said, let's get straight into this video. Hi guys, welcome to this video. This video is going to be a course where we create an AI powered app, and what this app is going to be doing is that it's going to be generating a blog article from a YouTube video. So we're going to create a whole system where a user will be able to input a YouTube link, and once they click on a button, a blog article is going to be generated based on that YouTube video. Now for this, we are going to be using Python, Django, Tailwind CSS, PostgreSQL, and some other technologies. I'm going to talk about them later in the video. Now before we move on, let me show you around and let me show you the end product of what we're going to be building. So right here is the home page. Before I come here, I'm just going to go to logout. Now I'm logged out. What I can do now is just to log in, or I could come here to sign up if I don't have an account. So I'm just going to log in as my name, and once I log in and click enter, now you're going to see that it's going to take me back to this home page and it's going to say welcome to me. Now the next thing I can do is to just paste in a YouTube link, and it's going to generate an article from this YouTube link. Now I'm just here in my channel, and I'm going to click on the latest YouTube video of mine. I'm going to copy that link, and I'm going to come back to the application we're building. I'm going to paste that in, and I'm going to click on generate. Now you're going to see this rolling circle, and this is just going to keep rolling until this process has been done. So there's a few steps that actually goes on in the backend. So the first thing that's going to happen is that we are going to use this particular link to first get the transcript of that particular YouTube video. So the first thing we're going to do is to download the mp3 file, which is the audio file of that YouTube video. Then we're going to convert that audio file to a transcript, and then we are going to generate a blog article based on that transcript. So that's why it takes a few seconds for it to actually complete all of these tasks. So it's using various APIs from various platforms to do all of this. So as you can see, this has been generated right here, and this is what we have right now. And if I come back here and I go into saved blog post, it's going to show me all of the articles that I have generated. So I could click on one. If I click on this one, you see it shows me what I just generated right now. It shows me the YouTube title, and it shows me the link to that YouTube video. So this is what we are going to be building in this particular video. Now let me explain what APIs we're going to be using. So for us to be able to get the transcript of a YouTube video, we're going to be using Assembly AI. And then for the Postgres database, we're going to be using a managed database from a platform called Covery. And for us to then generate this particular article from a transcript, we're going to be using OpenAI. Now the link to the complete project of everything that we're going to be doing is going to be in the description below. The first thing we're going to do is to set up the folder structure. Now right here in my computer, under documents, I created a folder and I named that folder AI blog app. And under there, I created another folder named front end. And that front end is where I'm going to write all our HTML files and basically all the template files we need for our application. And what I did was I opened up this folder right here on VS Code. So make sure you set up this project wherever you want and then open it up on VS Code. So the first thing we're going to do is to actually build out the front end of this whole project. So before we even open up Django or do anything regarding the backend, let's build out how this project is going to look. So let's do that right now. Now the first thing we're going to work on is the home page. So I'm going to create a new HTML file and I'm going to name it index.html. So this is basically the HTML file for the home page, and you can name it whatever you want, but for this video I'm going to be naming it index.html. Now I'm just going to bring up like this boilerplate right here. So this is what we're going to be starting off of. What you just need to do is to click on, let me go back and explain that. So you just need to have the exclamation mark, and then this is going to come up, and click enter, and then all of this is going to pop up. Now before we move forward, I'm going to be using a live preview. So I'm going to show you what that is. So instead of me having to save this file every single time and then come to the browser to refresh it, what I'm going to do is just to open up live preview on here on VS Code. So for you to do that, you need to come into extensions, and then you need to say live preview. So right here it says I have it installed. You go ahead and install that if you want to follow along with every single thing I'm doing. And once you have that installed, we can continue. I'm going to come back to this, and for me to open it up on live preview, I need to right click on the file. I'm going to right click on that and click on show preview. So right now it doesn't show anything because it's blank, but this is working. I'm going to close that, and then we're just going to continue with this. And the first thing I'm going to do is to change this title. I'm going to change it from documents to AI blog generator. Now immediately after that, the next thing I'm going to do is to just add in Tailwind CSS. So I'm just going to bring in Tailwind CSS right here, and that is just going to be a CDN. So for Tailwind, we're not going to be downloading it like locally on our computer or going through all those process. I'm just going to make it faster, and we're going to use a CDN. Now you can do whatever you want. You can use it the other way, where you have to go through the installation process so that you can customize it however you want, but we don't really need that for this video. So I'm just going to go through the CDN and make everything faster. So for me to go use the CDN, I'm going to paste in this code right here, and this is just a basic link tag, and then is linking to the CDN of Tailwind. So I'm just going to scroll through so you can see what that is, and this is the latest version. And then it's just saying real is style sheet, so it's just saying this is a style sheet. As you can see, it is a CSS file. Now that is working, and as you can see, this boilerplate that we generated has every single thing we need. It has the head tag, it has the HTML tag, the doc type, and it has the body. Now that we have most of this thing configured for us, the next thing I'm going to do is to just come into the body. Now we're going to have to work on a navbar. So before we do anything, let's just come in here and let me have like a comment. I'm just gonna say navbar, and in here I'm gonna have a nav tag, and what I'm gonna do is to give it a class. So we're gonna be using Tailwind CSS for all the styling. I'm just gonna give it a background of blue for the navbar of 600, and let's have P4, and as you can see, it has a background of blue already, and I want the text to be white, so I'm gonna say text white, and I'm gonna add flex, and let's say justify between. Now this should be good enough, and I'm just gonna add like a title here that says something like AI blog generator. So right here under this navbar, I'm gonna have a div tag, and under that div tag I'm gonna have an h1, and that's just gonna say AI blog generator. So this is nice. Let's change some stuff. So I'm gonna give it a class. Why isn't Tailwind CSS again? And let's change the text to make it larger. And another thing we can do is to make it bold. So bold and good. I think this is perfect. If I make this like this, that is nice. And the next thing we can do is to have like our options right here. So I want it to say something like saved blog post or log out or log in, whatever we need. So for now, I'm just gonna say, let's have another div tag, and on here I'm gonna have a link, and in this link let's just say something like log out, and I'm just gonna say it needs to have an f tag, and then let's just give it hashtag for now. And now for the class, we want the text to be white, and let's give it an over. So once we under it, it should have an underline. So we're giving it over of underline, and let's see how that is. So as you can see, once we over it, it shows that underline, which is nice. We can add more options later as we go, but for now I think this should be okay. And yeah, this should be nice. Now before I move forward to styling the actual body, the next thing I want to do is to style the body tag. So what we're going to do is to create like a box on here that is going to have like input, where they can input their YouTube link. It's going to have where the blog article is going to be generated. But before I do that, let me style the whole body. So we're going to use tailwind, as I said, and let's give it flex, and let's say flex column, and you're going to see what all of this does in a bit. Page screen, and we should give it a background of like, let's say gray, 100, and let's give it the font of sans, and I think this should be perfect. Yes, this should be good for what we want to build, and I'm just gonna save that. And the next thing we're gonna do is to come all the way here, and then we're gonna create like a main content. So I'm just gonna come here, and I'm gonna say, let me just have a new div tag, and up here I'm just gonna say something like main. Let me comment that out. Nice. And for this, I want to style it again, but before we style it, I'm just gonna leave it for now. Let's take care of all the tags. I'm gonna have another div tag. You're gonna see why. So I'm gonna have, under this div tag, let me have one more, and in here this is just gonna be like a text. So first of all, let's have an h2, and this h2 is just gonna say something like welcome, welcome to AI blog generator, to the AI blog generator, right? And this should be nice, although it's just right here. We're going to change all the styling. We're going to use tailwind css once again to do everything we need to do. And under it, I want to have like a p tag, and I'm just going to have like a bunch of text. And actually, instead of typing in all this text, what I'm just going to do is do this. So this is the text. I'm just going to close this a little bit. So this is the old text right here. Let me make sure that you can see everything. So generate high quality blog articles from YouTube videos using artificial intelligence. Simply enter the link to the YouTube video below and let the AI create the content for you. That is nice, but it's not looking too good here. It's just looking like a normal text. Now let's change that. Let's change that. And what I'm gonna do right here, I just want to give it like just to make sure we know everything we're doing. Let me say introduction section, and comment that out. Now the first thing we're going to do is just to make sure that for this introduction section, all the text is going to the center. So let's give it a class of text center. Good. So now everything is in the center. And the next thing we're going to do for the h2, let's style that real quick. We're going to come up and style the whole main body, the whole main content, but for now let's take care of this text. And for this h2, let's change the text size. So let's say to Excel. Yes, that is nice. So now it distinguishes the title from the other text. And the next thing we're going to do is to change the font. So let's say font semi bold. I think nice, because I don't need it to be too bold like this, but I think semi bold is okay. And let's say MB4. Okay, I think that is good. And for this text, let's actually change the color a little bit. So let's say text gray 700. Yes, nice. This looks perfect. So you can distinguish everything. And one thing I want to do is, this is too close to the nav bar, and I'm going to change that right now. So right here before the main content, I'm going to have a BR tag. Just going to paste that again. And I think that should be good. Yes, that is good. And let's just close that up. And now right here, since we have all of this done, the next thing I'm going to do is to come back in here and style the div tag of the main content. So right here, I'm going to do class, and let's give it flex grow and container. So yeah, flex grow container, let's say MX auto. And I'm hoping you have a basic idea of Tailwind just to follow along with this tutorial. But if you don't, that's okay, because I'm still explaining everything that we're going to be doing. So you're going to see what all of this does in a bit. And let's say px 0, right? And that should be good for the whole main content. And for this, because this is where all of the section is gonna be, where all the input and every other thing, where they input the YouTube link, let's change some stuff. So let's say class max w3x and mx auto also, and let's give it a background of white, and let's say p6, and let's make this rounded. As you can see now, this is rounded. This, by the way, just so you know, for this div, this is what we are taking care of, this right here. So as I said, I was going to put it in like a box. So the main body has like a grayish background, but this one that we're doing is like a box. It's in like a card. If you understand CSS, this looks like a basic card. So this we just made it round. That was the last thing we did. And let's see what next we can do. Let's give it a shadow. So let's say shadow MD, and as you can see, a little bit of shadow appeared. Let's say transition. So I'm gonna show you what this transition does. And right now, if I come here, nothing happens. But once I do the transition, once I come on this, it's gonna like expand a little bit. So let's make that transition happen. So transition, I think transform, and let's say transform, and also give it, let's over, because we want that transition to happen once we over on it. So over scale 105. So it's gonna scale up to 105 once we over on it, and let's just give it flex and then flex column. Okay, cool. Now let's test this out. So if we come here, great. As you can see, once we overrun it, it expands. This is nice. This is exactly what we want. Now let's add the section under here where we have like the input bar, where a user can input a YouTube link. So now let's just do that real quick. Right under this introduction section, we want to have that. So what I'm gonna do is, let me add a BR first, so you know there's a space in between it. And the next thing I'm gonna do is to say YouTube section. Let's comment that out. Nice. And right here, I'm gonna have another div tag, but this is, doesn't really need to take any styling. So say div, and under that div tag, I'm gonna have an h2, and I'm gonna have another div. I'm gonna see what we're doing in a second. And nice. So now under this h2, I want to have something that says enter YouTube link, and let's style it because right now it's looking mid. So class text excel, nice, and mb4, nice, and font semi bold, good. And what we need to do now is for this div tag, I'm just gonna give it flex and kind of space. I'm gonna say space x4. Yes, this should be okay. And right here now we're gonna have like an input, and what this is gonna do is where the user is gonna be able to input, the particular YouTube link. So what I'm gonna do is to give it an ID. I'm gonna say YouTube link, and let's give it a type. The type is gonna be URL, and the placeholder will be paste YouTube link. And I think the next thing is to style it, because right now it's just not really looking good right here. So let's give you a class, and let's say flex grow and p2 and border, and yeah, let's say border should be blue 100, nice. And let's make this rounded because it doesn't really look good, so say rounded L and MD, nice. So this is what we need. And the next thing we want to do is to have a button, so a button that just says something like generate blog or something like that. So let's just say button, and say generate, nice. And in here you're just gonna have an ID, so that ID is gonna be something like generated blog button, nice, or generate blog button. And for this we don't really need to give it any other thing like a type or whatever. What we just need to do is to style it, because right now it doesn't even look like a button. So let's give it a background color first, background blue 600, nice. And then let's change that text to white, nice. And then let's say px4, and then py2, and then let's make this rounded, and not just normal rounded, let's say rmd, nice. So just on the right side. And let's give it over. So once we over on it, it gets like the blue gets thicker basically. So let's say once we over, the background color should change from blue 600 to blue 700. Does that work now? Nice. And let's see, that's a transition and colors. This should work, this should be nice. So if we do this is actually very good. And yes, this is good. So we're basically done with that YouTube section, and now we need another section where the article that is being generated will actually show. Now right here after this div, we're actually gonna, instead of having a div, I think we should have a section tag now. And under this, just like usual, let's say generated blog display section, and let's just comment this out. And right here under section, let's first have an h2, and this h2 is just gonna say generated blog article. And for this h2, let's kind of style it, and let's say text text. Let me first see how it looks like in real time. Text Excel, let's say MB4, and let's say font should be semi-bold. Nice. And what I'm gonna do is for this section, let me give this a styling also, so it's gonna affect everything. MT10, good, nice. And let's say flex grow, good. Body responsiveness is perfect. So now what we're gonna do is after this h2, what we need to do is to say div, and for this div I'm gonna give it an ID of blog content, and let me style this. Let me give you a class mt2 and text, the text to be like gray. Let me say 700, and let's give some space, y4. This is nice, and I think this should be everything we need for now. So if I say something like cool, so this is how the generated text should show. And later we're going to come here, because like when we click on generate, I want like a loading ring to show here, so like a circle that keeps loading until that block is generated. So later we're going to come here and do that. So let's just say section for loading circle. Let's just keep that comment and come back here, and then for now I think this should be good. Let's just give it like a footer to wrap everything up. So right now after this div we can say footer, and let's say powered. Let me see in real time so I can know what to change. Okay, that's what it looks like. Powered by code with Tommy. But in this code with Tommy, let's give it a tag. Put code with Tommy in there, and let's link this to my YouTube channel, and I'm just gonna paste in the link of my YouTube channel in there. So paste, nice. And for the footer in general, I need to give it some styling because it doesn't really look good right now. Class, let's say text center, nice, and p4 should be down, good, and text black, want it all black, and mt6, good. Now that is perfect, and later when we're submitting this form we're going to be using JavaScript. So let me just open up the script right now and we'll come back to that later. So everything is done with this index.html. So if I expand this, this is how it looks like. This should be good. So generated article will show here. The user will input their link, and once the user inputs their link, I'm not sure why that happened, but once the user, okay, let's quit this and then just open that again, show preview, nice. So once the user input their link and click generate, some stuff is going to get run in this script, and then it's going to generate that blog article right here. Now we're going to take care of the loading cycle. So as I said earlier, whenever a user clicks on this generate button, so when they put in a YouTube link and click on this generate button, it's going to actually take a few seconds for that particular article to be generated, because there's a lot of process that will be done in the backend, like first downloading the audio file and then transcribing that audio file and then generating a blog article based on that audio file. So this will take a few seconds for that to process, and we don't just want the user to be left with a blank screen without knowing what is going on. So while all of that is going on, I want like a loading circle to show here, just to show that user, or to be able to interact with that user, so they know that whatever they want is being processed. Now let's do that. Earlier I wanted to put that particular circle right here. As you can see, we had a comment that said section for loading circle. I was going to put it under this generate blog article, but now I think I'm just going to put it on top here, so the circle should be loading here. And yeah, we're going to do that. So I'm going to take this away from here, and I'm going to put it right before the generated blog display section. Now what I'm going to do is to have like a div. So right here I'm going to say div to take care of this, and I'm going to give it an ID of loading cycle, and I'm going to give it a class of load. So for now nothing is showing, but what I'm going to do is, for this to actually happen, we need to use some CSS styling. So this should be custom. This is not going to be from Tailwind CSS. So right here I'm going to use some keyframes and WebKit keyframes, and let me just show you what I'm going to do. So right here in the head, I'm just going to have a new style, and I'm actually just going to put in the particular code for this instead of typing it out. And once again, all of this code is going to be available on my GitHub in the link in the description below. So if you are stuck anywhere, you just want to copy a code and paste it, I'm going to have that code right in the description below. Now this is everything we need. So first of all, this is the keyframe that is going to rotate it, and if you don't understand this particular CSS that we're doing, what you just need to know is that this first styles it, like it shows the width, the margin, the height, the normal basic stuff, and then all of these actually takes care of it being rotated, and all of this takes care of like the animation and all the transition needed. So this is the styling, or the CSS styling, that is going to take care of the loading cycle. I'm going to save it, and once we come here, as you can see, we have this cycle that is just loading, right? Now the problem is, whenever a user comes to this page, that cycle is just loading. We don't want this to happen. Now what we want is just only when a user clicks on generate, this cycle start loading. So for us to do this, what we're going to do is to come here, and where we put that particular loading cycle, we're going to give it a style, and then we're going to say display should be none. As you can see, that is done. Now when a user clicks on generate, we can have like an on click button function in our JavaScript that automatically shows this. So it can change the display from none to block. So once that display changes to block, you're going to see that it's going to be shown, but we'll do that later in the JavaScript. For now, we're keeping it as none. Now the next thing that we're going to do is to create the template for our login. So we're going to have a login and sign up page, and let's start by creating the template for our login page. So I'm going to have to quit this, and what I'm just going to do is to open this up, just do this, and I'm going to create a login.html file, and in here I'm going to do exactly the same thing and open up this basic boilerplate. And then what I'm just going to do right here is just to change this title to login, and once again I'm going to have to use the Tailwind CSS CDN. So I'm going to paste this in right here, and the next thing I'm going to do, this is more straightforward because we already done one, so we're just going to take the same thing that we did there. And now for the body, let's just give it a class PG gray 100 like we did before, font sans like we did before, and then like we did before. And what we just need to do is to have the nav bar, and we could just copy this nav bar from here, and then we could paste that nav bar in. And the next thing is to have the main content where we have the actual login page. So I'm just gonna do this, and before I do this, I'm gonna open this up on live preview. I'm just gonna click on that, right click on it and click show preview. Nice, just to make sure that everything is good. And now right under here, under this, I'm gonna have main content, and then we're just gonna make sure to comment that out. And right here I'm gonna have a div class, I'm gonna have another div tag, sorry, not a class. And then for the class, I'm gonna have flex in here, and then I want all the items in here to be in the center, so every single thing, and justify center on each screen. And for this second one, I want the background of this to be like white, so let's say bg white, b8 shadow md. Nice, it's coming up. Then let's make it rounded lg. We're basically doing the same thing we did for the home page. I'm gonna say max wmd, give it w full. Nice, so now it's filled that up. And the next thing we're gonna do is to create a form. So right here, I'm just gonna say login form, then comment that out, and let's just give you a form. And for the class, I'm gonna give it some spacing so that it won't just be all over the place. I'm gonna say space y4, and right here we need to have like an h2, and h1 is quite big, so we just say h2 that says login. Nice, but let me style it a little bit, and let me say something like text XL, so extra large, and font semi-bold. Nice. So now the next thing I want to do is to have div tags for each input. So right here, I'm just going to say div, and I'm first going to have the label, and this will be username, because they're going to be able to log in with username and password. And this label is for username, so I'm going to create an input that has a name and ID of username, so it's going to be for username. And let me style this. I'm going to say class, and give this block, and mb1, and font should be like, let's say, medium. Good. So the next thing we want to have is the actual input. So now we're going to say input, and then we're just going to close the input, and then the type right here is going to be text, and ID is going to be username, and we're also going to give it like name should be username, and I want to give you a placeholder. I'm going to say placeholder, enter your username. But right now you can see that it doesn't really look too good, so let's style it. So class, and we're gonna say w full, and let's say p2. Nice. And let's give you a border, and let's make that border round. Good. So this is all we need for this, and then we're gonna do the exact same thing for the password. So what I'm just gonna do is to copy this div tag, and I'm just gonna change this to for password, and everything should remain the same, and the type should be password, ID should be password, name should be password, and placeholder should be enter your password. So that should work. And then the last thing we want to have is the submit button. So this shouldn't be here, this should be outside this div tag. So we're going to say button, and this button should just say like login, and I'm just going to say type submit, and we don't really need any other thing than the styling. So let's just style that button, because now it's just a text. So let's say class, and let's say w full, and bg blue. So let's give it a background color, and of 600. Nice. And let's say text should be white, right? And once we need, what we just did basically was giving it making sure that the background color is 600, just matching what we did initially, and giving this text color of white because it was black, and giving the styling W full. So once again, I'll recommend you kind of know Tailwind CSS to follow along. And yeah, so the next thing we want to do is P2, and let's make it that rounded. Nice. And let's give it over, because right now if we over it, it doesn't really do nothing. Let's change the color from 600 to 700. So BG blue 700. Nice. So that change worked. So now this particular login page is running successfully, so everything is working fine as it should be. The next thing I want to do is just to remove this. I want to change this from login, from logout to login and sign up. So up here where we have logout, I'm going to change that to login. I'm going to change this to sign up. This is nice. This is everything we need. Now everything is working perfectly for the login page. Now the next thing we're going to take care of is the sign up page. This is going to be very quick because we already styled the login page, and the sign up page is not going to be any different. The only thing that's going to be different is the amount of fields. So I'm going to close this, and I'm going to open up this, and I'm going to create a new fold file named signup.html. So now on this signup.html, this is basically where I do everything related to the sign up page. So now I'm just going to have to copy all of this login code and paste it in here. Now the only thing that is going to be different is just the amount of fields that we have. So right here we're going to have username, password. So we're going to have email also. So right here I'm just going to copy, paste, and I'm going to say this is for email, and let's just say email, and the type should be email, and ID should be email, and name should be email. And I'm just going to say for the placeholder, I'm just going to say enter your email. So that is all for the email. And the next thing is the password. So we want them to type in the password twice just to make sure that they are typing the correct password. We're going to say repeat password, and then we're going to say that here, repeat password. And for the ID, we're going to say repeat password, and for the name should be repeat password. And for the placeholder, we're just going to say repeat your password. Now this should work. Let's change this to sign up, which is the button. And right here where we have the title, let's change that title also to sign up. Now everything should be working perfectly. Let me open this in live preview. So show preview, and it says login. So let's come here and say sign up. Nice. So right here, as you can see, everything works perfectly fine. We have this sign up page, and this is too close to the top. So what we can do is just to come here, and right here where we have the main content, we're just gonna say PR, just to give it a little bit of spacing. And good, everything is working perfectly fine. Now we have the login and sign up. We have this AI block generator. The title says sign up, and we have this sign up form which collects username, email, password, and repeat password, and the sign up button too is there. So all of this works perfectly fine. Now the next thing we're going to do is to create a page where a user will be able to see all of the blog posts that they have generated. So right now we have created the home page, the login page, and the sign up page. Now we're going to create another page, as I said, where a user is going to see all of the posts that has been generated. So when we build the application, when a user uses the AI tool to generate a blog article from a YouTube video, they are going to be able to save that particular blog article, so that even if they log out of the platform and come back like 2 weeks later, they're still going to see that article there. Now let's create the template for that. I'm just going to create a new file, and I'm just going to name this all blogs.html, just a random name. And once again, I'm going to use this, and for the title I'm just going to say all blog posts. And the next thing I want to do is to have the Tailwind CSS CDN. So I'm just going to paste that in there. So let me remove this. So this is the Tailwind CDN right here. Once again, all the old code is going to be available in the description below on my GitHub. So now that we have this, the next thing that we want to do is right here in this body, I want to give it a class. So let me just style this body real quick. Let me change the background to like gray 100, and let me give it font sans and yes, so that should be good. Now let me preview this so that we can see all the changes in real time. So show preview. Right now nothing much. And then the next thing we want to do is to take care of the navbar. So we've created the navbar before. I'm just going to take that navbar from index. So I'm going to come in here and I'm just going to close this up right here where we have nav. I'm going to copy that navbar and I'm going to paste this navbar in here. So I'm going to go into all blogs and then I'm going to paste this navbar in the body. Good. So this is what we need, and right here I'm just going to say navbar and I'm going to comment that out. Now the next thing I want to do is to create a main container. So right here I'm just going to type main content container. Just going to comment that out as this is just a comment, and let me decrease this a little bit so that we can have space to see the actual code. And right here what I'm just going to do is I'm going to have a div tag. So first let's create one div tag, and in there I'm going to create another one. Now in this second div tag, this is where I'm going to have like a section where we have the blog posts. So I'm going to first type blog posts section, and right here I'm just going to comment it out, and then I'm going to have a section. And I don't really need to style this section tag. I'm just going to come down in here and do h2, and in here I'm just going to say all blog posts, and I'm going to give this a little bit of styling. So I'm going to say style, and let's change the text to XL, and let's change this to, let's see, MB4. So first of all, it says we have an error. This should be class not style. And font, let's make it semi-bold. Good. And now the next thing that we're going to do is to have a div tag in here. Let's create a div tag, and in here let me give this space y4. That should be good. And then in here I'm going to have another div, and in this div tag I'm going to have like an h3, and that is just going to say blog post title 1. So this is the section that shows all the blog posts, and I'm going to have like a p tag to show the content of that blog post, so the actual article. So I'm just going to say this is the content of the blog post, and I can just put the general Lorem ipsum dollar. Let me just leave that the way it is. I'll go finish it like this. So this looks good. Let me make this smaller once again. And the next thing I'm just gonna do is to have a class here, and for this div class I'm gonna give you a border, right? So like this, so it can be like in its own box. And let me say border gray 300, and I'm gonna say p4. Nice. And now let me make it rounded. Good. So now the next thing is to style this h3 tag. So I'm gonna say class, and let's change the text to like LG. Good. Make it larger, and let's give it a font of semi bold. so you can distinguish the title from the content. Good. So this should be good. This is looking okay. And I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to paste it again. And this time around, I'm going to say blog post title 2. And down here, I'm just going to keep repeating this. I'm just going to say repeat. I'm just going to comment that out right there. So that is looking good, but I feel like we could do more. So feel like we could make it look better. So right here, let's come all the way up here where we have this. First of all, let's make this be in a container, and we can say mx auto and mt10 and the px4, and let's say sm px-0. Right, now that looks way better already. And let's style this second div also. So right here, I can create a class for it, and I can say max w free excel. What else can we say? Let's say max mx auto, and we can give it a background of white just to distinguish it from the other one. So as you can see, this background is white and the other one is not, which is good. And let's say p6. Good. And let's make it rounded too. G. Nice. And let's top it up with like a shadow. Good. Perfect. Now this is basically what we need. It should look good. Now if I swipe right here, now this looks perfect. This is okay. And I think what we can just do is to come all the way to the bottom and give it its footer. So let's add a footer. And we're just gonna come into like index and copy that footer. Instead of typing it out, come here and paste it. So we've given it a footer, we've done everything necessary. Now let's come here and see the final product. This is how everything looks like, which is great. The footer also works. Now, when a user clicks on each of these content, like right now, if I click on it, nothing is happening. We want to create another page that is going to show like the full content. This just shows the list of all the content, all the articles that has been saved. But once I click on anyone, I want to open a page that shows the title, the YouTube link, the title of the YouTube video, the article that was generated, basically all the details of that particular article. Well, now let's create another page for that. So now the last thing we're going to do is to create one more HTML file, and this file is going to be called blog details. So as I said, whenever a user clicks on each of these blog posts, we want them to be able to see the details or the content of that blog. So let's do that. So we're going to quit this right now, and right here I'm just going to open up this, and I'm going to create a new HTML file called blog details.html. Now what I'm going to do is to have this, and then for the title I'm going to have blog post details. And then the next thing I'm going to do is that under this body, I'm going to style it a little bit. I'm going to say class, and for the class I'm going to say background gray 100, and the font sans, and then let's say initialized. Now the next thing we're going to do is to just bring in the nav bar, and then we're also going to have to bring in the Tailwind CSS CDN. So I'm just going to come back to all blogs, and I'm going to copy this right here. I'm going to paste that in there, and then for the nav bar I'm going to come back in here, and I'm just going to copy all of the nav bar content, and I'm going to paste it in here. So that is done. Now the next thing we need to do is to just take care of the main content of this particular page. Now this one is quite easy, and what I'm just going to do is that right here I'm gonna say main content. I'm just gonna comment that out. Just gonna comment this out. And the next thing I'm gonna do is to have one div tag, and I'm gonna have another div tag, and in that other div tag I'm gonna have a section tag, and in this I'm gonna have an h2, and I'm gonna have it say something like blog post details. And now for the class of this h2, I'm gonna do, let me just make sure I can see what I'm doing. So I'm gonna click on show preview. Good. And I'm just gonna close this up a little bit, and then right here let's style this. So let's give it text XL. Nice. And then MB4, and let's say font should be like semi bold. Good. And then the next thing I'm gonna do is to create another div tag, and for this I'm gonna have an h3. And before I go into that h3, let me style this div tag. So this is gonna have a border. Nice. And let's give the border a color. So let's say gray and 300. Nice. And let's say p4 so they can be spacing, and then we can say rounded LG. So this is good. And then the next thing we want to do in here, we're going to say blog post title. So this is where we're going to actually have the title of that blog post. And then let's style it. So for this we can say, let's give it a class of text LG, and font should be semi bold. Nice. And then the next thing we want to do is to have, right here we're going to have a p tag. So the p tag is going to have the content of that particular blog post. So let me just say this is the content, and let's give it a class of text gray, just so we can distinguish the content from the title. And let's say 700. Cool. Now the next thing we want to have is like an HR, just to give it a line, and there we're going to have a class, and let's say my4. Good. And border gray, let's say 300. Nice. And the next thing after that is an h4 tag, and here we're just gonna have the YouTube title. So this is the title of the YouTube video. Let's style this, and for this let's say text LG, and font let's say semi bold. Good. And that should be okay for the title. And the next thing is to have the, right here I'm gonna have like a p tag. So this just says that this is the YouTube title, but then we have another p tag that actually shows that YouTube title. So we'll say title of the associated YouTube video. And it's not looking too good, so let's come here and let's say class. We'll say, let's just give it a gray color, 700, so it matches the other gray colors. And the next thing we want to do is to have an h4, and this is now the YouTube link. And let's give this a little bit of styling, so it's like, you know, so this should be similar to this YouTube title. So we'll say class, and for this we'll say text LG, and font semi bold, and one more thing is MT4. And the last thing we're going to have is the actual YouTube link. So let's just give that an a tag, and let's just give it like a demo YouTube link. Just https www.youtube.com. So let's just keep that as that, and let's give it a link for now. Let it go to hashtag, and let's give it some styling. So let's make sure that it comes out as blue, because right now it's just black. So we'll say text blue, and let's say 600. Good, that is good. And let's say over, let's give it over, so that when we over on it, because right now it doesn't show anything, when we over on it, we want it to show like an underline. So as you can see, that works. So this is what we need for this section. And we're just going to come back here to this div, and then we're going to give it like some styling, and this should just be similar to what was here initially. So if we come here, just going to copy all of these classes, and then we're going to paste that in here. So let's make sure we have class, paste that in there, and then we're going to do the same for this div tag. Copy the class, we're going to come here, and then we're going to paste it. So this is just giving it all the styling we need, but it's very similar to the other template, so we just decided to copy paste instead of typing it out again. So if I come here and look at what we've done till now, as you can see, everything looks fantastic. This says blog post details. This shows the actual title of the blog post, and this is the content, and then this is the says YouTube title, and this actually shows the YouTube title, and then this shows the YouTube link, and we'll make it so that a user can click on that link, and then that particular video will open. The last thing we want to do is just to add the footer, and then for us to add the footer, that should be right before the end of body. We're going to come here and copy that footer tag. So copying everything and then paste that in there. So that works successfully, and then let's just see right here. As you can see, we have the nav bar, we have the whole content, and we have the footer. So everything works perfectly fine. Now we're going to set up our Django project. So the first thing that I did was to create a new folder in this AI blog app folder that we created earlier in this course. Created a new folder named Backend, and in this Backend folder, I'm going to create my Django project in it. So I opened this up in VS Code right here. So this is just our browser, and this is VS Code. And in this particular VS Code folder, I'm going to create my Django project right here. So for me to do this, let me just open up a new terminal. So I'm just going to bring up a new terminal right here by doing this. And I'm just going to say Django admin start project. And then I can name the project AI blog app. And as you can see, a new project has been created. Now I'm going to cd into that project. So cd into AI blog app. And then what I'm going to do is to say ls to make sure I'm in there. Now I'm going to create a new Django app. Python 3 manage.py start app. And I'm just going to name it blog generator. Now that we have that, if I come in here, you're going to see that I have the project, which is AI blog app, and the app, which is blog generator. Now I'm just going to open up this particular project in VS Code, because right now what I opened up was this backend folder, but what I want to open up is this folder, AI blog app. So I'm going to do that. I'm just going to say file, open folder, and in backend, AI blog app. So this is what I want to open. Right here, you can see that we have that opened. I could just quit all of this. And now the first thing I'm going to do is to just make sure I set up everything correctly, such as like the URLs and stuff like that. So first I'm going to come into settings right in here, and under installed apps, I'm going to have to add this blog generator app, blog generator. And then the next thing I want to do is to come into templates, and in this template, I'm just going to add base there. Or actually, we're going to take care of this later. Let's leave this blank for now. When we're setting up all the integrating the front end template, we're going to take care of this. But for now, let's leave this as it is. The next thing I want to do is to take care of the URLs. So I'm going to come into the app, and I'm going to create a new file named urls.py. And from here, I'm going to say from django.urls import path. to make sure. And then I'm going to have a new list named URL patterns. URL. And this URL pattern list is going to basically take a list of all the URLs that we have in our application. So for example, let me just explain what this is. So if we have like a website named mywebsite.com, that mywebsite.com is one URL. Then we could have another URL as mywebsite.com/login. That /login is another URL. So this URL patterns basically takes a list of all the different URLs we're going to have on this web application. So the first one is obviously the home page. So I'm just going to come in here, and to specify the home page in Django, what I just need to do is to put 2 quotes and then leave it blank. This means I'm trying to create a URL that is specified for the home page. Now I'm going to say views. I'm going to have to import from views. So once again, you should have a basic understanding of Django at least to be able to follow along with this tutorial. But if you don't, I'm going to try to explain everything that I'm doing. So now we're going to create import views. So I'm going to say from dot import views. Now this views is basically like the backend of our stuff. So when everything we're going to do is going to be done in this views.py file. That's what we imported. So what we are saying now is that whenever a user tries to go to the home page, we're going to go to views. Let's say index. So index is going to be a function that we're going to create in views.py. And then whenever a user tries to go to the home page, it's going to go into the views file and it's going to look for a function named index. And then whatever is being done in that function is what is going to be rendered for this URL. I hope that makes sense. You're going to see that practically in a bit. Now we're going to give it a name. So we're giving this URL a name. Let's just name this index. And then we could just say save. And for views, we're going to come in here, and now we're going to have to create that index function, and it's going to take a request. And for now, we're going to pass. Now the reason that we are passing is because normally we're going to have to put our our front end template, but for now we haven't imported or integrated that into our application, so I'm just going to say pass for now. Now the next thing I want to do is to specify this URL for our main project, because right now I'm just saying specifying everything in here in our URL patterns in the URLs file of our app, but the app is just a subset of the main project. So we need to tell the main project where to go look for the home page. To do this, we need to say include. So this include basically tells us that, let me just write it out and I'm going to explain what it does. So we're going to say whenever a user tries to go to the home page, include blog generator .urls. Now what this is doing is that whenever a user tries to go to the home page, this include basically says go into the blog generator app, look for a URLs file. So it's going to come into this blog generator app, it's going to look for urls.py, then it's going to look for a URL that matches what we put here. So what we put here was the home page, then it's going to come into this URL and look for the home page. So whatever is being done here is what is going to be rendered for the home page. So if we follow that chronologically, if we come back here, so a user tries to come to the home page, it includes blog generator.urls, which is blog generator.urls, and then it comes here and it goes into views.index. So it comes into views, into index, and in here whatever we do here is what is going to be rendered for that home page. So the next thing that we're going to have to do is to basically set up the front end templates and the HTML files and all of that, so that whenever a user tries to come to the home page, they're going to see the HTML template. Now the next thing we need to do is to set up the front end. So we're going to come into our project's root folder and we're going to create a new folder named templates. Now this template folder is going to be where all of our HTML files is going to be located. Now how does Django know that this is where our HTML files are located? We have to tell it. So for us to tell Django that this is where it should look for all our HTML files, we have to come into this folder AI blog app, and under settings we're going to come down here to templates, and then we're going to say base there, and I'm just going to say template. So what I'm just telling it is that whenever a user tries to access or render a template file, what you need to do is to go into the base directory, which is basically this root directory, and go into the folder name template. So it's going to come into this folder name template to look for that particular HTML file. Now, I hope that makes sense. Now we could quit this file, and the next thing that we just need to do is to actually bring in or copy those templates that we created earlier in this course into this folder. So now I'm just going to drag all of that in here, and I'm just going to copy that. So I just copied all of this from my Finder on my MacBook, and I just pasted it right here in VS Code. So now we have all the HTML files, and what we can now do is to actually set up this particular index page. So now when a user tries to go to the home page, what we want to do is render this index.html template. So I'm going to say return render. I'm going to take a request and render index.html. Now this should work perfectly fine. I'm going to open up my terminal, and on here I'm going to say python 3 manage.py run server. Now what this does is that it basically runs this project for us so we can see what we are building. I'm going to click enter, and it says that we should go to this particular server to see our project. So we're going to come into our browser, paste it, and let's see what it gives us. Boom. Now this is nice. As you can see, it gave us the HTML template that we worked on, and everything works successfully. Now the next thing we're going to do is to set up our database. So we're going to be using PostgreSQL database for this our application. But instead of just creating normal PostgreSQL on our computer, we're going to be using a managed Postgres database. Now a managed Postgres database is the best for production-based application, because once we're done with building, we can just go ahead and deploy our application without having to change anything about our database. So that's what is good about managed database. And what we're going to do is to use a platform called Covery to create this managed database. Now you can use, there are various platforms that provide this, but I recommend this because I have used this. So I'm going to show you how to go through the process of creating a managed database. So it's kind of like a Postgres database that is hosted on the cloud, and then you can access it with your project. So Covery is just it's a platform that provides all these like cloud-based features. So anything you need, like database, deploying your application and stuff like that, they provide all of that. So what you need to do is to go to console.covery.com, and once you go to console.covery.com, you just log in. You can log in with your GitHub or your GitLab. So I logged in with my GitHub, and it's going to bring you to this particular page right here. Now the first thing we're going to do is to create a new environment, and you can name this, I'm just going to say new env, something like that, and click on your cluster. You could click on automatic cluster, but I already created a cluster named project work, and this is basically already connected to my AWS account. So I'm going to leave like a documentation in the description that shows you how to connect your AWS account to this, so that everything that you're doing on Covery will be deployed on your AWS account. So what I'm just going to do is to leave a documentation or an article in the description below, so you can see that. That takes like 2 minutes to do, and once you've done that, you can create a new cluster, or you can just use automatic, but I'm using this cluster that I created, and I'm just going to click on create. So now this is my new environment. The next thing I want to do is just to create a new database straight away. I'm going to click on new service, and I'm going to click on create database. Now database name, I'm just going to say blog database. I'm going to leave the description optional, and we're going to leave this as managed mode. And for the database type, it's going to be PostgreSQL, and we're going to use the latest version. And for the accessibility, right, what we're going to do for accessibility is to leave it for now as public, and let's just continue. And we're going to leave this the way it is and click continue, and then we're just going to click on create and deploy. Now it says your database is deploying, and as you can see, it says deployment queued. So we're going to wait a bit for that database to deploy, and when it's done, I'm going to be back. So now as you can see, it says that that particular blog database has been deployed. Now we need to connect this Postgres database to our Django application. For us to do this, we're going to come back in here, and then we're going to click on these credentials. So these credentials is basically everything we need to connect to our Django application, basically all the connection details for this Postgres database. But before we even use this, I'm going to come back into this Django project, and I'm going to go into settings.py, and in here I'm going to scroll down to where I have my database. So I don't need this. What I'm just going to do is to copy this and paste, and I'm just going to comment this out. And right here, this is going to be the same, but the only thing that is going to be different is this particular django.db.backend.sqlite. So this is the engine. We're not going to be using SQLite for the engine. We're going to be using PostgreSQL. So you just need to change that to django.db.backends.postgresql. Now for the name, we're going to leave this blank for now. We're going to come back to this, and then the next thing we're going to have is the user. So we're going to have the user, and we're also going to leave this blank for now. So all of these details I'm leaving blank. We're going to get it from these credentials, and I'm going to show you how. Now the next thing is the password, and then also blank for now. And the next thing will be the host, and just going to leave that like that. And the last thing is the port, leave that like that. Now what I need to do is to get all the details. So I'm going to come back in here and click on credentials. So let's first make sure we have everything set up. So we have the engine, we have the name, we have the user, we have the password, the host, and the port. Now these are all the details you need to connect to any Postgres database. Now let me just close this up. And what I'm going to do is, I'm just going to paste in what I just copied. So as you can see, when we copied these credentials, it came in this format, which is kind of a weird format. But I'm going to show you how to decode it and get all of these details from this particular credentials that we copied. So the first thing is discovery admin. This and this is basically the user password combination. So this is the user, and then right here or to before this @ sign, that is the password. So we're just going to copy this discovery admin and paste it as the user. And then for the password, after this colon, we're going to start from there, and then we're going to end at just before the @ sign. So that is the password, and we're just going to paste in the password. And the next thing we want to get is the host. So after the @ sign, all the way to .com, that is the host. So as you can see, this is the host. It ends at .com. And we're just going to come back in here and paste in the host. And then for the port 5432, I'm just going to copy that and paste that in here. Now we can just get rid of this credential. Now the last thing is the name. So the name of the database will be Postgres. We're just going to save that. Now that we have this done, we're going to try and see if everything worked successfully. I'm going to open up a new terminal, and right here I'm just going to click on create new. Let's make sure we're in our page, which is manage.py. And I'm going to do python free manage.py make migrations. So this is how we migrate our database in Django. And I'm going to do python free manage.py migrate. So this migrate is what is going to actually migrate to our particular database. So we're just going to give it a few seconds to migrate. So as you can see, everything is working successfully. It is migrating everything that we need, and it's going to take us a few seconds, and that should be migrated successfully. So good. So as you can see, it didn't give us any error, although it took a little bit of time, which is like 10 seconds, but everything migrated successfully. So that means we've successfully connected this our Django application to this managed database right here. Now, how do we even know that we've connected? What can we see? How can we see our database? So the first thing that we're going to be able to do is two things. So we can either use the Django admin panel to view all our database to make sure that everything is connected successfully, or we can open up pgadmin, and on pgadmin we can basically use pgadmin to just view our database. So we can put in all of these credentials, and then we'll be able to view our database. So we can do any of the two. But for now, this has been successfully connected. So if I cut out of this server and then I run it again, you now see that I don't have this red warning that we had before. Before we had this red warning, now we don't have that again because we have connected our database successfully. Now right here, I just have pgadmin opened. If you don't know what pgadmin is, it's kind of like an interface where you can see your Postgres database, edit and do whatever you want with it. So you can download it from Chrome or from your browser. Just search up download pgadmin. Now normally when you install PostgreSQL on your machine, you should have pgadmin installed automatically. So just search up pgadmin on your computer and then open it up. So I open this up and I'm just going to expand this. Now what I want to do is that I want to verify that we've actually connected to this database. So remember that if I come back here, remember that everything right here was migrated. So all of this data that was migrated, all of this user, as you can see, we had user migrated, auth, admin, all of this. We're going to cross check if that is present in this particular database. So if that is present, that means we've successfully migrated and connected our database and our Django application together. So I'm just going to close this and I'm going to come back here and right here. So as you can see, we have, so we could just input the password and it says databases. So what I can just do now is to click on, or I'm going to right click on database and I'm going to create a new database. Or actually no, what I'm going to do is to just connect to a server. We're not creating a database. We already have like a database server created. We're just going to connect to that. So right here, I'm just going to say register a new server and it's going to ask me for all the information. So I'm just going to come back here and name is going to be Postgres. And we're going to come here and we're going to go to connection. So for the host, this host is going to be this particular detail. I'm just going to paste that. And the port is 5432, which is right. And the username right here is Covery admin. So this is the database name, which is Postgres, which is that. And then the password, we just need to copy all of this password right here. And then I'm just going to paste in the password and everything should work. But right here, I'm just going to say something like Covery Postgres database. Now, once I say save, it should create that. And once I expand this and come into databases, you can now see that I have 3 databases actually. I have one named Postgres, I have one named this, and I have one named RDS admin. But this Postgres was the one that we connected to our Django application. I'm going to expand that, and under schemas, I'm going to come right here and go into tables. Now, as you can see, all of the Django database has been migrated. So we have the user database, the groups database, the Django admin, everything has been migrated in here. That just tells us that everything is working. If I right click now and I click on view data and say all rows, you're going to see that it shows us every single row. Although we don't have any row right now, any data in there because we just created it, but you can see that it shows us every single thing that we need for this particular database. So this is how we can verify that we have successfully connected and migrated our database. Now the next thing we're going to do is to take care of authentication. So we want a user to be able to log in to our application, register on our application, and also log out of our application. Now let's just go ahead and get started with that. Now before we do that, the first thing I'm going to do is to introduce you to the Django admin panel. So this is where we can basically see everything in the backend of our application, like all our databases, every single groups and stuff like that. So for us to access that admin panel, we need to create a user that can access it. So if I come here and I go to my website /admin, it's going to introduce me to this panel. But we don't have any details that can be able to log into this panel. So what we need to do is to create those admin details right here in our terminal. To do this, we'll say python free manage.py create super user. Now this means create a user that can access this admin page. Now it says python 3. Okay, so there is an error here. And yeah, so I'm just going to say admin. Just going to leave this blank. I'm going to give a password and they just bypass that. And now we have an admin user. So we're going to use that details we just created, admin, and we're going to give it the password. And now you can see that we are able to access the admin page. Good. So in this admin page, instead of like opening up PG admin every single time, we can just view all our database here, like all our users. And when we also create other databases later in this course, we're going to be able to view all of that here. So I clicked on user, and we only have one user, which is the admin user for now. But now let's take care of authentication, as I said. So we want a user to be able to register on our website. And when they register on our website, we're going to come here and cross-check if that user's data has been saved in our database. So that's why I introduced you to this panel. Now I'm just going to open up this in another tab. So right here, I'm just going to open up the normal page. We have the normal page here. We have the admin panel right here. So what I'm going to do is to come into URLs. So not this URL, but the one of our app. And I'm just going to copy and paste this 3 times. So this is going to be login. This is going to be sign up. And this is going to be log out. So views.login. And we're going to give you a name of login. And views.sign up. We're going to give you a name of sign up. Views.logout. We're going to give you a name of logout. We need to make sure we have a comma right here because this is a list. Now what this is saying is that whenever a user tries to go to the login page, which is /login, go into views.login and then do whatever is being done there. So right now I'm pretty sure that we're going to have an error. That's just because it's saying, as you can see, our application is no more running because it's saying that views has no attribute to login. So right now if we come into views.py, there's no function named login, so we need to create that. So I'm actually just gonna do dev login. I'm gonna take a request and then I'm gonna pass. I'm gonna do the same for sign up request. I'm gonna pass for now, and I'm gonna do the same for logout. I'm gonna take a request and I'm gonna pass. So this is what we need. Now the next thing that we need to do is to basically just straight away go ahead with signing up the user and doing most of the major stuff. So what I'm gonna do is right here. So what I want to do, just because so later in this course, when we are importing some libraries, that library is going to have a function named sign up, login, logout, and all of that. So because we don't want that to clash, we don't want there to be a clash of name, I'm going to change this to user login. I'm going to change this to user sign up, and for the logout, I could also change it to user logout. And I'm just going to come into my views and then update all of that. Sorry, into my URLs. It's going to be views.user login, views.user sign up, and then views.user logout. I hope that makes sense. Save this. I'm going to come here and save this. Now the next thing that we're going to do is to come in here and say for login, we want to return. So I'm just going to open up this page right here. Instead of just saying pass, we want to return this login.html page. So return render request login.html. We're going to do exactly the same thing for sign up. Return render request, and we're going to say sign up.html. And for user logout, we're just going to still pass for now. Now if I save this, and when I come here and let's say I go to /login, as you can see now, we're able to access our login page. If I go to /sign up, we're able to access our sign up page, which is good. This is what we want. So now the next thing we want to do is to come into our sign up. So we're going to get started with signing up first. And right here in sign up, we're going to come all the way down here. And right here where we see login and sign up, we want the user to be able to click there and go to our login page. And we're just going to say sign up. If I hit refresh and I click on login, it takes me to the login page. We're going to come into login and do exactly the same thing. So we're going to say login and then we're going to say sign up. and then I'm just gonna close that for the login, and I'm just gonna come into index also. So if I come into index right here, if I click on logout, it doesn't go anywhere. So I could change that right now, and I'm just gonna say that should go to logout. We're gonna take care of this later as we move on. So we're gonna come back to sign up, and right here in sign up we have a form. So we have this form right here that says sign up. That is basically our sign up form. And this is the form that collects all the sign up details and sends it to the HTML page. So we're going to have to take care of this form. Sorry, it sends it to the backend. So we're going to take care of this form right now. So what we're going to do is to give it an action. And if we leave this blank, this means that we're trying to send this data back to this page. So that is what we want. And for the method, we want to use a post method. Now there are two methods you can use, post and get. So for this type of form, we should use a post method because it's more secure, and this is like sensitive information, so we don't want to use get for this. And whenever we use a post method in Django, we must have something named CSRF token. Now that this stands for cross-site request forgery, so it's like an attack that can be put on your application, but this basically prevents that. Now the next thing that we're going to do is to create an error message. So what I'm going to do is just to have a div tag here. I'm just going to have a new div tag, and in here I'm going to have h2, and I'm just going to have like an error message. I'm just going to say error, and I'm going to style it a little bit. I'm just going to put it to the center. And for the style, I'm just going to make the color red. So if I come back in here and go back here and hit refresh, you can now see that we have error. So basically, if a user tries to sign up with like, like let's say a username that's already been taken, or the password doesn't correlate, that error is going to pop up here. But we don't want this to just show. We only want this to show whenever there is an error. So for now, we're just going to have this and say error message underscore message. Now this is like a variable that we're going to pass from our views right here, and whenever we're doing that, I'm going to reference it and come back and show you how that was done. So I only want this to show if there is an error message. So I'm going to do if error message. So that means if there is a variable named error message that was passed in from our function right here, that means there is an error. Then we want to show that error. So let's just say end if, and then we're just going to leave it like this. We could do this to make it look neat. And now the next thing we want to do is to make sure that all of these particular inputs have a name and an ID, because that is what we're going to use to get the values right here in our function. So as you can see, the username has a name of username, name of email, name of password, and name of repeat password. So all of that is working perfectly for now. Now what this means is that we can come into our views.py, and then we can get all of this data. So anything a user input in here, it will be sent in here, so we can get it as a variable. So what we want to do is to say if request.method is equals to post. So what I'm saying is that if a user tried to come to this page using a post method, that means they are submitting a form. Now whenever I come to this page and just click enter, this page is being rendered to me using a get method, right? The only time that this page is going to be rendered using a post method is when we are submitting a form, and that is because we used a method of post in this form. So that means if the request for this page is being done using a post method, that means a user is trying to sign up. That means a user clicked on sign up button and they are trying to register themselves on our application. So if that is true, then we want to get all the details that the user wrote. So we want to get the username, we want to get the email, we want to get the password, and we want to get a repeat password. So we want to get all of this. Now what we're going to do to actually get it is to say request.post username. Now this is just going to get the value of this input right here, which is basically this right here, and then it's going to store it in a variable named username. I'm going to do the same for email. Request post, and then we're just going to say email. We're going to do exactly the same thing for password and repeat password. I'm going to copy that and paste it, copy this and paste it. Now what we're going to do is to say if these passwords are equal. So we're first going to check to make sure that the user inputted or wrote the same password in these fields. So we're going to come here and say if password is equals to repeat password, if that is true, then we're going to do something else. That means if this is not true, if the password is not equal, then we want to send an error. So now remember right here where we created this error message variable, we're going to come here and say error message will be equals to password do not match. And then we're going to render this page again, but this time around we're going to render it giving it the error message. Request sign up .html, and now we're going to say error message. We're going to give it a value of error message. So what this is just saying is that if a user doesn't input the same password, let's just do this, then it's going to create a new variable named error message, and it's going to give it a value of password do not match, and then it's going to return that page, basically this sign up page, but this time around giving it an error message. So that is what it is doing. So right here it says there is an error. So let's see what error there is. So right here we don't have a comma. That is the error, and this should be good to go. But now, as you can now see, since an error message variable has been passed, it's going to come here. This is now true because we said if there is a variable named error message that was passed into this template, then show all of this and show the error message. But if that didn't happen, if the passwords are equal, then we're going to try to create the user. We're going to say user equals to, first of all, we need to import user right here. So we're going to say from django.contrib.auth.models import user, and then we're also gonna say from django.contrib.auth import authenticate. We also want to import login, and we want to import logout. So remember when I said there will be a clash in functions, this is what I meant. So if we had created this function naming it login, and then we're also importing login, there might be a clash. And we want to import something else named, we'll say from django.shortcut import render and redirect. So we already have render imported here, but let's just remove that. And I think that is what we need for now. So we have all of this, and then what we're just going to do is to come back in here to this page, to this function I mean, and then under this try except that we did, what we're just going to do is to try to create a new user, and then we're just going to say user equals to user. So we're taking from the user that we imported dot objects. So this is how you create a new user, dot create underscore user, and then we're going to create it using the username, email, and we're just going to use one password. So we could use any password of the two since they are equal, and password. And then we're going to say user.save, and then we want to log in. So this login that we imported right here is basically allowing us to log a user in using their details. So we're going to say login. So after saving that user and creating them, we then want to log them into our application automatically. so they don't have to start logging in again. So login, we're gonna take a request and we're gonna log in this user. And after that, after logging them in, we want to redirect them. So we're going to say return redirect back to the home page. Now, if this doesn't work, if there's an error creating the account, now this might mean maybe the username is taken or the email is taken or something. Then we just want to create another error message and say error creating account. Now you can go further by checking if the email is taken or the username is taken and then specifying detailed error message for every single situation. You can also do that, but for now we're just going to stick to this. And what I'm just going to do is to copy this and paste it right here. So this is what we need. So then we want to return this message if there was an error, and this should work. And let's just save this now and go ahead and try this. So I'm going to come in here, I'm going to click on users. So I'm just going to do this to check, to make sure that a new user has been registered on our application. So click on refresh, and let's just say Tommy at gmail.com. Let's just give it a random password. Don't use. Sign up. Now, as you can see, it brought me back to this page. That means I was signed up successfully. But let's come to our admin panel and hit refresh to check if someone was registered there. As you can see, it says you are authenticated as Tommy. This is a sign that it has been successfully created and I have been logged in. But it says you are not authorized to access this page. Would I like to log in as a different account? This is because, as I said, the admin panel is only restricted to admin users. And Tommy is just a normal user that I created on the website. So I have to log in back as admin to be able to access this page. And then I'm just going to log in. And as you can see right here, we have a new user named Tommy. So that was created successfully. If I click on the user right here, you're going to see details of that user, like when it was created and stuff like that. The only thing you can't see is a user password, which is reasonable. So you can see every single thing. The last time you logged in, the last time, the date you joined, and stuff like that. Now, the next thing that we're going to be implementing is the login. So we want a user to be able to log into our application. Now, if I come into this login page, right here, there's a form, and we want that when a user fills this form and clicks on login, there's either going to give them an error message or log them into our application. Now, let's do that. The first thing we need to do is to come into login.html. We're going to open it up from here. And if we come down here, you can see we have a form too. It's very similar to the sign up. And we're going to give it an action. We're going to let the action come back to this page. So we're going to give it a method of post. Now, whenever we use a post method, we need to have CSRF token. Now, the next thing we're going to do is to come into sign up. And I'm just going to copy all of this particular error message tag. Now I just copy and pasted that error message tag right here so that we have it right here in the login page. Now the next thing that we're just going to do is to make sure that this input has a name and ID. So right here you can see it has ID username and name username, ID password, name password. Now I'm going to save this and come back to views. Right here in login, I'm just going to say the same thing I did in sign up by saying if request dot method is equals to post, then we're going to want to get the username and then the password. So instead of typing it out, I'm just writing it again. I'm just copying and pasting it. Now we're going to have to use this authenticate that we imported. Now this authenticate is basically going to check if this user name and password match is in our database. So we're going to create a new variable named user. Not this, we're going to say user. So we're going to say authenticate. Authenticate is going to take a request, and we're going to say username equals to username. So we're saying the username that you're checking is this username, and then we're going to say the same for password by saying password is equals to password. Now the next thing it's going to do is to say it's going to check if this user is present. So we're now going to say if user is not none. So what this means is that if this user is not none, that means it's not blank. That means there is a user right there with these parameters in our database. That means log that user in. So we're going to say login. So now this login that we imported now actually logs the user in. So request and then user. Now remember when I said I had to change this to user login instead of just login? If I left this at login and I'm also importing another function named login, there might be a clash. That's why I had to change this to user login. I had to change this to user sign up. Now that we log the user in, we want to redirect them. So say return redirect to the home page after logging them in. So redirect is giving us error. This is because we don't have it installed. Actually, we do have it imported. So this should be return, not request. So return redirect and that. Now, if the user is none, that means the user is not there. Then we want to create an error message. And we're just going to say invalid username or password. And then we're going to return render request login.html. But this time around, we're going to use send it a variable named error message and give it a value of error message. Now this should work successfully. Let's try this out. Now we're going to come back in here, and right here we're just going to say, let's first hit refresh, and we're going to say Tommy and Tommy, and you click on login. And right here, for us to know that this was logged in successfully, if I come up here, you can see that it says welcome Tommy, which is the user we just created. Now right now we don't have anything for the logout, so we're going to take care of that. Now let me show you what is showing this. If I come back in here and go to index.html, right here I created a new thing on the nav bar. So I created a new option, but this option is not clickable, and I gave a value of welcome user.username inside 2 curly braces. Now using this format, it basically gets the user's username, the currently logged in user, it gets the username and then shows it there. If I say user.email, you're going to see that right here it's just going to show the user's email. So we just want the username. Now that's how to do that if you want to. Now the next thing that we're going to do is to now take care of the logout. So once a user clicks on logout, we want to be able to log them out of our page. Now what we're just going to do is to come in here. So let's just refresh this to make sure that this changes back to Tommy. Good. If we come in here, right here in logout, this is the easiest part of the authentication process. What we just need to do is to use this logout that we imported from django.contrib.auth, and right here we're just going to say logout request. So it's basically, what this means is that it's logging out whoever is logged in. So we don't even need to give it like the username or anything. It's just going to get if someone is being logged in. If someone is logged in, it's going to log them out. Now after logging them out, we want to redirect them back to the home page. Now what we want to do is that after it logs out and redirect them back to the home page, we want only a user that has been logged in to access this home page. Before we do that, let's first cross check to make sure that this logout works. So logout, so it's going to bring us back to this page, but you can see it says welcome, but it doesn't say anything because no one is logged in. But we don't want a user that is not logged in to be able to access this page. So what we're going to do right now is to come here and use something named a decorator in Django. So we're going to say from django.contrib.auth.decorators import login required. Now this login required decorator means that it allows only currently logged in users, or only a user that is logged in, to access a particular view. So for in this situation, we want that view to be this index page, which is the home page. So to do this, we're going to come here and just say at login decorator, at login required. Now this means that only a user that is logged in can access this index view. Now the next thing that we're going to do is to tell Django where to redirect the user. Because if a user is not logged in and they try to access this index page, it's going to redirect them back to the login page to first login, then bring them back here. So, but right now Django doesn't know what login URL to redirect them to. Now for us to tell Django, what we're just going to need to do is to come into the settings.py. So we're going to come right here, go into settings.py, and all the way on the bottom, we're going to create a new variable named login underscore URL, and it's going to be equals to login. So this is just saying that we're going to the login URL, which is basically this URL right here. Now let's try it out. Now let me just hit refresh on this page. As you can see, it redirects me back to the login page. Now everything has been taken care of regarding authentication. Now the next thing we're going to do is to create a new view right here named generate blog underscore blog. Gonna take a request, and for now we're just going to pass. Now what this particular view is going to do is that once a user inputs a YouTube link here and clicks on generate, that YouTube link is going to be sent to this generate blog view, and then we're going to transcribe. We're going to basically get the transcript of that YouTube video, and from that transcript we're going to generate an article from that transcript. All of that is going to be done in this view right here. Now what I'm going to do is to come into urls.py, and in urls.py we need to create a new URL, and we need to name that generate blog. So I'm just going to come here, copy the name, and this is going to be generate-blog, and views.generate blog, and this is going to be generate-blog. So this is good. This is what we need. Now what we want to do now is to use JavaScript right here in our index.html. Now right here we're going to have a script under here, and this script is basically gonna do a lot of things. First of all, once a user clicks on generate, it's gonna load up this loading cycle. If we come back in here, you're gonna see that we have a loading cycle styling that we created, but we made the display none because we don't want that to show yet. Only when the user click on generate, we want that to keep showing until the blog article has been generated. So the first thing that we're going to do is to make sure that once a user clicks on generate, that blog article shows, and then we're going to get the details of whatever the user input in this particular input bar, and in this situation it is this particular input bar here. And then once we get that, we're going to send that details to this views.py. So we're going to first send it to this generate blog URL, and that's going to be sent to views.generate blog, and then we can receive that information here, and then we can do whatever we want to do from that. So now let's just go ahead and do that. So right here in index.html, what I'm going to do is to just paste in a JavaScript. So I'm just going to paste in a script right here, and just going to overwrite all of this and paste that in. So I'm going to explain what all of this does step by step. Now right here you can see that the first thing that we're doing is saying document.get element by id generate blog button. So we're first adding an event listener on this particular button. So we're saying that whenever a user clicks on this button, then as you can see it says .add event is listener. So once a user clicks on it, then we're going to do all of this that we want to do. So this script is only triggered once a user click generate. The next thing is to get the YouTube link. So it's going to get element by id YouTube link. So you remember, if we come in here, the id of this input bar, which is this input bar right here, is named YouTube link. So we're going to get the element, so we're going to get the value, which is basically whatever the user input here. And then remember the loading indicator, we're also going to get that. And then the next thing that we're going to get is the blog content. So if I come back in here, there's a space for the blog content. This is so that when we've generated the article, this is where the article is going to be shown. This is that right here. And the next thing we're going to do is to say if there is a YouTube link, that means if we successfully got a YouTube link value, then we want to set the style, the display of that loading cycle to block. So we then want to show that loading cycle, and then we want to say load indicator dot class list dot remove hidden, and then block content dot inner html, we want to clear it. So whatever was here before, we want to clear it. Right now there's nothing, but imagine we put a YouTube link, we click generate, then we put another YouTube link and generate again. We first want to clear the initial blog article that was there before another blog article is created. That's why we do this, to clear the previous content. And now we are setting an endpoint. So this is the endpoint URL that we're going to be sending the value of this particular form to. So that URL is generate blog, which is what we created right here, generate blog. Now the next thing we're going to do is to use try and catch. So what we're going to do is to basically use fetch to send this particular value right here, this link, using a post method to this endpoint. So that is what all of this is doing. And it's for the body, that means the value that is actually being sent is using JSON to send the YouTube link as a value of link. So this YouTube link is basically this variable that we created here, which is the value of this input bar. And then we're just going to wait for a response basically and store that response in a data, in a variable named data. So once this is being sent to this endpoint, which is basically this particular view, once we've done everything, all the processing, we're going to return a response, and that response is going to be stored in this variable named data. And then we're going to say block content.inner html equals data.content. So what we're saying is block content, which is this particular div, which is basically whatever is under here. Then we want to set its inner html to data.content. So what we're just saying is whatever response we got, we want to showcase that in the block content div. And now we can add hidden back. And now we're going to catch. So if there was an error, we're just going to say error occurred, and then we're going to alert by saying something went wrong. And then after all of this, what we want to do is to set this display back to none. So that means once we've sent all of this data to the backend and we've received the response, then we want to set the value of the loading cycle to none, so that it doesn't keep loading even after the processing has been done. Now we have an else. So if this YouTube link, if we did not get a YouTube link, that means if there is no value, then we want to say please enter a YouTube link. Now this should be working. This is all the script we need for this particular home page. The next thing we want to do is to actually come into views.py, and under generate blog, we first want to do one crucial thing. So remember that whenever we're using a post method, if I come back in here, you're going to see that the method we're using to submit this data is post. We have to send in a CSRF token. But in this case, we didn't send in a CSRF token, so that's going to throw us an error. To avoid this error, there are two things we can do. We can either specify the CSRF token here, or we could just use CSRF exempt. So this means that for this particular view, we can exempt requiring a CSRF token. So I'm going to do the latter. I'm going to use CSRF exempt, and what I'm just going to do is to say from Django dot views dot decorator. I'm going to correct this. So from Django.views.decorators.csrf, we want to import CSRF exempt, and then right here we can just do at right here at CSRF exempt. Now this is not going to require CSRF token for this particular view. Normally if you're in production, you really need to add CSRF token, but for now we can just do this. So the next thing that we're going to do is to first say if request.method is post. So if some data is being submitted, it's equals to post, then we're going to do some stuff. For now it's going to be pass, and else. That means if it's not a post method, then there's no way we are even trying to access this view without a post method, because it's not a normal like page or a normal URL. It's only a URL specified for when a user submits or clicks on this generate button. That is when it is triggered. So if there is no, it's not being sent using a post method, then we're going to return a JSON response. So for us to reuse JSON response, we're going to have to come here and say from django.http import JSON response. So now we can use that in here, and we're just going to say, so right here we're just going to say return, and then we're just going to return a JSON response. So we're just going to say JSON response, and then we're going to give it, just going to make sure you can see that, give it error, and we're going to say something like invalid request method, because we don't want the user to be trying to access this using a get method. That's why we say that. And let's say status, you can set that status to 405. So this should work successfully. For now, we're just going to save this. So this is all we need for setting up this JavaScript stuff and making sure that everything sends successfully to this page. And what I'm just going to do is to get that detail. So the first thing I'm going to do is come here and try to extract that YouTube link from this index.html. I'm just going to bring that in here. So remember this YouTube link, I'm going to try to extract it from this JSON, because we sent in a JSON value. So I'm going to try to extract it from that JSON value. So I'm going to say try. Let me pass first of all, then I'm going to say accept. I'm going to pass again. So try data equals JSON dot loads. I'm going to say request dot body. So right now we need to import JSON to be able to use it. So what we just need to do is to scroll up and say import JSON. That's literally all we need to do. It's that easy. And I'm just going to come back in here. Now we can use JSON.load and request.body. So request.body, remember, is basically this body right here, and the value of this JSON is what is stored in here. So then we're saying request.load and store it in a variable named data. Now we are going to say YT. So let's say something like YouTube link equals to data. So this data now is kind of like, think of it like a dictionary, because when we do JSON.load, it basically converts that JSON value into a dictionary, Python dictionary. So we can now say data, and let's see the name we gave it. Right here we gave it link. So we're going to say data square brackets link. So the value of the YouTube link is now stored in this YT underscore link variable. And we're just going to say except. So we want to have a specific except. So we're going to say except key error JSON decode error. That means there's a problem with the JSON value that was passed. Then we're going to return. So I'm just going to copy this, and I'm just going to say return JSON response, and the error is going to be invalid data sent. And then for a status, I'm going to give it 400. So this is what we need right here. And for now, we can save it. But before we say, let's just save it. But before we move on, there are a few things that we're going to do. And let's just comment this, add a comment so we can come back later to do them. So we're just going to say we want to get the title of the video, and we want to get the transcript, and after getting a transcript, we want to use OpenAI to generate the blog. So these are the three things we want to do. Just going to comment this out. These are the three things we want to do. And then after using OpenAI to generate the blog, we also want to save blog article to database. And yeah, that is what we want to do. And I think the last thing that we're going to do is just return blog article as a response. So this is all we need to do. It's kind of like a to-do list for this particular view. And for now, we've successfully done the script and made everything work. So I think what I'm just going to do right now is to come in here, and I'm just gonna basically say, okay, right here, I'm gonna return a JSON response. So right here, I'm just gonna say return JSON response, and I'm gonna say content equals YT link. Now if I come in here and let's say I put, let me hit refresh, and I'm just gonna put random thing, say generate. Now let's see what happens. This keeps rolling, but it doesn't stop. So I think for now we're gonna take care of that, but for now I think the fact that this keeps rolling, this starts rolling, is good. But let's see when it's meant to stop. So this is meant to stop rolling at this point right here, none, when we get a response, and that response should be block content equals data.content, and then we are meant to put that content, which is what we did right here. So let's see, that should, we're going to take care of that in a bit, but for now everything works successfully, and we're going to move on to the next step. Now the next thing that we need to do is to first get the title of the YouTube video, and we're going to be using a particular Python library called PyTube. And then once we do that, we are going to be getting a transcript. So first of all, let's get the title of the YouTube video. So what we need to do is to first come here and say from PyTube import YouTube. So you need to make sure you have PyTube installed. For you to do that, you just need to open up your terminal right here. You can just come here and type pip3 install PyTube. But I already have it installed, so I'm just not going to install that. But for you, you should go ahead and install that. Now I'm just going to come back here and close this. Now we can use that particular Python library, and I'm just going to say, I'm going to create a new function to create this, to run this. And what it's just going to be is after this, I'm just going to come here and say def YouTube title link. It's going to take a link, and we're going to set a new variable named YT equals to YouTube, and then gonna give it link, and then title will be equals to YT.title, and then we're just gonna return title. So now this function is gonna get the title of a YouTube video. So now what we're just gonna do is to come back in here and use that particular function. Just gonna copy this, and then right here I'm just gonna say title, that's the YouTube title, is equals to YouTube title, but then I'm gonna give it the link, which is YouTube link. So right here, this is what we have, YouTube link. So this should work successfully. It should work. So now the next thing that we're just gonna do is to get the transcript of this particular YouTube video. So right now we're going to be using a platform named Assembly AI. I'm going to come into the browser and show you this platform. So Assembly AI is basically a website or a platform that allows you to have a lot of audio or speech based features. So for example, something like turning an audio file to get it to text, like getting a transcript. It allows you to do that. It allows you to do a lot of AI powered stuff also, like speech summarization, it's sentiment analysis, so it can tell you whether a particular audio is, the sentiment in there is negative or positive. And there are also a lot of features you can do, but for this video we're going to be using the transcription feature, and that just allows us to get the transcript of a particular YouTube video. So you just need to go to assemblyai.com, sign up, and then it's going to take you to your home page, and right here this is what you're going to see. And right here you're going to have something called an API token. You just need to copy that token, and we're going to use that token later in this tutorial. Now what we're going to do is to first get the transcription of a particular YouTube video. So for us to do this, what we first need to do is to get the mp3 file. So we're basically going to kind of like download the audio file of that YouTube video first, and then once we download the audio file of that YouTube video, the next thing we're going to do is then get the transcript of that audio file. So right here it says it can't see this YouTube title. I'm sure that is because the function is after this, but that should still work. But if it doesn't work, we're just going to move this function above this particular function. So now the next thing is to get the transcript. And then what we're just going to do to be able to get transcript right here is we're going to create a new function, and then we're just going to name it something like get transcription. So right here, I'm going to say def get underscore transcription, and it's going to take a link also. And what we're going to do is to get the audio file. So we need to get the audio file of that particular YouTube link, and then once we get the audio file, then we can get the transcript. So for now, let's pass this. I'm just gonna comment it out. So we need to create, so I'm just gonna say pass. We need to create another function that basically downloads the audio for us, and that function is what we're then going to access in here to basically show us the audio file. Now what we're just going to do is to create a new function, and I'm just going to come up here and say def download underscore audio. So we're going to be using this PyTube that we imported, that we installed. So def, and then the next thing we're going to do is to say yt equals to YouTube. Remember the YouTube we imported link. And now we want to extract just the audio. So we're going to say something like video equals to yt.streams.filter. I want to filter it to only the audio file. We're going to say that is equals to true dot first. Now the next thing we want to do is download that audio file. We're just going to say out file, creating a new variable now named out file. We're going to say video.download. And for the output part, so what we need to do is to set like a path where these files will be downloaded. So we're going to say settings.media root. So first of all, we need to import settings, and what we're just going to do is to come here and say from django.conf import settings. But right in settings, there's nothing named media root, so we actually need to go into the settings.py file of this project. We're just going to open this up and go into settings.py, and when we scroll down to the bottom, I'm just going to paste in something and explain what that does. So right above this right here, I'm going to paste this in, and I need to import OS. So what I'm just going to do is to import OS, and then right here, I'm going to scroll down, and right here we're saying media URL is equals to /media, and we're saying the root file is os.path.join base there media. What this is saying is that anytime we are trying to work with any media file, such as audio files, video files, any external media file, let's say we want to download a media file or save a media file, it's going to be saved into a folder named media that is in our root directory. Similarly to how we configured the templates right here, where we said root directory /templates, that's what we are doing for media. So now we need to make sure we have that folder created. We're going to say media. That is good. Now we can close this, and then we can come back into our views. And then what we now want to do is to, since we already know that we've specified the media root, which is the URL path to what we want to create, now we can go ahead in making sure that that is basically saved. So since what we did was we did video.download and then video.download that, and the output part is media root. So now we want to save the file. So this is how we save it. We say base, comma ext equals to os dot path dot split text. So this should be os split text. So we need to make sure we import os right here. So I'm just going to import os, and so right here where we say dot split text, and then we're just going to say out file. Now that does the job. And now we're going to create a new file equals to base, which is this, plus .mp3. So this is the name of the file, but then .mp3 is the extension because it is an audio file. Now I'm going to say os.rename out file as new file. Now this should work, and what we just want to do is to return new file. That is what we want. And now we can come back in here to use, so where we add this get transcription, we can now come back in here to use that audio file. So I can get rid of this now, and I can remove the comment. So audio file now should be equals to download audio. And now since we already have the link passed here as link, we could give it the link. Now that is the file that is downloaded. So we already have the audio file of that YouTube video. Now the next thing we need to do is to, first of all, you install the assembly AI Python library before we can use it to transcribe, because now we have that audio file downloaded. So we're going to use assembly AI to actually get the transcript of that audio file. So we need to first come in here and say import assembly AI, and let's import it as AAI so we don't have to keep typing assembly AI every single time. Now once again, you need to make sure you have assembly AI installed. Just run pip3 install assembly AI, and that is going to do the work for you. Now once you have that done, the next thing you want to do is to come back to this get transcript, and under get transcript we're going to use assembly AI. But before we can use it, we need to set our API key. So we're going to say aai.settings right here .api key. So remember, so we're going to say equals to is a variable. Remember when I told you to copy a particular API key from here? Now that is the token you have to copy, this API key from your assembly AI dashboard. Once you copy that, you can come in here and paste it, and then you can just decide to close the tabs now, because that's all you need. Now the next thing we're going to do is to create a transcriber object. So I'm going to say transcriber should be equals to transcriber dot transcribe. So this is accessing transcriber that has not yet been created. So this is actually doing the transcription, but to first create that object, we need to say transcriber should be equals to AAI. We need to access from this library dot transcriber. This is what we need to do. And then the transcript, the actual transcript, would now be equal to transcriber dot transcribe this audio file. So transcriber equals to AAI dot transcriber, and then the transcript should be transcriber dot transcribe audio file. Now what we're just going to do is to return. So I'm just going to say return transcriber dot text. Now this should work, and once we are able to get the transcription and just return the transcriber.text, we can then come back in here. Just going to copy this particular function first. I'm going to come back in here under get transcript. What I'm going to do is to now say transcription should be equals to get transcription. We're going to give a YT link. So now this should work. And what we're going to say is if not transcription, so if no, just transcription, that means if we didn't get this right here, then we want to say something like right here, we're just going to say, so first of all, right here, all of this is grayed out because there is an error somewhere. So let's make sure that there is no error anywhere. So right here, it gives us an error for this else. Let's see what the error is. Okay, it says there is no OpenAI key. Okay, but that's weird because we're not yet using OpenAI. Okay, we're going to take care of that in a bit. So for now, let's just say if not transcription, then we want to return a JSON response, and that we're going to send it an error because we didn't get a transcription of that particular YouTube video. That means something went wrong somewhere. So this should be in a dictionary on a JSON format, which is very similar to a dictionary. And for the value, we're just going to say failed to get transcript. And right here, we're going to give a status of 500. Now the transcription section should be working fine. Now the next thing we're going to do is to take that transcript that we created and actually generate a blog article from it. Before we move on, there's a bit of an error here because this is kind of grayed out, and if I click on it, you're going to see that it says code is unreachable. That means there's a problem here, and I'm guessing it's from this return because we are returning everything, and anything after return is basically not going to be seen. So that's, if I remove this, as you can see now, everything is perfect. Now the next thing we want to do is to use OpenAI to generate the blog. Now what I'm going to do is to show you how to first get your OpenAI API key, because we're going to need that. So we're going to come here, and then we're going to go to platform.openai.com, and it's going to bring you to this platform. So you just need to sign up and log in. Once you've done that, click on this personal right here, and then click on view API keys. Once you click on that, you can click on create new secret key, and then I'm just going to say blog app, something like this, and create secret key, and it's going to create a new key for you. Then you can copy that key, and then you can use that in your project. So what we're going to do now is to come here, and we are going to have to create a new function that takes care of this to actually generate blog from transcription. So we're going to scroll all the way to the bottom right here, so just before user login, I'm going to say def, and we're going to create a new function named generate blog from transcription, and it's going to take the transcript. So let's just name it transcription. And in here, the first thing we need to do is to use OpenAI. So for now, let's pass. So we need to download or install the OpenAI Python library. What you just need to do is to open your terminal and type pip3 install OpenAI. Just like this. I already have OpenAI installed, so I'm not going to do that. But for you, you should go ahead and do that. And in here, what you just need to do is to say import OpenAI. It's as easy as that. So we just say import OpenAI. So once you import OpenAI, that will allow you to use OpenAI right here in this particular function that we're creating. And now, before we even use OpenAI, we have to specify the OpenAI key. So we're going to say OpenAI.API key equals to, and then remember this key that we created, we're going to copy it, come back in here and paste it. Now we can use that key. And the next thing I'm going to do is to have a prompt. So what this prompt is saying is basically telling OpenAI what to do with the given information that we're going to give it. So what I'm going to do is to give it a particular transcript, which is this transcript in here that we're going to be passing into this function. And I'm going to be saying, based on the following transcript from a YouTube video, write a comprehensive blog article and write it based on the transcript. And I'm also going to tell you to not make it look like a YouTube video, to make it look like a proper blog article. So I'm just going to copy the prompt and paste that prompt in and explain to you what it does, as I said. So right here, I'm just going to paste this in. And as you can see, this is the prompt. So we use the F, and then we're saying, based on the following transcript from a YouTube video, write a comprehensive blog article. Write it based on the transcript, but do not make it look like a YouTube video. Make it look like a proper blog article. and then I did semicolon. I press enter. This just press enter on the prompt, kind of like leaving a bit of space, and then I said transcription. So this transcription is basically the transcript that we're going to pass into this particular function, and then I'm just going to say article. So we're going to be using the completion feature, and that completion feature requires us to like have article. So once I say article, OpenAI knows that under this article it should generate a blog content or a blog article from all this prompt that we gave it. Now what we're going to do is to now make an API call to OpenAI's completion endpoint. So I'm going to say response should be equals to OpenAI dot completion dot create, and then I'm going to say model. The model we're going to be using is text DaVinci. So text DaVinci 003, and then the prompt is going to be equals to this prompt right here. I'm going to paste that in, and the last thing that we're going to specify is the amount of tokens. We're going to say max tokens should be equals to 1000. So now that we have that done, the next thing we're just going to do is to extract the generated content from the response. So I'm just going to say generated content equals to response dot choices 0 dot text dot strip. So I'm going to explain this too. Now this response is going to give us a response like in a dictionary format, and we're going to say get the first one, under it get the text and then strip. So if we just print out response, you're going to see it's in a dictionary format, but this basically just gets us the text that we need. And now we're just going to return generated content. So now this function should be working perfectly fine now. And what we're just going to do is to go back to the initial. We're going to come back here to this. So right here where we say OpenAI, and then now we're going to use that function by saying blog content equals to generate blog from transcription, and then we're going to give it this transcript that we generated using assembly AI. And now that we can generate blog content, we're also going to check if a blog content was created or not. So we'll say if not blog content, that means if something went wrong and it didn't create it, then we're basically going to give it a similar response to this. So we're going to say return JSON response. We're going to say failed to generate blog article. Status should also be 500. Now the next thing we now need to do is to just return. So we're going to save blog to the database. We're going to do this in a bit, but let's first return this blog article as a response. So right here, what we just want to do is to say, so I'm going to come here and say return JSON response, and then we're just going to say content should be blog content. Now this should work, and let's just try this out. And so we're just going to come back in here, and what I'm going to do, we don't really need this again. So what I'm going to do is to open up my YouTube channel. So youtube.com/codewithtommy/videos. I'm going to open up my YouTube channel, and right here I'm just going to copy the link. So I'm going to share one of my videos and copy the link, and I'm just going to hit refresh on this page, and now I'm going to paste this and click generate. Now let's see what this does. Let's give it a bit and let's see what it does. So as this is doing, we're going to come back in here, and under media we're going to see if to make sure that the audio file was actually generated and saved, downloaded and saved in here. So let's see what it does right now. So right here, this is loading for more than usual. So I'm guessing the error is coming from somewhere. So right here, I can see that there is a problem in downloading the audio file because an audio file is meant to be saved here, but that didn't happen. So if I open this up, let me first see if there's any error. There's no error right here. It just got stuck at this particular loading. So I'm going to close this and come into URLs in my project. So I'm going to tell you why we're coming into these URLs right here. So what I suspect that is the problem is because we didn't specify the media URL right here, which we really need to. It's very important. So I'm going to say from django.conf import settings, and from django.conf.urls.static, then import static. And now we are going to say URL patterns equals to, so I'm just going to come in here and paste this in. So we're saying URL patterns equals to URL patterns, which is the initial list, dot plus static settings.media URL, and document root equals settings.media root. Now what we're going to do is to come in here, and right here the first thing we need to change is that there's an error with this transcribe. So instead of saying transcriber.txt, it should be transcript.txt. So that is where one of the error is coming from, but that's not the main reason why that loading is not working. If you come back into index.html, we're going to see that under the script we have this particular line right here that says loading indicator dot class list dot remove hidden. Now if we come into loading indicator right here, there's basically nothing that says, so if I come into loading indicator get element by id loading, which is basically, so there's no element by id that is named loading first of all. So that is the problem, and what we need to do is to remove that because it's trying to get that but it can't see any element of that. So we're going to have to remove that loading indicator, and we're going to have to remove this loading indicator too. And also right here where it says loading indicator get element by id loading, we need to remove this. Now everything should be working successfully. So let's keep an eye on this media folder and let's see if an mp3 file is going to be saved there. I'm going to copy this, I'm going to hit refresh and paste it and click on generate. Now this is doing its thing, and then we're going to come here to see. Good. So now we can see that a new audio file has been created and it's giving the title of that YouTube video .mp3, and that's what has been done. And we're just going to come here and wait for it to then first of all transcribe this particular audio file that has been downloaded using assembly AI. Then once it's transcribed that file, the next thing it's going to do is now use OpenAI to generate an article from that particular transcript. So let's give it a few seconds. Boom, as you can see, this is a very short article, but this is what we want. It generates everything successfully. It says working with HTML and everything is basically working successfully. So this is the article that has been generated, and that is nice. Now this is good, but the next thing we want to do is to make sure that a user can be able to save all of these articles. So when a user clicks on generate and it shows here, let's say a user closes this tab, we want this article and the details of that YouTube video to be saved onto their account. So there should be a link where they can click and see all the articles that they have generated. Now we're going to go ahead and do that. Now what we're going to do is save all of that particular article into a database, and then we also want the user to be able to view all of that article. So we're going to do that right now. Now the first thing that we want to do is to go into our models.py file, and in there we're going to create a new database. So I'm going to come into models.py and I'm going to create a new database. I'm going to say class blog post. Let me just say blog post. I'm going to say models.model, and it's going to have user, and for the user it's going to be a foreign key, so it's going to be models.foreign key, and we need to import the user in here. So I'm going to say .contrib .auth .models. import user. So now we can use this user in here, and then we have to say on delete models dot cascade. Now the next thing is the YouTube title, and that's going to be models dot character field, and let's say max length should be like 300. That is reasonable. And then the link, the YouTube link, just going to be models dot url field. And then for the generated content, which is the actual article, generated underscore content should be equals to models dot text field. So it shouldn't have a max length. And then the date it was created at, so created at models dot datetime field, and then we're just going to say auto now add equals true. So this should work. And let's just give it a title, so def string self, and then let's just return, this should be that, and let's just return self.youtube title for each of it. So that means on our database, instead of just showing like objects or whatever, it's going to show the title of that YouTube, of that particular blog post for every single database. Now once we create a database in Django, we have to migrate. We're going to come in here, and then we're going to do python free manage.py make migrations. Good. And then we're going to say python free manage.py migrate. Now that should migrate, and let's give it a second. Good. So that has been migrated successfully. The next thing we're going to do is to come into admin.py, and we want to register this in the admin.py, in the admin panel. So we're going to say from .models import blog post, and right here we're going to say admin.site.register blog post. So I'm going to show you why I just did this. If I come back in here, let me go into, I'm just going to open this in a new tab. But now I'm going to do /admin. It's going to ask me to log in as an admin user, so I'm just going to do that. And now we have created our database. As you can see under the blog generator app, we now have a new database named blog post. So the reason why I did admin.site.register blog post is so that that database can show or can be viewed on this admin panel. Now let me show you something. If I come back to home and right here, let's comment this out. If I hit refresh right here, you're going to see that now we can't see it. Although that particular blog post database is present in our database, if I don't register it to the admin site, I won't be able to see it right here. So I'm just going to Control Z that and then hit refresh. It should connect back right now. Good. So that is what I need. And now the next thing that we're going to do is to now come in here. So whenever in views, whenever we come here, right here where we say save blog article. So just after we've created all the blog content, transcription and everything, just before we return the response, we want to save that particular article. And then for us to do this, we first need to import that particular model, and then once we import the model, then we can save it. So to import this model, I'm just going to close this so that we can have more space. To import this model, we're going to say from .models import blog post, and then for save blog article right here, now what we're going to do is to say new blog article, should be equals to blog post dot objects dot create user, because if we come back in here, we have user YouTube title. Let's copy YouTube title. User equals, gonna leave this blank for now. YouTube title equals, also gonna leave it blank, and then we're gonna come back to copy all of the values, so we make sure we have everything. Equals, and then generated content. The only thing we're not going to copy is created at, because it is automatically added by itself. So equals and that. Now the user should be request.user. Request.user basically just returns the currently logged in user, and then YouTube title should be this title right here, which was what we got initially. And then YouTube link should just be this YT link right here. And then generated content should just be blog content. So now, to finish it off, we need to say new blog article dot save. Now this is going to save it to the database whenever a user, I'm going to click save whenever a user search or try to generate an article. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to hit refresh. It should say welcome admin, because we're now logged in as admin. I'm going to paste it now and hit generate. But now the difference is that this is going to be saved onto the database. We're not just generating a blog article from a YouTube video now like the last time. This time around, everything that is going to be generated is going to be saved into the database. So details like the YouTube link, the YouTube title, the whole article that we created, and all of that is going to be saved in here. So we're going to be able to come into blog posts, and then we're going to be able to view the database. So for now, let's just leave this as it is. It says 0 blog posts. That means it's still in the works. Good. Now you can see that right here, everything has been generated. If I come back into our database now and hit refresh, you can now see that we now have a new data or a new object in there. So it gives us the title. If you use Django, you need this VS Code extension. Once we click on it, we have all the details. We have the user that owns it, the YouTube title, the link, which is the URL, and then the whole generated content, which is the whole blog post or article that was created. This is nice. But now the next thing that we want to do is to basically show the user all of the article that they have generated. So right now we just have it saved in our database, but a user, there's no way a user can just come here and then see all of the previously generated articles. Now we're going to do that. Now let's go ahead and allow a user to see a list of all the blog articles that they have created. For us to do this, I need to come into URLs and I need to create one URL. So right here, I'm just going to copy and paste this actually. And I'm going to make this blog list. I'm just going to copy all of this. And I'm going to have it here as blog list. And I'm going to just paste this also as blog list. Now in views, I'm going to come all the way to the bottom. And for now, I could just actually make all of this small because we don't really need that. I'm minimizing all of that. And right here, I'm just going to say blog list. And it's going to take a request. For now, I'm going to pass. Let me just reduce this and this. If I open this up and come into template, so we have an HTML file named all blogs. So we're going to return that. Return render requests all blogs. That's HTML. Now if we go here and we come to slash blog list, good, we can now see this particular page. But instead of just this static data, we want to actually get the data from our database. Now for us to do this, we're going to come into views.py, and in here what we just need to do is to say that we're going to create a new variable and say blog underscore articles is equals to blog post dot object dot filter. So we're going to get all of the database from this blog post, but we're going to filter it to only the one where the user is equals to the currently logged in user, which is request.user. And then we're going to render that particular blog article to the HTML page. So right here, we're just going to do blog articles. So that is going to work. That is basically what we need for this. But the last thing we need to do, because if I come here and hit refresh, it doesn't make any change. As you're going to see, nothing changed. Because the last thing we need to do is to come in to all blogs, and right here where we have after all blog posts, where we have after this, so this is basically the div tag that takes care of this particular border right here. So I'm just going to remove one of it first of all. When I remove one of this, should just have one. And now I'm going to loop through this the amount of times that we have in here. So in here that we have in here, so this blog article is basically a list. It's like a list of all the data objects from our blog post database, with the one where the user is equals to the currently logged in user. So now I'm going to loop through that list by saying for article in blog articles, and in here just after this div tag I'm going to say end for. I'm going to save it. Right here, if I hit refresh, it's not going to make any change because it's just one. So actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to come here back to the home page. So I'm just going to come here and get rid of all of this. I'm going to come back to my YouTube channel once again. I'm going to open that up, and in here I'm just going to take one of the videos here. I'm just going to share and copy, and I'm going to paste this and generate. So what I want to do now is I want to generate another article from that YouTube video, and I'm generating that article just to show you something. So I want to show you how it basically shows all of the articles we've generated. Even if it's more than one, it's going to show you them in like a list format, and we'll be able to click on any one of those articles and see the details of each of those articles. So that's why I'm generating more than one, just so I can show you. Now let's come back in here and open up media and see if it downloaded that. As you can see, it has downloaded the audio file. That means it is working. So we're just going to give it a few seconds for it to actually generate the article. Good. So now the article has been generated, and hopefully it should have been saved into our database. So what I'm going to do now is to basically go back to blog post. Now if I hit refresh, you're going to see that I have two blog posts now. That is because I've already generated two articles, but it doesn't show me the detail. That is because I haven't specified the detail here. So for the blog title, what I just need to do is to say article. So I'm going to get rid of all of this. Article.youtube underscore title, which I got from here. So article.youtube title. And then the next thing I'm going to do is to say, I'm going to copy all of this, and this is the content. So from the content, I want to show, like, let's say like 10 words from the content, the first 10 words, just to show you here like a spinet. I'm going to paste that in there, and I'm going to say dot generated content. But instead of showing all of the content, I'm just going to show, let's say, to the first 80 characters, for example. I'm going to say truncate characters 80. So it's going to truncate or cut it off after the first 80 characters. I'm going to save this and hit refresh, and let's see what it does. So it says if you use Django, this is the first one we created, and then it truncates it, and the second one it truncates it. And next thing I'm going to do is to make sure that it shows this in the order where it shows the most latest article that I created first, because as you can see, this was the first I created, this was the second. If it keeps going like this, it's just gonna as a new one is coming, it's going to keep adding to the bottom of the list. That's not what we want. I want the most recent one to be at the top. So this is very easy. When we're using our for loop, we're just going to say for article in blog articles reversed. So once you say reverse, you're just going to reverse that particular list, and that is going to do the work for you. So as you can see now, it shows the most recent one first. Now this is working, but the next thing I want to do is that whenever a user clicks on any of this, I want to show details of that particular page. Sorry, of that particular article. So once I click on any of this article, I want it to take me to a unique page and show me all the full details of this particular blog article. Now we're going to go into URLs, and in URLs, we are going to create a new URL. Now this new URL we're going to create is going to show the details of a particular blog article. So we're going to say blog details. I'm just going to copy this, paste this here, and also for blog list, paste that there. This should be underscore. Now the only different thing is that in here I'm going to use this. I'm going to have int. So I'm going to be using a dynamic URL. That is what it's called. I'm going to save this. And what this is doing is just saying that we can't just come to /blog details. So we have to go to /blog details /something. Now this will be the ID of that particular blog article that we are trying to view. For example, we want it to be under the same URL, but the details of that page is going to be different regarding the ID. So once I click on this, because it's going to have a different ID, it's going to take me to the same URL, but different details. Same thing for this. And I'm going to show you how we do that right now. So what we just need to do is to come back in here. We're going to go into views. So we're going to create dev blog details. And on here, we're just going to take a request. And now what we're going to do is to say blog article detail equals to blog post dot objects, this time around dot get. I want to get the one where the ID is equals to pk. So what we're going to do is that in here, once a user clicked on this, we're going to take them to blog details /ID of that particular blog post. So we're going to get the ID of that particular blog post and bring them here. Then that is going to be saved in a variable named pk, and then that is going to be passed into these blog details views. And we're just going to say we're going to get the details by saying blog post.object.get the particular object where the ID is equals to pk. Remember, pk is the ID passed in the URLs. Now that we have that particular one, the next thing we're going to do, well, first of all, it says this is not seen. We have to say pk right here. So we have to add that we are requesting for a variable named pk. And the next thing to do is to say if request.user. So I want to first make sure that the user that is currently logged in is the owner of that particular blog article. So we don't want someone else viewing another person's article just because they have the ID. So we're going to say if request.user, that means if the currently logged in user is equals to blog article detail dot user. So if it's the same person, then we want to return render request, and then we are going to render blog details.html. So blog details.html, and then we're going to send this blog article detail right here into the HTML. So that's what we are doing. But if the user is not the owner of that email, so else, sorry, if the user is not the owner of that article, we're just going to redirect the user back to the home page. Good. Now this is what we need. This should be working. The next thing that we want to do is to come into all blogs, and in all blogs we basically want to have like an A tag. So if I come in here, I'm going to say A, and I'm going to end that tag right here. So we want to make this clickable. This particular, each of these want to make it clickable, and we're going to use an A tag for this. I just tab and this, and what we're just going to do is to say slash blog details. Remember we created blog details right here, so slash blog details slash the ID. So that is under all blogs, slash the ID in this situation is going to be article.id. Nice. So this is basically what we need. Now if I hit save that and I come back here and hit refresh, now I'm going to click on one and it's going to take me to another page. This is what it shows. In a bit we're going to show all the details we need, but if I come here, you're going to see it gives me the ID, which is 2. If I go back and click on this page, it gives me the ID, which is 1. So it's the same page, the same template, everything, but we're using a dynamic URL. Now what we're just going to do now, the last thing to do is to come into, so I'm just going to expand this and go into blog details. So now we're going to come into blog details, and then we're actually going to showcase everything that we passed from here, which is blog article detail. So right here in blog details, what we're just going to do is to come down, and right here where we have, we're just going to click on one, and then the first thing that we want to change is the blog post title. So right here where we have blog post title, I'm just going to delete that, and in here I want to have blog article detail dot YouTube title. And for the content, it's going to be the same thing, but I want to have the whole content showing. So just going to copy that and paste that in here. Going to models, click on generated content, copy that and paste that in there. The next thing that I'm going to do, let me copy this. Actually what I need is this for the YouTube title. So this is going to be the title associated. I'm just going to paste that straight away. And then for the link, it's going to be, so right here we're going to have this link. I'm just going to paste this, and then for the models, I'm going to come into YouTube link. I'm just going to change YouTube title to YouTube link. And then the next thing we want to do is that whenever a user clicks on that link, we want to actually take them to that particular URL for that video. So we're going to copy this and paste this in here. Now let's see how this works. If we hit refresh, you can now see that it tells me the title, shows me the article, the same thing, the title right here, and then the link, so we can actually click on this video to go watch that particular video. Click on the link and then we'll watch the video. So now if I go back right here, I could click on anyone and then it's going to show me all the details of that one. So if I click on this, that works successfully. So now everything is basically working, but the last thing I want to do is to take care of this navbar, because on the navbar I can't really go back anywhere. I have to be using this. I'm just going to come in here and we're going to start from here. So right here, the first thing we want to do is to just have the welcome, and then we want to have, so I'm just going to come here and do this. So we're going to have the one for welcome, and then we're going to have the one that basically allows us to view all the saved blog posts. So I'm just going to copy this div tag and paste it everywhere. Save this in all blogs. I'm going to come here and then paste that in there, and also in index.html that needs to be pasted. I'm just going to come here and then paste that in here. So now if I come here and hit refresh, let's say I'm on one of this, I could then go to save blog posts and then it brings me here, and that is basically what we want. So right now everything is working perfectly fine with our application. So let me go back to the home page. Right here everything is working. I could put a link and click generate. It's going to generate that for me, and then once I click on save blog post, I'm going to see all of the blog posts I have saved from the most latest, and if I click on one, I'm going to see details of that particular blog post. So everything is now working fine. Now we're going to go ahead to deploy this application of ours to the web. The first thing we need to do is to go into GitHub. I'm going to go into GitHub and I'm just going to create a new repository, and I'm going to call this repository AI article generator. Let's say AI blog article generator, and then I'm going to leave this public and everything is going to be as it is. I'm just going to create repository. Now I'm just going to copy all of this command and I'm just going to come up in here. Let me just cut out of this server and I'm going to paste all of that command in here. So right here it gives us an error, and this is because we didn't do git add. So what I'm just going to do is to say git init, git add, and now I'm going to say git commit. I just want to make sure we're adding everything we need. Good. And now we can say git branch this, git branch to the main, and this, and then now we can push it. Just gonna push it, and we're gonna give that a bit of a few seconds just to do that, and this normally doesn't take a long time. And once you come in here, once you open this up in another tab, it should, okay, it hasn't yet deployed successfully. Cool. So now it says that as done. Now if I come here and hit refresh, you are now gonna see that we have all of that in this particular page right here. Now that this is done, the next thing that we're going to do is to now actually deploy this application onto the web. So we're going to deploy this application using a platform called Zit. So I'm going to open up that platform right now. So it's called Zit. So zit.co. That's where you need to go to. And I'm just going to log in. So this allows us to deploy any application, not just Django applications, basically any application they support it. I'm just going to log in with GitHub. You can log in with Google or whatever you want to, and it automatically uses my GitHub to log in. And now let's just go get started with deploying our application. It's very easy, and what we're just going to say is I've got my own. I'm going to say deploy my own repo, and what would I like to deploy, and I'm just going to leave this as it is. So for now, these are the most popular right here. So we're just going to click on AWS Lambda, and under that, now what we're going to do is to come into GitHub and we're going to select this AI blog article generator, and now it asks us to link our AWS account. So my AWS account is on my Chrome, so I'm just going to quickly switch to Chrome. And now what I'm just going to do is to click on connect, and then it's going to try to connect to my AWS account. And right here I'm just going to click on AWS, and it's going to ask for my account ID. So to get your account ID, you need to log in, and then you need to come to the top right corner and copy that account ID. We're just going to make sure that we copy it, and you're going to come back in here and paste in that account ID and click on add. Now it says it has been added. What we just need to do now is to authorize. I'm going to click on that button to authorize, and we're just going to wait for it to load up. I'm going to make sure that everything loads successfully, and then it's going to basically show us this button that says create stack. So we're going to wait for that button to show up before we do anything. Good. So now we're going to come down. I'm going to say I acknowledge this, and then I'm going to create stack. So it says create in progress. Well, we're going to come back here and see. So it's authorizing. Now as you can see, it says create complete. We're going to come back here, and good, it says connected, yes. So now this works perfectly fine. I can come back here now, and if I hit refresh, it should show me that my AWS account is connected. So I'm just going to hit refresh. I'm going to click on this blog again, and I'm going to now click on continue. And now build template, we're just going to click on Django right here, and then we're going to leave all of this as it is, and then right here, what we're just gonna do, we don't need this and we don't need this. But for networking, the port is 8000, so we're going to change the port from 3000 to 8000, and we don't need anything here, so we're going to click on continue. And new name, we're just going to say Tommy Tucker. Let's just give this sandbox, and now we can say deploy. Now this is going to take a few minutes to deploy, and it's going to take us to this page. It's going to tell us that build pending and everything, and right here you're going to be able to see what is going on in real time. And when everything is done, I'm going to come back. Now as you can see, it says that the build was failed, and the reason why is because it couldn't see a requirement.txt file, so we need to go ahead and change that. So right here in our code, what we need to do now is to come here and then do pip freeze requirement.txt. So once we do that, if I come here, we should now have a requirement.txt file, and then what I'm just gonna do is to then take this into or update this into our repository. Now what I'm just gonna do is, after git init, git add, and then commit second. Good, one file changed. And then after committing, branch. We technically don't need to do some of the things again, but let's just do it. Already exists, and now we can push, and that should be done. Now if we come back here, it's gonna start building again. So once again, that is gonna take a few minutes, and once we're done, I'm gonna be back. Now this says it has deployed successfully. So as you can see, it says your project is successfully deployed. Now it's going to take me to the overview page. So here I can see all the details of my project. What I'm going to do is to just click on this particular endpoint. So this is the URL where my project is hosted. You can add your own specific domain, but for this video we're not going to be doing that. So as I open it, you can see that our project successfully loaded. So we've successfully built this application and also deployed it to the web. So that's going to be all for this tutorial. Thank you very much for watching, and I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you got value out of watching this tutorial, and if you did, please don't forget to click on the like button and subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. Hi guys, welcome to this video. In this video, we're going to be building a full Netflix clone using Django. So we're going to start from scratch, and we're going to be using Python and Django to build out this application that you see on the screen. So this is a Netflix clone. It basically have all the main functionalities that a Netflix site should have, and I'm going to show you how to build all of this in this tutorial. And at the end of this video, I'm going to show you how to deploy this Netflix clone onto the web using a platform called Flow. So this is the platform right here. You can go to flow.com to check out the platform. So we're going to use it to deploy our application onto the web, and we're also going to use Flow to deploy the Postgres database that we're going to be using in this tutorial. So in this tutorial, we're going to be using Django, and we're also going to be using Postgres for the database. And for that database, we're going to be using Flow to deploy that database, and we're going to connect that to our Netflix clone. So Flow basically allows us to easily deploy our applications and also deploy databases very quickly. So there'll be a link in the description where you can check Flow out, and make sure you sign up and have an account so you can follow along with this tutorial. And having that said, let me just show you what we're going to be building. So this is Netflix clone right here that we're going to be building. It has all the main functionalities. So if I log out right now, you're going to see it redirects me to this login page, and there's also a sign up page. I'm just going to log in right now, and once I click on login, just say not now, it's going to log me in and it's going to take me to the home page. So as you can see right here, it takes me to the home page, and I can browse a bunch of films in here, and I can click on this and it's going to show me details of this movie. So it's going to show me the name, the year it came out, the length of the movie, and I can also click to play. So if I click on play, you're going to see right here, it's going to take me to the page to play. So we just input, or we just fixed like this basic video right here, but this is not the video you're actually going to be using if you're building this out. But just to make things simple, we put this basic page right here. Now if you go back And let's say I click on Breaking Bad. Now I could add Breaking Bad to list, and you're going to see that this is going to be added to the list, to my list, and it's going to say added. Now that Breaking Bad is added to my list, if I go to my list right here, it shows all the list of the films that I have on my application. And if I go back home and I click on, let's say, the Breaking Bad again, and I try to add that to my list, so if I try to add this to my list, it's going to tell me that this movie is already in my list, so I can't really add this again. So movie already in list. Now all of this is being done without the page refreshing. Now there are also more functionalities that we're going to be talking about. We have the search functionality, we have genres, and more that we're going to be talking about. We have the features section, and that's everything we're going to be doing in this video. So without wasting any time, let's get started with this course. Now the first thing we are going to do is to create a new Django project. So I'm going to go into a folder on my document, and I'm going to create a Django project in that folder. So what I'm just going to do is to say cd documents. Right now I am just in the root directory of my computer, but now I have gone into documents, and I'm going to go into a folder named projects. And in this project I'm going to say mkdir, and I'm going to create Netflix, and I'm going to cd into Netflix. Now if I press ls, this is going to be blank, and let me just clear this to let everything look neat. Now the next thing I'm going to do is to now create a new Django project in this folder. So I'm going to say Django-admin start project Netflix. I'm just going to say something like Netflix site. I'm going to say ls, and now I can cd into Netflix site. If I press ls, now you can see that we have the manage.py. This means that a Django project has been created successfully, and we have Netflix site. Now the next thing I'm going to do before I move forward is to just create a Django app right here. So I'm going to say python 3 manage.py start app. I'm going to name it core. And if I press ls, you can see right here that core is there. Now what I'm just going to do is to open up this particular project now in VS Code. So if I swipe right, this is my VS Code right here, and I'm just going to open up a new project. So just say open folder, and right here in open folder I'm just going to navigate to where it is, and I'm just going to go into my projects, Netflix, and Netflix site. Now once I open this, it's going to pop up a new window. I'm just going to close this. Now as you can see, a new window has been popped up, and the project that we just created is right here. We can see every single thing right here. So I'm hoping that you have a basic knowledge of Django for you to follow along with this tutorial. But if you don't worry, I'm going to take you through everything that we're going to be doing in this tutorial. Now the next thing that we're just going to do is to basically just set up the static and template files. So right here, what I'm just going to do is to create a new folder. Or before I do this, let's just make sure that this application is successfully running. So I'm going to bring up a new terminal. So right here, I'm going to bring up a new terminal. I'm going to say python 3 manage.py run server. So this is the command used in Django to run your application to see what you're actually building. Now this says you have 18 unapplied migrations. Your project may not work properly until you migrate for apps. That means until you migrate all of this app. Now it's saying we should run this command to migrate them. Don't worry about this. We're going to take care of this later in this video. So don't worry about all these migrations right now. This is where it's going. This is going to come into play when we are dealing with databases. So don't worry about this for now. And I'm just going to close this right here. And what I'm going to do is to come here on my browser, and I'm just going to open up this. So once you go into 127.0.0.1 with the port of 8000, this link or this basic URL right here is going to open up the Django project that you're building. In this case, this is what we are building. So as you can see, it says the install worked successfully. Now this just means that the Django project that we created right here has been successful, and it's just showing us the default Django template. But now we don't want it to show us this. What we want is our own front end, our own design. Now what we're just going to do is to set that up, and we're going to change it from showing this to our own Netflix design. I'm just going to come back here, and then what I'm going to do is to create a new we're going to create a new directory. We're going to name it templates. We're going to create another directory, and we're going to name it static. And now this is a file. We don't need a file, so we're just going to go ahead and delete this file. We're going to move this to trash, and the next thing we want to do is to create a new directory and name it static. Now right here in template, I'm just going to bring in some files that we're going to be needing. So I'm just going to come here, and what we're just going to do is to copy all of these files. So these are the files that I've created for this particular Netflix clone. So all of these are just the HTML files, and if we open up assets, we have the CSS files. So I'm just going to copy all of this right here, and I'm going to swipe it and go into VS Code. So we're just going to go and open right here in VS Code. Let's just make sure that is working, and nope, that didn't work. So what we're just going to do is to use like a shortcut. So I'm just going to drag my VS Code right here, and right now, since it's beside this finder, I could just easily copy and paste. I'm just going to drag it, and now that it's here, now what we can just do is to paste it right here under templates. So as you can see, everything now has been pasted on that template. We copied it from here and pasted it on that template. Now what we can do is that when a user tries to visit this home page, we can just say we want to show this index.html file, or let's say we want to show login.html file. We're going to go ahead and do that in a bit. But the next thing we want to do is to take care of static. So just the way we added the HTML files, which is going to be the face and the front end of this particular project, we also need the static files, which are the CSS files that is going to be used right here in this project. So let's go ahead and copy that. We're going to do the same thing, and then we're just going to take that, and then we're going to copy that. So we're just going to make sure this works right here. Okay, let's make sure that works. So we're just going to do that again. So we do this, copy it. Yes, that has been done, and paste. So now this is done successfully. Now the next thing is just that now Django basically knows where to find all of these template files. I mean, till now it doesn't really know where to find it, but this is the first step in telling Django where to actually find all of these files. Now what we need to do is to go into, just gonna collapse this. I'm gonna go into Netflix site, and once you come into the main project, we're going to come into settings.py. Before we move forward, let me explain something. So remember when we created this Django project, we also created an app. So the name of the project is Netflix site, but the app is core. So once you're creating a Django project, you need at least one app under that project. So think of a project as the main application or the main project, the main website that you're building, and think of an app as like a subset or like a subsection of that whole project. So for example, think of facebook.com as the project, as the main project of that website, and then think of, let's say, messages under Facebook as one app. So it's a section of the Facebook platform. So that is the difference between a Django app and a Django project. But for most apps or most projects that you're going to work on with Django, you mainly need one or two apps. But most of the time, as I said, you need one or two apps. But sometimes, depending on how large your project is, of course, you might need more than that. But for this particular project, we're just going to be using one app, and that app is core. Now, the next thing that we're going to do right here in settings. So settings is in the project directory, which is Netflix site. And what we just need to do is to first import OS. So what we're doing right now is we've created these files where we've stored the template file and the static files, but we want to tell Django that whenever we're trying to call these template files, Django should go into this template folder to look for those template files. So let's say we want to return, a user comes to the home page and we want to return index.html. We need to tell Django that you need to look for that index.html file in the template folder. Now let's do that. Right here in settings, we have to scroll down to where we see templates and where we see theirs. So right here in theirs, what we just need to do is to say base there. Now what this base there is saying is, base there just basically means the root directory. Now the root directory of a Django project is the directory that has this manage.py file. So where you see this manage.py file, that is the root directory of that project. So now we're saying in the root directory, go into template folder. So that is what we're saying. So whenever a user tries to come access a template, the directory should be the templates folder in the base directory, which is this particular directory, and that's where it can look for the template files. Now the second thing is the static. As I said, static is very important because once we write this index.html or whatever HTML, we need the CSS file to actually style it so it can look nice, and that is where the static files come in. We also need to tell Django where to look for these static files. For us to do this, we're going to scroll down similarly to what we did in templates. So as you can see, automatically Django has this variable named static URL because automatically it knows we should use static. But the next thing we're going to do is to add two particular variables, and I'm going to show you what we are adding. So the first one right here is static files there. Files underscore theirs. Now this is going to be a list. And we're going to say os.path.join base directory static. So now what this is just saying is whenever we try to get a static file, go into the static folder in the base directory or the root directory, which is basically this folder. Now this is a list, so let's just add the comma here to avoid any errors in the future. Now the second thing we need to specify is called static root. We're going to specify it under here. We're going to say static underscore root, and that's going to be equals to os.path.join, and then we're going to say base there static files. So you don't really need to worry about what this does for now. We're going to talk about it at the end of this tutorial when we're actually deploying this project to the web. So this is used for when we put our project to production, so when we are deploying it. So we're going to run a command called collect static, and it's going to move all of these static files to another folder named static files. So for now, just write this, but don't really worry about its functionality. So now that we have all of this done, the next thing we can now do is to just get started with actually setting up the URLs. So now instead of a user coming to this particular page, we want a user to be able to go into this index.html page that we already created right here. Now to set up URLs, we can close up this settings.py file, and we're going to come into the app, which is core, and we're going to create a new file named urls.py. Now in these URLs, we're going to say from django.urls import path, and in here we'll say URL patterns equals to, and now we're going to say path blank views dot index name equals index. I'm just going to explain what all of this does. So we're just importing the path from URLs, from django.urls to be specific. So this path basically allows us to create a new URL. Now in a URL in Django is basically every single page. So this home page is a URL. If we have, let's say, this /login, this is another URL, login. So that is how we specify every single URL in Django. We use this path, and right here, this just means that we're specifying for the home URL. So whenever a user comes to our site, let's say our site is mysite.com. So once they go to www.mysite.com, this specifies what should be done. If we wanted to specify for what should be done when a user goes to the login page, then we just write in here login. But that is not what we are doing right here. So I'm just gonna undo that. And now it's saying views.index. So what this is saying is that when a user tries to come into the home page, go into the views file and then look for a function named index. Right now we don't really have a function named index, so we're just gonna leave that blank for now. We're gonna come back to that. But what we can just do is to now write def, or we could just say index, should take a request, and for now we could just pass. So this is what we can do. Just create a new function that passes, and now we have an index function right here. But you can see it still gives us an error. This is because we are trying to use this views file, but we haven't imported it. So what we need to do is to say from dot import views. So now that should work. And this name is basically just the name of this URL right here. So that is what that does. Now everything should work. Not yet. The next thing we need to do is to specify what should actually be done when a user tries to come into this home URL. So right here, we're just going to return. So when a user tries to come to this home URL, we want to showcase this index.html file. So we'll say return render, and then we'll say request. It's going to take a request, and we're requesting for the index.html file. Now, because we already specified in the settings, Django now knows where to look for template files like this. So now that we say we are rendering an HTML file, it automatically knows that it's going to have to come into templates folder to look for that file. Now the next thing we want to do is to test this out, and you're going to see that it doesn't work yet. So we're just going to go to the home page like this. As you can see, it doesn't work yet. It still shows us the initial Django template. Now this is because we were specifying all these URLs right here in our app. But as I said, the app is just like a subset or a subsection of the main project. So we also need to tell the main project where to look for, files, or what to do when a user comes to the home page. Now what we are going to do is to kind of like copy this URL that we already specified here, so we don't need to rewrite it in the project URLs. So I'm just going to come into the project folder, Netflix site, and I'm going to go into urls.py, and I'm going to import something named include. And what this is just going to do is that we're going to say path. We're specifying a new path for the home page, and now we are saying include core.urls. Now let me explain quickly what this does. This is just saying that when a user tries to come to the home page, this include means go into core.urls. So core is this particular folder or this particular app. Then go into the URLs file and then look for the same URL, which is the home page. Now it's going to come into core.url and it's going to look for the same URL, which is the home page. Whatever is being done here or rendered here is what is now going to be done. Now let me just come back in here and hit refresh. So as you can see, this now works successfully. Everything is working fine. So as you can see, this shows all the styling except one problem. So once we click on one of these, nothing actually happens, and all of the modal that was created in this HTML page is just showing on the bottom. This is not what we want. Now this is because we have linked the template files, and now Django knows what to output when we try to go to the home page. But for the style, we haven't actually connected the style to this particular index.html page. I'm going to show you what I mean. So right here, we could just close up this, and I'm going to collapse this and collapse this. And in templates folder, I'm going to come into index.html. And right here, what we are saying is that we are using certain files like assets/style.css So this asset slash style.css is basically what we have in here. So we have login css, the profile.css, style.css. So there's a mistake we actually made. All of our styling are not just in the static file, they are meant to be in a folder named assets, and this asset is meant to be under the static folder. So what I'm going to do is to first create a new folder named assets. So we're just going to say assets like that. So it should be that. And now I'm going to kind of like move all of this in here. So this should be in here. Move, and then we're going to move the last one in there. Now, if I now come back in here, so I'm just going to open up index.html again. So now, as you can see, it just says go into assets slash style.css, but this is not actually how Django links CSS files or any static file to HTML file. What you need to do is to add something called or something known as the static tag. So the first thing you need to do is to come to the top of the file and then say we're going to do this. So you're going to add 2 curly braces and then 2 percentage tags like this, and then you're going to say load static. So what we're just saying is we want to load all the static files so we can access them right here in this HTML page right here. So this works fine. Now the next thing we're going to have to do is to, every single time where we are linking a particular static file, like for instance in this case we are linking style.css, we have to add this syntax right here. So just right before we link it, we're going to say curly braces percentage static, then we're going to have this, and then we're going to have to close it right here and like this. So we basically have to do this for every single time we are using a static file. So as you might already guess, this is going to be a pain and this is going to be a long process. There actually is a VS Code extension that allows you to just simplify this process, because imagine you have, like, let's say something like 100 CSS files, and we have to manually do or type all of this to all of those CSS files that you're linking. Of course, that is going to be a long process. Now, as I said, there is a VS Code extension, and I'm going to show you how that VS Code extension works quickly. So I'm just going to remove what we put right here. I'm going to save this, and now what I'm just going to do is to say Command Shift P, and this is going to open my command palette. Before I even show you this, let me come into my extensions right here, and I'm just going to open up that particular extension I'm talking about. So it's called Auto Django right here. This is the extension, and what it just does is that it basically automates that process of linking static files in Django. So once you install it, what you just need to do is to come here and press Command Shift P to open up your command palette, and you're going to type Auto Django, and you're going to see that Auto Django come out, and you're going to click enter. Now as you can see, it says static tags have now been added. Please drop a review. Now if you now come here, you can see that the tags was automatically added every single time we require a CSS file. So if you scroll down, I think that is the only time where we require a CSS file in here. So that's why we only have it in that case. But imagine you have, and in another file that we're going to be dealing with, I think we're going to have more than one. So you're going to see how that comes very helpful in linking static files with your HTML file. So now let's see and let's save. And what we're just going to do is to come back in here. Now hit refresh. As you can see, it ends here. If I click on this, now it comes up with this, which is very good. So this is what we basically need, and this is what we want. Now the last thing that we're going to do in this section is that we are going to just complete all of the whole links. So if I open up this and come back in here, so we have login, movie, profile, we have all of this. Now what we're just going to do is that right here in the, so I'm just going to come into URLs. So right here in course.urls, what we're going to do is to just write some links for, for example, the login page, sign up page, and all of that. So what we're just going to do is to come here and say, say path, login, views.login, and name, equals login. We're going to do the same for sign up path, sign up, and we're going to say views dot sign up, and then we're going to give it a name of sign up, and now we can just save this. Now as you can see, this is basically what we need, and then we're just going to come into the views, and then what we're going to do in views is that we're going to create a new function for both login and sign up as we specified here, and we're just going to return that page. So I'm going to come back to views, and right here I'm just going to say def login request, and now we're just going to say return render request, and we're going to say login.html. Now Django knows that it's going to have to come into template folder and look for login.html. We're going to do the exact same thing for sign up. So we're going to say sign up request return render, so let's spell that correctly, and then request, and right here we're just going to say sign up.html. So this is what we need. Now if we come back in here and we hit refresh, and let's say we go to /login, boom, as you can see login shows. And if I come to sign up, okay, this says it's not working. We're going to take care of that later. But now if we change this to sign up, as you can see sign up shows. But of course the static files or the CSS file hasn't been reflected, and this is because, as I said, we haven't done what we need to do. So I'm just going to quickly do that now. The first thing I'm going to do is to just copy this load static right here, and in login I'm just going to paste it on top, and then in sign up I'm also just going to paste it on top. And now that doesn't solve the problem completely, it just allows us to start solving the problem. The next thing we need to do is to just run command shift P auto Django. Now the static tags will have been added. If you come here you can see the change. We're going to save that. And for sign up also, if you come here you can see there's no static tag. Once we do command shift P and hit say auto Django and hit enter, you can now see that the static tags has been added everywhere we need it. If I now come back in here and hit refresh, you're going to see the difference. You can now see that we have a very good looking sign up page where we can do everything we want by signing up. And now we're also going to get a login page, which is a very nice looking login page also, where we can get what we want. Now we're going to be creating a database for our application, and we're going to be using Flow to create a Postgres database that we're going to connect to our application. So Flow right here, as you can see, is a platform, is a cloud platform that allows us to deploy backend applications and databases very quickly. So it basically allows us to deploy our application and also allows us to deploy databases. So we're going to be using their database feature to create a Postgres database, and we're going to connect that database right here in our application. And at the end of this course also, we're going to be using Flow to deploy this application onto the web. So I'm going to show you how to do both of those things using Flow. So it's actually quite easy and simple to use Flow. What you need to do is to go to flow.com, as you can see right here. There will also be a link in the description below where you can just click and you go there. So go to flow.com, and it's spelled FL0. So flow with a 0. So FL0.com, and then just get started. So once you click on get started, it's going to take you to a page where you're going to sign up. But I already have an account, so what you need to do for me is to just log in. So you can either decide to log in with Google, GitHub, or just normal email address. So what I'm going to do is, I already have an account created with my GitHub, so I'm just going to continue with GitHub and log in with GitHub. So it's going to log me in with my GitHub right now. Let's just give that a second, and we should see that logged in right now. So as you can see, I am logged in. This is what you should see when you first create a new Flow account. And now it's going to tell you to create a new workspace. So now let's just say something like Tommy workspace. and then we can create that workspace. Now this is going to create very quickly. As you can see, the workspace has been created. Now, as I said, the first thing we want to do is to create a database. So I'm just going to click on new project, and I'm just going to call this something like Netflix project, and I'm going to create the new project. So in my workspace, you're going to have to create a project. Now that project, you can do whatever. You can create a Postgres database, you can deploy the application. So everything regarding this Netflix application that we're building is going to be deployed, or is going to be deployed right here in this project. So the database is going to be deployed here, and the actual application is also going to be deployed here. So for now, let's click on create a Postgres database, and let's just leave it as database. So it says give your database a name. We're just going to say database, and then we can just create database. So we're just going to wait for that to create, and that shouldn't take a long time. So let's see. Let it load up. As you can see, that has created successfully. That was actually quite quick and fast compared to other database platforms. So now what you need to do, we already have this created. What I'm just going to do is now to connect this Postgres database to this Netflix that we're building right here. And I'm going to show you how to do this right now. So now what you need to do is to come back in here and go into connection info. Now right here in connection info, we have all the details we need to connect to this database. So we're just going to kind of like copy and paste all of this information and then paste them into our settings file. So I'm going to show you how to do that right now. So now let's just go back in here, and then we're going to come into our project. So our project folder is Netflix site, and we're going to go into settings. Now we can close up this so we have more space. Now we're going to scroll up all to where we see this database. Now right here in database, what we're just going to do is to comment this out. We don't need this. This is using the default SQLite that Django uses, but we want to use Postgres because it's better. So now what we're going to do is to say databases equals, we're going to open that, and then we're going to say default. Then we're going to open that. Now we're going to have a dictionary, and we're going to say engine. Now if you could see, the engine that was being used there was SQLite 3, but now we're going to change that engine to Django DB. So we're going to say Django .db .backend .postgres QL underscore psycopg. So it's PSYCOPG 2. Now this is how we specify the engine being used. Now before we move forward, I have to say you have to have two things installed before you can actually use or connect Postgres to your Django application in general. So I'm going to open up this terminal and show you what you need. Let me just create a new terminal, and you need to have something called psycop2 installed. So you're going to say pip3 install psycop2. Now sometimes when you try to install this, it does pop up an error. If you try to install it and it gives you an error, just install psycop2 binary. Now any one of these two will work as long as you have any one of them installed. Now I already have both of them installed, to be honest, so I don't really need to install that. Now the second thing you need to install is Pillow. So Pillow is going to allow us to be able to use like images, videos, and all of that in this our database. So just make sure you have those two things installed. Once you have them installed, you can move forward with what we are doing. So I'm going to close this, and now the next thing is to specify the name of that database. We're going to leave it blank for now. Come back to it, and the next one will be the user. Again, we're going to leave it blank. We'll come back to it, and let's just make sure we're having the right thing. This should be a comma, not a semicolon. This is Python, not JavaScript. And password blank again, and host blank again, and port I mean, we don't really need to leave the port blank. We already know what the port is going to be. So most of the time the port is 5432. Now let's go and get all of this information. So we start from the name. So the name right here, as you can see, is database name. We're just going to copy that. This is it, database name. And then we're going to come in here and paste this. And then the user, so the user right here is just this, which is flow user. We're going to copy that and then we're going to paste it in user, which is what we want. And then the next thing is password. This is the password. We're just going to copy the password and then we're going to basically paste that password. And then the last thing is the host. So the host right here, this is the host we want. And then we're just going to copy that and paste that host in here. Now this is basically all you need to connect this your database, this Postgres database, to this application right here. So we've done that successfully. We can now save this file and close it. So we've successfully connected this database to our application. Now the next thing we want to do is to now migrate everything from this our application into the database. So remember when we were creating this database right here. So if I come back, remember when we were running this project and it says you have 18 unapplied migrations. So this is because Django automatically gives us some database tables like admin, authentication, sessions, just so we don't have to do all this manually. But it expects us to migrate all of that into whatever database we're going to be using. The reason why I didn't migrate it earlier was because automatically or initially as default, Django uses SQLite, and that is why if I had migrated it, we're migrating it to SQLite. But now that we've connected the actual database we want to use, let's migrate all of that right now. So to do that, I'm just going to say python 3 manage.py. We could say make migrations first, although there's really nothing to change. So it's going to say nothing detected. So no changes detected. And now we're just going to say python 3 manage.py migrate. Now this is going to migrate that into our Postgres database. Let me just make this a little bit bigger. As you can see that it's being migrated. It's just going to take a few seconds because this is the first time. So it says auth migrated, okay. Admin, okay. So the 3 admins have been migrated, okay. And so auth for the permission, the email, username, everything is being migrated. And let's just give it a second. Now sessions is starting to migrate. That is done, and it should be done any second from now. So let's give it a moment. Done. So as you can see, everything has been migrated successfully. Now this database that we created is connected to our project. So now we can move forward with other aspects of this project. But how do we even know that this database is connected? So we can verify this by doing 2 things. The first thing we can do is to create a new data and then check in the database that when we created the data is actually showing as a table. So we can do that. But how do we even see the database that has been created? So we can either open up pgadmin and then connect this database right here to pgadmin, or we can just use the Django admin panel. So Django gives us a default admin panel that just allows us to see all our tables and all our values. We can basically use that for this. So what we're going to do is to quickly, I'm going to show you how to use that. So right here, I'm just going to create a new private tab. I'm going to say file, new private window, and I'm going to run my project on that window right here. So, okay, it says logout. No, this is not what we want. We want to run /admin. So this is the admin panel right here. This is what Django gives us. And once we log into this admin panel, we will be able to see all the data and all the database tables and everything in our application. But how can we get the credentials to log in here? So this is the admin credential. Not anybody can just log in. We have to create these credentials right here in our terminal. And then the credentials that were generated is what we're going to use to log into the admin panel. Now I'm just going to scroll up, bring this up. Now to create that, what we just need to do is to say python 3 manage.py. create super user. That is going to do that for us. And now we can just say admin as the, we're going to say admin as the username. We're going to leave the email blank, and then we're going to give it a password. And it says the password is too similar and too short. I'm just going to bypass that by saying Y. And that has been created successfully. I can close this. Now I can come here, hit refresh, and then I can use those details I just created to log in. So let's just make sure we're inputting the right thing and click on login. Now once we click on login, it should log us into the application. Good. So as you can see, it says welcome admin because we just created our admin details. Now if you come into users, you're going to see that we actually have a table. So these are two tables that were migrated into the Postgres database. Now this is basically how we are viewing the data in that Postgres database. So we have a table named users, and on here we have one data, which is one user, which is the admin that we just created. So when we actually take care of authentication, logging in and signing up on our website, you're going to see how when a user signs up, all the details are going to be stored right here. Now we are going to take care of user authentication on this website. So we're going to allow a user to sign up and log into the website. This is actually very straightforward, so I'm just going to walk you through all the steps to just follow along. And the first thing we want to do is to take care of the sign up page. So when a user wants to sign up to our website, we want them to be able to go to the sign up link, and we want this HTML page right here to be rendered. So let's do that. So right here in views, we already have the sign up page, and when they go to /signup, signup.html is rendered. So now what we need to do is to create a form here. So if I come down here, as you can see, we have this form. It collects email address, username, password, repeat password, and it has a button that clicks on get started. So what we're just going to do now is to say action. Now action, I'm going to leave it blank. Now when we leave action blank, this means that when a user clicks on submit, we want this particular, all the details that the user input in here to be sent back to this page. So it's going to be sent back to this sign up page. Then we're going to collect all those details and then submit it to the database. So the first thing I want to do is to come in here. We could quit this for now, and then I'm just going to go into the sign up page. So now this is the sign up page we're talking about. Now let's make sure everything is working fine with it. Now what we just need to do is to say method. So for this method, we're going to use post, and you should always use post whenever you're dealing with sensitive data like passwords, emails, and stuff like that. So that's why we are using post. And whenever you're using a post method in Django, you must add CSRF token. So CSRF underscore token. So CSRF stands for cross-site request forgery. It's kind of like an attack that someone can basically make on your application, but this token just prevents it. That's a summary of what this does. Now the next thing we need to do is to make sure that this form, all the inputs has names. So this email, we need to give it a name of email. Now this is kind of like the ID that we're going to be using to get the value that the user inputs in this input tag in our views.py. So if it doesn't have name, there's no way we can collect or refer to this particular input. So let's say a user input the email right here. For us to get the value that the user put in here, we need to refer to the name of that input. That's why it needs to have a name. Now the name for username too, we're just going to leave that as username. And for password, let's just give it password. And for the second password, let's give it a name of password 2. And that is all that we need for the name. Now we can save this now, and when a user comes in here, input all the details and clicks on get started, all of that value is going to be sent right here in. So first of all, it's going to be sent to this sign up page, and since this sign up page is going along with views.signup, it's going to go into views, look for the sign up function, and now we can collect all of those data. Now what we're just going to do, the first thing we're going to do is to say if request. So we need to check the type of request or type of method, that the request method that is being used to access this page. So if I say if request the method is equals to post, then we're going to do something. And what we're going to do is basically collect all details sent. I'm going to comment this out for now. So we're saying that if the request method is equals to post, do this, else we just render it normally. So let me explain what this means. So when I come in here and I just go to my website /sign up, I'm requesting for this page using a get method. I'm not submitting any form, I'm not submitting nothing. I'm just requesting for this page. Automatically it uses a get method. But if I input some data here and then I click on get started, then all those details is going to be sent back to this page. Then I am requesting for this new page, which is the same page, using a post method. So that's why we're saying if the method used to request for this page is a post method, that means some details are being sent to this page. We want to collect all those details, then we're going to do whatever we want with those details. Else, that means if it's just any other method, which is just a get method, just render the sign up page normally. This is what we're doing right here. Now what we're just going to do is to now collect all of those details. So right here where we have, if we come back in here, let's just bring it closer. We have email, username, password, password 2. So we're going to collect all of that. So say email equals to request dot post. So this is how you collect the value. Square brackets, and then you put the name of that input. So this is the name of that input. So this should be the same as these names right here. Now we're going to do the same thing for the username. So username equals to request dot post, and now we're going to collect the username. We're going to do the exact same thing for both passwords. So password equals to request dot post password, and password 2 is equals to request dot post password 2. Now all the values that the user has input in this input field, the values are now stored in these respective variables. So we can access all those values using these variables. We can do anything we want now. We can print them, we can send it back to the user, we can do anything. But now what we just want to do is to check that all of these values are correct. So the first thing we want to do is to check that these both passwords are equal, because the reason why we are asking for the password to be written twice is because we want to make sure that the user knows what they are writing and they are writing the right password. So both of these must be the same. So we're going to check if both of this is the same. If that is true, then we're going to check if the email already exists in our database. Then if that is not true, we're going to check if the username already exists. If it bypasses all of those checks, then we're going to create that user and save that user in our database. But before we go forward, we need to import some stuff. So I'm going to come up here and import a few things. The first thing is redirect. So we're going to use this when we want to redirect a user to another URL from our views right here. The next thing is to import user. So I'm going to say from Django. Before we move forward, let me explain what I'm importing. So I said I'm importing user. Basically what I mean is this user table is what I'm importing right here. So we want to be able to access this user database in our code. So for us to access it, it's a built-in model by Django. So we're going to import it from Django. So .contrib.auth.models and import user. And the next thing we're going to import is auth. So auth just allows us to basically authenticate a user, which means log that user into our platform. The next thing we're going to import is messages. So say from Django.contrib, and you're going to see when we use all of this right now. Import messages. So for these messages, let's say, remember when I said we're going to check that if the password is same, if the email exists. Let's say the password is not the same and we want to send back an error to that user saying, yo, your password is incorrect. That's where we use messages. So we use messages to actually send back those responses. And now that's what we need for now. So let's just come back in here and actually do the sign up. So to move forward, what we're now going to do, as I said, we're first going to check if the password is same. So we say if password is equals to password 2. So if they are the same, then we want to continue. But if they are not the same, then we want to send a message. So say messages.info. This is how you send a message back to the HTML page, to the front end. Request. And now we type in the message, password not matching. So what we're just saying is if password is same, then we're going to continue with the other checks. But if it's not the same, we don't even want to continue. We just want to tell them, yo, your password is not the same. And now we're just going to say return redirect sign up. So we're just redirecting them back to this same page. So after telling them the password is not the same, we're sending this back to this sign up page. And then we're coming back to this page basically. Now the next thing we want to do, if the password is same, we then want to check if the email exists. So for us to check if the email exists, we're going to say if user, which is the user model that we imported right here. So we say if user, I'll just follow along, .objects, .filter, email equals email .exists. Now what this means is that it's just checking the database to see if user.objects.filter. So it is filtering all the details, all the values or entry we have in the database, and is filtering with the one where the email is equals to this email. So what that means is that it's going to go into the user database right here. Then it's going to filter with only the value, the users that have an email address that is equals to this email address that was provided by the user. So if that is true, that means we already have this email address registered in our platform. Then we want to send an error that this email is already taken. So now we're just going to say messages.info request email taken. And now, once again, we're just going to redirect back to this page. So this is where we're using redirect again. Sign up. Right? So if this exists, we're going to do this. But what if it doesn't exist? So let's use an else if in this situation. We'll say elif. So the next thing we want to check is if this is not true, then it's going to come and try this second one. So we want to check the same thing. So we're going to filter to see if the username is already taken. So say if user.objects.filter username equals username dot exist, and then we're going to have a colon. So if the username exists, as I said, it's going to do the same thing. It's going to come here, look for the users that have the same username as the value that the user input on the form. If that is true, if there is a user like that, then we already have a username corresponding to this that already exists. And we're going to tell them that the username is also taken. So messages.info request username taken. And we're just going to return redirect sign up. Let's make sure we're having the right syntax. Sign up. So we're redirecting the user back to the sign up page. Now this is good. We already basically this does all the checks right now. But the next thing we now want to do is if all of this is successful, if the password is same, the username doesn't exist, the email doesn't exist, now we want to now sign up this new user and register them on our platform. So we're going to say else. That means all of this were successfully checked. We'll now say user equals user. So we're going to use the actual user that we imported dot objects dot create user. So create user is the method that we use to actually create a new user. So right here, just going to say create user, and then we're going to create the user by giving it all the details. So we're just going to say username equals to the username that we just created. So we're saying the username in this database right here, username, should be equals to this username that was gotten from this right here. And then we're going to do the same thing for the email. We're going to say email equals email, and then we're going to say password equals, now we could give this any one, password 1 or password 2, because they are the same. So we're just going to say equals password. Now this is right, this is what we need, and we're just going to come here and say user.save. Now that is saved, the user has been saved successfully on our database. But we could do two things. We could now redirect them to the login page to make them now log in with the details they just created, or we could just log them in directly to our page and take them to the home page. So I think we're just going to do that. Now let me just write a comment. We'll say log user in. We're just going to write that out, and now we're going to say user underscore login equals to auth.authenticate. So now this is when we are using the auth that we imported. Remember I said we're going to use this to actually log the user into our platform. That's what we're doing right now. So we want to authenticate them with their username and password. So username equals username, and then password equals password. So that is what we need. And now we're now going to say auth.login request. Now we want to log this particular user, this user and the password. I will just say user login. And once they are logged in, we want to redirect them to the home page. So return redirect to home page, just like this. Now this should take care of everything. Everything should be working perfectly right now. The next thing we need to do is to just go ahead and test this. I'm going to save this. I'm going to come back in here and hit refresh. So it says you can't connect to the server. Now let's see what's going on. I'm just going to bring this up, go back here. Okay, I think it has solved itself. So let's come back in here and hit refresh again. Good. Now let's just say tommy@gmail.com, and let's give it a username of Tommy. Let's just give it a random password, another random password, making sure they are the same. And let's click on get started. And now let's see what it does. Boom, as you can see, it brings me back to this home page. Now this just basically means that this works successfully. Now if I come back in here and I now hit refresh right here, you're going to see that there's now a new user registered on our database. Good. So tommy@gmail.com, and as you can see right here in staff status, it has an X. Now this is just showing that this user is not allowed to come into the admin platform because it's just a normal user registered on here. That is very good because that is what we need. So this has worked successfully, but we didn't check it well. So we need to check for if the user inputs password that is not correct, or if a user like inputs a name that's already taken or email, what is going to happen. So we're going to come back in here. I'm just going to go back to sign up. For now, normally when a user is logged in, they shouldn't even access the sign up page. You should just redirect them back to the home page. But we're going to take care of that later in this video. For now, let's just stick to this. Now we're just going to come here. For us to do this, so we sent all the messages back to the sign up page, but we didn't actually show them here. So what we need to do now is to come on top of this form right here. And we're just going to create a new div tag. And then I'm going to add a little bit of like styling. I'm going to leave that blank for now. And so what we're just going to say is for, so we're going to look through all the messages. For message in messages, showcase the message. And let's end that for loop. Let's just say h5. Like this. So this is what we need. But let's give you a styling. Let's just make the color red, right? So we could do that here. We could just do that here. Anyone is fine. So we're just going to say h5. color red. So this is what we need. This should take care of that. So we're looping through the messages that was sent from here, which is these messages, and let's see if that works. So I'm going to come back in here now, and I'm going to use an email that has been taken. So tommy@gmail.com. I'm going to use a random one, and let's see what it says. As you can see, it says email taken. Good. Let's try for the username. We already have Tommy registered, so let's give this a random email. Get started. Now this should say username taken. As you can see, it says username taken. Now let's give you random email, random username, but different passwords. So let's just say UUII, some random thing, and then let's just give this way different passwords, and let's see. And as you can see, it says password not matching. So we have successfully implemented the sign up functionality into our platform. The next thing we want to do is to make a user log into our platform when they go to the login page. Now the next thing we want to do is to take care of the login page. So this is quite easier compared to the sign up page. What we just need to do is to come here, and we're going to do something similar to what we did in the sign up. So right here in the login.html, we're just going to do something similar. So we're just going to create, we'll come right here under form. So we're just going to create a form and say action, and we're going to say blank, and then we're going to give it a method of post, and then we're going to say CSRF token because we're using a post method, and we're going to give it a name also. So name, username, and name, password. Now this is what we need, and we're going to come back in views, and right here we're just going to say if request the method is equals to post, then we're going to say username equals to request dot post username, and password is equals to request dot post password. Now we're just going to do the same thing. What we're just going to say is user. So now we're just going to log them in directly, equals to auth.authenticate, and then we're going to authenticate them using the username equals username, and password equals password, just like that. And what we're going to do, we have to check if this user actually exists in our database, because if they don't exist, then we can't actually log them in. So to check, we're going to say if user is not none. Now if the user is not none, that means the user is actually present in the database. Then we'll say auth.login request user, and then we say return redirect to the home page. Now this is basically what we need, but else if the user is none, then we want to send a message, messages.info, and we're going to say request credentials invalid. And now we're just going to say redirect them back to this login page. So this is basically what we need. So if request the method is post, we're going to do all of this. But if it's not post, then we'll say else, just return this normally. And now let's just test this out. I'm going to come in here, and I'm going to go to /login, and we're just going to say, let's give you a random details that is not in the database. So right now, okay, so it says this multi. So what we just need to do is to come here where we have password. So the first thing is, it says there is, if we come in here on line 12, which is this. So I think it's saying that whenever you have this, it means you are basically using a value before assigning it. So what you need to do is to come in here, and then we're just going to say, okay. So what this is, because we're saying if request or method is post, do this, but if it's not, what we can just do is to remove this like this, and then just do this. Let's try this out again. So login. Now let's see if I go back and we do tell me. So it still gives us that same error. Now most of the time, as I said, this is because we're assigning something before we actually use it. So let's just make sure that everything is correct. So username equals username, then password is equals to password. The request a post password, and then we have this. So what we're just going to do to make this easier is we could just copy and paste what we did here and just tweak up some stuff. But first, let's make sure, because everything should be correct. So if request dot method is post, and username equals request dot post, password equals that, and then user equals password, user is not none of the login, then redirect, else messages dot info, credentials invalid, login. So the next thing we want to do first is to make sure that we have the styling for the messages right here. So right here where we have this form, we're just going to paste in these messages that we did, and then we're going to come back in here to see why this is not working. Once again, let's save this. It says it's not correct, so let's see what's going on. It's running again, so let's refresh and let's try to log in, and let's see what it gives us. So it still gives us this error. So the reason why we might be getting this error is maybe because there's no value here. So let's come into login and make sure everything is correct. So this is where the problem is, where this should be password. Now let's try this out again. This should work successfully now. Let's go back, hit enter, and now let me use a random credential, and it should give us credentials invalid. Good. But now when I do tell me and then I log in with this particular one, it should log me in and redirect me back to the home page. Good. Everything is working successfully. Now once the user is logged in, we want to show them that they are logged in. So right here we want to have something that says like welcome here or something like that, like welcome back user, and it's going to say their username. So we want to have something like that, and we're just going to do that right now. So what we just need to do is to come up here where we have, so I'm going to come back to the code, and then we're going to scroll down to, so if we come here, we're going to see that we have about where we have login, logout. So that's going to be somewhere here, and we're just going to create a new one. So here we're going to say welcome, and then we're just going to show them their username. We're going to say user.username, and then it's just going to be hashtag like this. So this is what we need. If I save this and now I come back in here, you're going to see that it says welcome Tommy, and now we have logout. This is what we want. This is working perfectly. Now the next thing that we want to do is to just go straight into creating databases. So I'm going to open up models. I'm going to close this, and I'm going to come into core and open up models.py. So this models.py is where we create our Django database. It basically allows us to create whatever database we want, and for this we're going to have to create two databases. So the first one we're going to create is the database where we store the movies of that are going to be in the website. So we're just going to do that right now. So the first thing we need is to create a new class. So we're going to say class, movie models dot model and genre choices, and we're just going to leave this blank for now. Now the next thing is to actually take care of all the details. So we want to have a title. So we say models dot character field. Let's say max length for title should be like 225 or 255, and we're going to have a description, and you're just going to say models dot text field, and we're going to have a release date, so the date when this movie was released. So we'll say models dot date field. We're going to have a genre, so this is going to be a character field, but it's going to be chosen from these genre choices. I'm going to show you what I mean. So character field, and we're going to have max length of like 100, and then choices. So the choices is going to be genre choices. And now we're going to come into genre choices, and then we're going to actually have some choice. So say action is the first one we want to have. The actual value will be action, and then we want comedy, and then the actual value will be comedy. And we're going to do the same for drama. We have drama, and for the rest I'm just gonna put the rest in like this, and this is all we want. So we have horror, romance, science fiction, and fantasy. Now we have that done for the genre choices, and we're just gonna come for the length. So we'll say length. So this is the length of the movie. For these, let's use a positive integer field, not just a normal integer field, because if we use a normal integer field, then it could be negative, but a movie or time cannot be negative. So we'll say positive integer field. So we use that like that, and then we're going to have an image cover. We'll say image card. So this is like the card right here. This is the card of the movie, but this big one is the cover of the movie. So we're going to have two images. So image card, we'll say models dot image field, and then we'll say upload to. So this is the folder where all the images will be uploaded to, and we will just say movie images slash. So something like this is what we need. And then we're going to do the same for image cover. So we just change this to image cover, and then models or image field, we also want to upload it to movie images, same folder. And now we're going to have the actual movie video. So this is going to be a file field, models.file field, and then we're going to upload this to movie videos. So we're going to say movie underscore videos slash. The last thing we're going to do is to kind of like count the movie views. So we just want to know how many views a movie gets. We might use this, we might not use this. Let's just add this for now. So models.integer field is just going to be a basic integer field, and as default it should be 0. So when a new movie is added, as default the views should be 0. Then we'll take care of that later. Now the next thing we want to do is to add like a unique ID. We don't want to use the default Django ID. Django just uses normal integers. We want to have a unique ID. So say uu underscore ID equals to models.uuid field, and then let's give it default, and we're going to use the uuid library. So we're going to say import uuid. So default equals uuid.uuid4, like this. And then now we're going to save this. This is what we need. And the last thing we're going to do is to say def underscore underscore str and then self return self.title. This is what we want. So this is working now, but there's one more thing we need before we move forward with migrating this to our database. So whenever you make a change to models file, you need to make migrations and migrate it. So this is just a file right now, but we need to kind of like push all these changes to the actual database. But before we do that, there's something we haven't set up. So we are dealing with images and videos and files here, but we haven't actually set up the folder where it stores. So right here we says upload to movie images. But where does that movie images folder lie? So just the way we set up static files right here, we also need to set up something called media. I'm going to create a new file, a new folder called media. So this media is just saying that this is where anything containing a media file is going to be stored. So for us to do this now, we need to go back to the settings again, and then we need to add something there. So I'm going to come into project file, open up settings. Now I'm going to scroll all the way to the bottom, and right here, I'm just going to say media underscore URL equals to /media/. So this is just saying the media URL should be /media, and then the next one is media root. The media root is going to be os.path.join base directory media. So once again, what we're just saying is that the path to this media file is going to be in the root directory /media. So if I open that up, you're going to see root directory. So right here is the root directory /media. So we save that. Now the last thing we need to do containing this media is to come into the project folder once again and open up URLs. Now the reason why we're doing this is because we need to add this media URL to the URL patterns right here of this particular project. So what we just need to do is to come here, and then we're just going to import two things. So we're going to say from django.conf import settings, and the next thing we're going to import is static. So from django.conf.urls.static, then import static. Now once we have this imported, we're now going to say URL patterns equals to URL patterns plus static settings dot media underscore URL, have a comma. So we can say, let's just close this up and let's remove this. So we'll say document underscore root is equals to settings dot media root. So this is what we need to make sure that that works, and everything should be working perfectly fine now. So now we can come back to models, and now we can actually migrate this model and see the change in our platform. So we're going to come here and we're going to say python 3 manage.py make migrations. It's going to show you the change that is going to be made to your database. So it says no change detected. Now this is just because we are making all this change in our models, but if we come in here to our settings right here, we didn't add this core as part of an app under this project. So we know that we created this app under this project, but Django doesn't know that. So we need to come into installed apps, and we just need to add this app named core. So once we add that, now Django knows that anything dealing with this app is part of this project, and that also goes for the database. So now let's try to run that again, and now you should see the change that is going to be made to the database. As you can see, it says we're going to create a new model named movie. Now let's migrate. So let's run that migration. Python 3 manage.py migrate. Now let's see, that should migrate for us. Yes, applying call.0001 initial. Good, that has been done. But the thing is, if we come back into this admin panel and I go to home, I'm not going to see that database right here. So as you can see here, I don't see that movie database right here. This is because we have a file named admin.py. If you come here, you're going to see we have admin.py. And that file is basically where we can register what database we want to be shown here. So right here now, we're going to import. So we're going to say from the models, import movie. So now we want this movie database to show there. To do this, we're going to say admin.site.register movie. Let's make sure everything is being shown. Done. Now if I come in here and I now hit refresh, you're now going to see that under the core app, I now have a new movie database table. And if I click on it, I'm not going to have any details for now, but I can add a movie from here like this, and you're going to see that I'm able to add a movie. So automatically it generates a unique ID, but then I can add a title, description, the release date, genre. I can choose the image card, videos, and everything that I need. I'm just going to cancel. So this is good. I'm just going to go back to home right here. And then now what we just want to do is to just going to remove this, is to make sure that once we come in here, this movie is created successfully. As you can see, everything is done, and we just want to make sure that there's no errors with all of the fields. So UUID is a UUID field. This is a character field, text field, date field, character field, integer, image, file, and integer. So that has been created successfully. Now what I'm going to do is to take care of how the page looks. So right now nothing really works. None of all these are just dummy values and dummy buttons. Now I want, first of all, a user needs to be able to log out. I want a user to be able to search, and all of this should actually work. So this HTML file that we already created is linked to a static file right here, which is basically style.css, and we have all the styling here for the film cards, the modal content, the modal, and everything we need. So what we're just going to do now is I'm just going to basically implement. So if I come up here, I'm going to close this up, and right here I'm just going to paste in some code and explain what I'm doing. So I want to make some changes right here. So where we have this nav, I'm going to just change this nav. So I'm going to just come in here and leave some spacing, then paste all of this. So now this nav right here is basically the same thing that was there, but I just added a drop down for the all the genres, and I added home. So once a user clicks on home, they go to the home page, and right here, which is my list. So when a user adds a list to their movie list, I want them to be able to click on it and go see their list. Now the next thing that we're going to do is right here, I'm going to basically change this particular input button. So this is what I'm going to do right now. So right here where we have this input, it's the same form, but I am just adding this action search and this method post. So we're going to take care of all of this. Right here, you can see when the user clicks on action, it goes to genre/action. We've not yet created a genre URL. We're going to do that. And right here, once the user tries to search, there is a form that is sending all these details to the search page. We have also not created a URL named search, but we're going to take care of that. So let's save this, and then let's come in here and hit refresh. And then when we come in here and we click on genre, so this should drop down. So there is something wrong there. We're going to take care of that too. So don't worry about that. And now what we just need to do is I'm going to come into right here. So for this styling, so we have styles.css. So I wrote a style for the genre. That is why it's not dropping down. Note that all of this code is going to be in my GitHub in the description below. So don't worry about if you might not understand like this CSS that we're going to write, because we're not really focusing on the front end in this tutorial. But so what we're going to do is I'm going to paste in the code for the drop down, and basically So I'm just gonna come here and I'm just gonna paste in this code. So this is just the code that takes care of the drop down menu. So once we click on drop down, we want everything to be done. So this is the CSS code, and I'm just gonna quit that. And now once I come here and hit refresh, you're gonna see that once I click on drop down, this should drop down. Okay, so that doesn't drop down, and I'm just gonna come back in here, open up style.css. So first of all, we need to make sure that index.html is linked to style.css. Yes, it is linked to style.css. So right here, everything should be working. Not sure why it's not working, so let's just quickly check. So we have the theme cards, we have the card over, we have the modal content, and then we have the display. Okay, so we are going to take care of that later. Let's just keep going with this. And now what we can just do is, since we already have all of this done right here, and now the user can search and all of that, the next thing we can do is that we want a user to be able to actually view movies, then so they can watch those movies, add it to their list and stuff like that. So let's just go ahead and do that. So the first thing we want to do is actually add a few movies. So I'm going to come into my database right here, and I'm going to click on add, and now it's going to tell me to add a new movie. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add one named A Fall from Grace. Let me just say the best movie. Release day, I could just say today, and genre, we could say drama, and let's just say, so this is going to be in minutes, so let's say like 60 minutes. Now I have a folder right here where I have a few movies that I created, and what I'm going to do is I'm first going to click on the video, and so this video clip, so I just have like this 15 seconds video clip that is going to stand as the actual video, but in a real scenario, of course, you're going to have the actual 1 hour video. And for image card, under A Fall from Grace, I'm going to click on the card, and for the cover, I'm going to click on the poster. So this is what I need, and the movie views is going to be 0 automatically, and I'm going to save and add another. And now the other one I'm going to add is, so let's wait for this to save, and then we're going to add another film. So let me say The Night Agent, a good movie. And for release day, we can say today. Genre, we can say something like action, and let's just say this is also 60 minutes. And for the image card, we're gonna go to movie files, and then in here we're gonna look for where we have The Night Agent, and then we're just gonna click on the card. And then for the cover, we're gonna click on the poster. And then for video, now we're gonna go back a little bit, so movie files, and then we're gonna click on movie clips, and let's just save. So those two is enough for now. I'm just gonna click on save. Good. Now this is what has been saved, and I'm just gonna come back in here. If I hit refresh, nothing is gonna show, but what I want to do is that I don't want all of this dummy data to show and all of this. I want it to get all of these movies from the database. So to do that, we're gonna come in here, and we're actually gonna go into the views file. And in this views file, what we're gonna do is that so we're gonna come here under the home page. So I'm just gonna close this a little bit. Now under this home page, first of all, we need to import that model. So we're gonna say from the models, we're gonna import movie. So we need to kind of import that database into this file so we can use it. Now, what we can now do is to get a list of all of the movies that we have. And then when we get a list of all of the movies, we can pass it to the front end. So let's just do that right now. So we're just going to say movies equals movie.objects.all, and then what we can just say is copy, and we're going to create something like a context, so a new dictionary. We're going to say movies is movies. Let's just add a comma, And now we're going to send context to the front end so we can access these movies. Now that is basically all we need. And what I'm now going to do is to come into index.html. Now right here in index.html, I can now loop through these movies and then show the details. So I'm going to show you what I mean. So right here in index.html, we're going to scroll down all the way to where we have the list of movies. So we have the list of all of these movies. As you can see, we have all of this right here. So this is okay. Good. Yes. So what we just need to do is to get just one. I'm going to remove all of this. So we just need one of this, and then we're going to loop through it. So right here, what I'm just going to do is to say for movie in movies and for. So we have two movie in the movies database. If we come here now, we should just see two of the same thing. So we have two, but the only difference now is that we are not getting dynamic data. This is just static data that we input in here. What we now want to do is that right here where we have, so where we have this image URL, what we want to do is to remove this right here. So just make sure we're removing the right thing. Okay, let's go back again. Remove, get rid of that. And then we're just going to get rid of all of this. And then right here, what we're just going to do is to get, so that movie, for movie in movies, we're going to get that movie dot image card underscore card dot URL. So this is how we get the URL of that particular movie image. So now we can come back in here and hit refresh. Now it should give us two different images, a fall from grace and the night agent. So as you can see, that works. Now if I come back in here and then I create a new movie, and if I create a new movie, and let's just look for a new movie, let's come here, image card, let's just say something like Homeland, and then let's click on this card, and then let's click on the same cover, and then for video, let's go back and click on movie clips. So let me just come here and say Homeland, good one, release date today, genre drama, and then length I could say 60, movies, and I could just say save. And now once we say save, that is going to take a few seconds to save, and now we can just go back here, and once I hit refresh, you're going to see that one comes up here. So once we add anything to our backend right here in the panel, it automatically shows here as a new movie added. So this is good. This is actually what we want, and we're just going to leave this blank for now. We're going to take care of this later. So this is what we want. We want to change this from my list to popular on Netflix. So that shouldn't be my list. So we just say, let's just copy this, and we'll say popular on Netflix. We just save that and hit refresh to see that that changes. And now what we're just going to do is that, as you can see, once we click on this, all of it gives us the same details. So we want this to have, so it says movie title, it says detailed information, the year, and all of that. So we want all of this to just be this specific movie. So if I click on this movie, I want to see the card and details of this movie, and I want to be able to play that movie. Let's go ahead and do that. Now, gonna come back in here. What we need to do is, after film card, let me just open this like this so you see this, and right here where we have the styling also, that will take care of itself. And for this div tag, let's just bring that here. Now what we're going to do is we're going to use JavaScript. So right here we have a modal. right? As you can see, we have this modal that says movie information, yeah, all of that. So we're going to use JavaScript to trigger this. We're going to have an onClick function. So as you can see, it says onClick show modal. So once we click on a specific image, a specific movie card, we want to get the details of that specific movie and then show that details here. Even if we are still using the same modal, but we want the details to be dynamic every time any one of this is clicked. Now let's do that. For us to do this, we're going to have to pass certain information, and I'm going to show you that right now. So I'm just going to paste something in and I'm going to explain what it does. So right here where we have that, so right here is where I'm going to paste it in. I'm going to paste a few data and I'm going to explain why I'm pasting that. So we're just going to do paste. So as you can see, let me just give you a space so you can see the difference. Now what I'm doing is, when a user clicks on this, we have an onClick function and the name of the function is show modal. But then I want to send all these details alongside when they click on that. So I'm naming this data title and the value is movie.title, data description, movie.description. So I'm basically giving it everything we need, and I'm also giving it like a video URL where we can actually watch that video. We're also going to take care of this where we create a URL where a user can watch the movie. So this is all that I'm giving it, and this is how we can pass data from this to the JavaScript file or to the JavaScript. So when we come down here now, right here in show modal, normally this just has like a basic show modal. It just shows this. So this is what we're going to use for now, but I'm going to remove all of this and I'm going to paste something else in here. So for this show modal, I'm going to use a different show modal and I'm going to show you why. So I'm just going to paste in the show modal function. So right here where we have this is the new show modal function. So this is what we are doing. Now this is the function, but then we are getting all the details sent. So the title description, as you can see, is data title, data description. So we are using element.getAttribute to get all of these details. If I come back in here, you're going to see all of the details. So data title, data description, they are attributes. So we are getting all of those details and storing it in a variable. Now that we have all of those details, what we can now do is update the modal content with the movie details. So this modal content that we have right here, instead of just having movie title, length that has a static data, we're going to update it with all of these particular details, and then we're going to show the modal. So let's save this and now let's test it out. So if I hit refresh, once I click on this, so as you can see, it doesn't work right now. So let's go back. Now the problem is because when we come up here where we have, if I come here where we have show modal, we didn't input this. So we need to add this just to make sure that we are sending this particular div tag with all the attributes to this function. Now once we come back and then we hit refresh, and then we click on one, you can see it pops up with that particular one. And if I click on the night agent, it pops up with details of the night agent, the year, the description, the name, the movie poster, and same for Homeland. So this works successfully. So now that all of this works, as you can see, I click on one, everything works. The next thing I want to do is to create a page where I can watch these movies. So once I click on play, I want it to take me to a page where I can actually view and watch these movies. Now let's just do that. So what I'm going to do now is that I'm going to come back in here and I'm going to go into my urls.py. So I'm going to look for that. I need to delete this and come to urls.py. So right here in urls.py, I'm going to create a dynamic URL. And I'm going to explain to you what that is. So a dynamic URL is kind of like a URL that changes. So let me first write it out and I'm going to explain. So I'm going to do path. I'm going to say movie / string colon pk close then slash, and I'm just going to name this views dot movie, and this will be name equals movie. Now what I'm just doing now is that I am writing a new movie right here, and this is a new movie URL. And what it does is that when a user goes to slash movie slash a particular ID, based on that ID is going to play a movie. So this is a dynamic URL, as I said. So this is how it's going to look like. So once I click on play right here, it's going to take me to slash movie, something like this, slash movie slash the ID of that film. So let's say the ID is this. So because it recognizes that ID, then it's going to play and show me all the details of that particular film. When I do the same for here, once I click on play, I want it to be a new link. So it's going to be website slash movie but slash an ID of that film. So this string is what is kind of what identifies that ID. So the ID is a string, but we are giving it a name of PK. Kind of the variable name is PK and the data type is a string. Now that we can save this, what we just want to do is to come back into views, and then here in views we can now get started. So now we're just going to create a new view, and we're going to name this view, we're going to name it movies. So I'm just going to come here, we can do that under here. We're going to say dev movies. So one thing before we even let's finish this, I'm going to say pass. So one thing before we move forward, before a user can access this home page, I want the user to be logged in. For us to do this, we're going to import something. So we're going to say from django.contrib.auth.decorators import login required. Now this login required will allow us to restrict a view to only users that are logged in. So the user must be logged in before a user can actually view that page or access that page. Now let's add it here. So we say at login required, then we have to specify the login URL. So if the user is not logged in, we want the user to be redirected to the login page like this. So we're going to do the same also for movie. So we don't want just any user to watch a movie, we want only logged in users. So we don't need for this. Good. Now what we can just do is in here for these movies, because we have PK that is being passed in here, we can basically get that particular movie and then display it. So what I'm going to do is we're going to collect PK from the URLs, which was what we collected here, PK, and then we're going to go back here, and now PK is basically the movie ID. So we can just say something like movie UUID equals PK. So now once we get the movie ID, we can now get that details of that particular movie. So we're going to say movie, so say movie underscore details equals movie dot objects, but now we're going to say dot get. So now that we say dot get, what we're just saying is get that particular ID. So I'm going to say dot object dot get the one in which the UUID is equals to UI movie ID. ID is equals to, so just so you know what I'm looking at, so this UUID is basically this. So I'm looking for the one in which this UUID is equals to PK, which is also movie UUID. So once we get the details of that particular data, now what we can now do is to just say context, create a new dictionary, and then we can say movie detail, give it movie detail, and now right here we can return render request movie.html context. Now what we can do is to make sure that we actually have an HTML page. So let's come in here. Right here we have movie.html, which is good. Now the next thing we want to do is to kind of like test this out. So now let's say we have, let's go in here and then let's click on homeland. So it says it can't connect. Let's see why it can't connect. Come back in here. It says code of view has no, so now let's views as no movie. So this is should be movie. That should work now. Let's give it a second. Good. We come back in here And once we hit refresh on this, it should open up that particular page for us. And once that page is opened, we're going to get the ID. Good. So now we've gotten the ID. What we can now do is to say this/movie, and then we can paste in that ID, and then it should take us to a movie page to kind of show us a movie. So let's see what it does. So as you can see, it takes us to this page. Right now it's just demo data. It says movie title, back to movies, it says all of this. There's nothing really playing, it's just there, and about movie. Now what we want to do is we're going to get the details of this particular movie that has this ID. So now to do this, we're going to come back in here, and then we're going to open up movie.html. So right here, we're just going to go into templates, and we're going to open up movie.html. So in movie.html, now what we just need to do is to basically come here. We're just going to close this right here, close this. And then for movie.html, what we're just going to do is to say, we're going to come here, and we're going to say, we're going to look for the movie title. So for the movie title, we're just going to say movie underscore details dot title. That's going to show the movie title. And back to movies, when the user tries to go back to movies, we're just going to take them back to the home page. And then for part to the movie, so now what we're going to do is, let's paste this. We're going to say movie details underscore details dot video dot URL. Now we're going to say movie details dot video dot URL. So we're basically in that movie dot video dot URL. So it's going to get the URL of that video and play it. Now if the browser doesn't support video, then we're just going to tell them your browser does not support video tag. But if it does, it's just going to show the movie. Now the next thing is just to show about the movie. So right here where we have about the movie, we're just going to say, I'm just going to do this like this, and I'm going to say movie details dot description, save. And that is the main thing that we need. And we can just come back in here now and hit refresh just to see what this does. So I'm just going to mute it. Now as you can see, as I said earlier, the video I uploaded was just a quick 15 seconds video, but now as you can see, we have homeland, the name. We can go back to the home page and we can watch a movie, and we can just see about this movie. So as you can see, this is basically the movie right here. We can skip, we can do whatever. So this is just the demo. So this is just an image from a free stock image website that I took, and I'm just using it to demo how you can actually do this. So this works, but the thing we want to do is that we want to, let's go back to the home page by just clicking on this. Once we click on this, we want that when we click on play, we want it to take us to the movie page for this particular movie. Now let's do that. We're going to come back in here, and now we're going to go back to index.html, and what we're just going to do is that right here where we add the data, so right here, so we're going to have to pass data video URL. So once we pass this data video URL right here, as you can see, we said /movie/movie.uuid. Remember when we pasted this in and I said I was going to explain? So that is what this does. So now we basically have the movie URL that we need, /movie/movie ID, which is what is going to use to access it. We have that, and right here in the JavaScript, you're going to see that it updates once it gets that data video URL. So not this one. So once we have the movie URL, it should be, let's get this. Yeah, this, the data video URL is basically the movie URL. We are updating it right here with this that has an A tag. So we're updating it with the modal content that has an A tag, and we're updating the actual link to data video URL. If we come into modal content, let's go into modal content. So we have this modal content. Let's look for the A tag. So the A tag right here is this. Now is replacing this with the URL that we specified in here, which is this /movie/ID. Now if we come back here, this movie.html is not what is going to be shown. It's going to replace it with it, and that is gonna be triggered once this button, which is play, is clicked. Now if I come back in here, this should be working already. Once I click on play, it should take me to that page. As you can see, it says a fall from grace, and then it says the description. If I go back and let's say I click on homeland this time around and I click on play, now you're gonna see that it says homeland. It gives me the video that I uploaded and it says good one. So this is working perfectly fine. Now we want a user to be able to add a movie to their list. So what we're going to do now is that we're going to come into models.py, and right here in models.py, let's just open up this. I'll come to models.py. So right here in models.py, we're going to have to create a new model, and we're just going to name this model. Let's come down here. We're going to name this model movie list. We're going to say class movie list models.model, and now this is going to have two foreign keys actually. So we're going to have one for the user, so the owner of this list. So we're going to say owner user, and we're just going to say models.foreign key, and now we're going to say we need to import something. I'm going to scroll up right now and I'm going to import settings. So we need to import settings because we're trying to use the user model as a foreign key. So we need to import that from settings, django.conf import settings. Now what we're going to do is when we scroll down here, we're going to have two models, one for the user and one for the movie. So what this is basically like, it's just like a model that connects two different models together. So I'm going to say settings dot auth user model, and since it's a foreign key, we say on delete models dot cascade. This, and now we can now have another foreign key for the movie. So it's going to link to a movie model or movie object. We'll say models dot foreign key, and we're gonna link it to this movie right here, this one. So we can say that, and then once again we'll say on delete cascade. That should be models.cascade. Now once again, once we make any change to models.py, the routine is that we run make migrations and migrate. So let's run that. I'm gonna come here, and then we're just gonna say python 3 manage.py make migrations. It's gonna show you that you're trying to create a new model named movie list, and now we're just gonna migrate that change. So we're migrating it now, and it should be done in a second. So let's give it a second and see. Done. So now it is done. The next thing we want to do is to come into admin, and we want to register that model in our admin panel. So we're going to say movie list, and now we can just say copy paste. And if I come back in here in our admin panel and go to home, under core, you're going to see that I now have movie list. Good. So now that we have a database table that can store the lists of a user's movies, what we can now do is to come into, so we're going to come into views. But before we even come into views, we're going to come into URLs, and we're going to create two different URLs. So right here in URLs, let's scroll. We're going to create two new URLs, and this is going to be a URL to view the list and a URL to add a list. So I'm just going to say path, and from path we're just going to say this, and then we're going to say my list. So this is just a URL that's going to show a user a list of all their movies that they have saved, and we're going to say views dot my underscore list, and we're going to give it a name of my list. So now that works. We're going to add our comma, and the next thing is to now create add to list. So this is kind of like a URL that is going to be adding a particular movie to a user's list. So you're going to see what we're going to do. So say views dot add underscore to underscore list, and then name equals add to list. It's going to add a comma. So this is done right now. And actually, one more thing, we didn't add the logout, so I'm just going to copy and paste this and just say logout. We also need a logout functionality, so a user can be logged out. I'm just going to paste all of this. Now all of this is done. Before we move forward with adding to list, let's just take care of the logout. That is very, very easy. I'm just going to come into views, and in views I'm going to scroll all the way to the bottom, and right here I'm just going to create a new logout. So I'll say def logout, and what I'm just going to do is to say request, and now I'm just going to say auth.logout request, and then once the user has been logged out, I'm going to say return redirect back to the login page. So if a user has been logged out, we want to redirect them to login. This also, we want it to be at login required. So we don't want the user to try to log out when they are not even logged in. So if a user tries to access the logout page without being logged in, we'll first redirect them to the login page before bringing them back to logout. So now this is done, and then let's quickly test this logout and see. So we're going to come back here, hit refresh. So that doesn't work, and I am pretty sure I know why, because we haven't created the views. So we haven't created views for my list and add to list. So what we're just going to do is I'm going to close this up, and right here what I'm just going to do is to say def, I'm going to create my list. I'm going to take a request, and I'm going to pass for now. I'm going to say def, and I'm going to create add to list. I'm going to take a request, and once again we're going to pass for now. I'm going to save that, and now we can come back here and hit refresh. Now we have views for them. Now if I click on logout, you're going to see, so right now nothing happens, and I'm pretty sure I know why. So I'm going to come back in here, and I'm going to go into index.html. I'm going to go up to the way where we see logout. So right here we want it to go to /logout. So if we come back in here now and hit refresh, and then we click on logout, you see that it's going to log us out and bring us back to the login page. Now let's try to go to the home page without being logged in. If I try to come here without being logged in, you see it redirects me back to the login page. So what I'm just going to do now is to log in back, and now it's going to take me to the home page. Let's see that, and that should take only a second. Good. Welcome to me back in the login page. Now the next thing is to just continue with what we were doing. So now we have created this add to, we have created this add to list page. So what we want to do now is that once a user clicks on one of these and then clicks on add to list, we want to send the user that is currently logged in, and then we want to send the name of the movie or ID of the movie to this page, and then this page will add that list to this movie list database. Now let's go ahead and then let's do that. So for this, we're going to use JavaScript, and I'm going to explain why we're using JavaScript. Specifically, we're going to use Ajax, and once again I'm going to explain why. Now this is because if we come back in here, once a user clicks on add to list, we don't want this to go to another page. So we just want it to kind of add it to list and then show the user right here that this movie has been added to list. That is what we want to happen. We don't want it to add to list and then refresh the page, because that's not a good it's not really a good UX. So what we're going to do is we're going to use Ajax to make sure that once a user clicks on this button, this movie is going to be added to their list and saved in the database without this page having to refresh. Nothing is going to change. It's just going to see a message right here saying added to list. Now let's do that. The first thing is that we want to we're going to come back here, and then we're going to come into index.html. So right here in index, we're actually going to have like a basic. So I'm going to come here, and then we're going to have like a basic script tag. So I'm going to show you why we have the script tag, and you're going to see that. So right here under, I'm going to scroll all the way to the bottom. So right here under all of this, what we need to do is to create a new function, and you're going to see why we're creating this function. So this function is going to be called add item to list. So let's say function add item to list. I'm going to open and close this function. So let's leave this blank for now, and then we're going to come back to this. Now, before we can even do this, we need to make sure that in the modal right here, where we have the add to list button, we need to set like an event listener. So once a user clicks on that button, so let's make sure we're in the right button. So that is this button. So once the user clicks on this button that says add to list, we want this function to be triggered. So this function right here that we're creating, we want it to be triggered. So let's copy the name of that function, and then let's go back right here to that modal where we see add to list. So what we're just going to do is to give it an ID so we can access this function. So we're going to say ID, and we're going to say add to list button, and then we're going to say on click. So that means once this button is clicked, trigger the add item to list function in our script. So that is what this does. And now we can go back to JavaScript and set some stuff. So as I said, we're going to be using Ajax for this in this function. And before you can use jQuery or Ajax, you need to kind of import it right here in your heading. So what we're just going to do is I'm going to show you how to import that. So you just need to have a script. So right here, we're just going to say script, and then we're just going to close that, and we're just going to say the source is this URL. So this is the URL to import Ajax or jQuery to be specific. Now, once again, all of this code is going to be in the description in this video. So if you're stuck or you can't really see anything well on the screen, just get it from the source code. So now that you've added that, we can come down in here and then actually add our code. So what we need to do is to, as I said, submit this particular form. So it's just a button. So we need to submit this form. So the form is just basically the movie ID, and what we're submitting is the user that is adding it to the list. So what we are going to do now is that right here, we're going to create a new variable. Say const modal equals to document dot get element by ID. So we want to get the whole movie modal. So that ID is this. If we come up here, you're going to see this movie modal. So we want to get this whole modal. And the next thing we want to get is the movie ID. So we're going to say var movie ID is equals to modal. So now we're getting it from this modal right here, dot query selector. Now what we want to get is, if we come up here under movie ID, under movie modal, we're trying to look for where we see an A tag. So right here where we see an A tag, this is what we're looking for. So what we are just saying is that under the modal content, so under modal content, we're going to look for an A tag, and then we want to get the link. So the link right here is movie.html, but remember we wrote a script that is going to change this link to the specific link that we need. So we're going to get that. So we need to make sure we're copying the right thing. So we want to get it from this class under this div tag, then we're going to get this link. So what we're just going to do is right here, we're going to say dot modal content, get the A tag, and then I want the value of the hyperlink like this. Now we have the movie ID, and the movie ID is what we need. For the user, we can get that in the backend. Now what I'm just going to do is to kind of paste in an Ajax code right here. So it's like a jQuery static code, and you're going to see it, and I'm going to explain everything. So this is the code. So this is just an Ajax. So this is how we submit. Basically, we're submitting a form. It just allows us to submit a form without refreshing the page. That is how to explain it in a basic way. So now the URL is like the action where we're sending this form to. So we're saying we're sending it to the add to list URL. If I come here, you're going to see that is this URL we're talking about. So we're sending it to that specific URL. And then if we come back in here, we're using the type post, we're giving it the movie ID. The data that we're submitting is movie ID, and that is this. And we're giving it CSRF token because we're using a post method. And this success, so what we're just doing, I'm going to explain this later after we basically do the backend in the views, or I could also explain it now. So what this is just saying is that once we get a response, we're just going to say add to list button data.message. So add to list button is basically this button right here. So if we come into the modal right here, so add to list button is this button. So instead of add to list, we want the text on there to change to the data.message, and the data.message will be something like item is added to list, or this has been added to list. We're going to take care of that in the views. But then if something goes wrong and we have an error, we just want to show that error. Now let's go into this add to list and collect these details. I'm going to save this, and now we're going to come back into views, and right here in views we're going to write a block of code. Now what we're going to do here, once again, we're going to say if request the method is equals to post. So if it's post, then we want to do something, but if it's not post, then we want to return an error. So we're just going to pass again, but I'm just going to say return error. So let's just comment that out. So this is the basic syntax of what we are going to do. So now if the request method was post, what we want to do is to get the ID. So what we're going to do is to say movie. We're going to say movie underscore URL underscore ID will be equals to request dot post dot get movie underscore ID. So now this is the movie ID, but the thing is that we actually need to get the main ID. So I'm going to explain what I mean. Remember, if we come in here, what we are passing in is, if I can look for it, is the movie ID. The movie ID right here is the hyperlink in this A tag. And remember that this hyperlink is not just the ID, it is basically the whole link. If you can remember right here when we did that, so if I come all the way right here, so where we have this is the hyperlink right here. So data video URL, this is the ID we need, but this is the whole thing that is being sent right here into views. So right now we have movie the ID. So what we need to get is the actual ID, and to get that ID out of that, we're going to use regex. Of course, there are various ways we can do this. We can even try to just strip it out right here and maybe pass it directly or some way, but this is just another way we can do it. So after getting the movie ID, the whole movie URL, so this is basically the movie URL, not the movie URL ID. So let's just leave it like that though. And we're going to use regex, regular expressions, to basically strip out the ID from this. And I'm going to show you how to do that. So we're going to have like a pattern. So we're going to write a UUID pattern. So we're going to use regex to recognize the UUID pattern from this URL, movie URL. So I'm going to paste this in, and this is the regex that recognizes it. So it's a regular expression code that recognizes it. And once you have that, what you need to do is match. So we need to match. We're going to say re.search. So we need to make sure we have re imported. So we're going to say import re. So that's basically how we import regex. Let's also import one thing while we're still here. So from django.http import JSON response. So this JSON response is how we're going to send a response back to this index.html right here, where we can actually get the response. Where is it? Right here. So we're going to use JSON response. Now let's scroll back down right here. And now that we're here, what we can just do is to now say re.search. So we're looking for this pattern, UUID pattern, in movie URL ID. So once we get that, what we're just going to do now is say movie ID. So the actual ID now is going to be match.group. So match.group. So this match.group, I will say if match, else none. So this is basically going to get the ID and store it in movie ID. Now that we now have the movie ID, what we're going to do is to say, we're going to come here and say the movie. Now the actual movie that is going to be added to the list, we're going to get that. So we're going to use get object of 404. So I'm going to import that from shortcuts. So we're going to say from Django.shortcut import get object, nope, get objects of 404. Now the reason why we're doing this is because it's a very quicker way to just kind of like search through a database or search through all the objects in a model. So for us to do this now, we're going to say get object of 404, and what it's doing is that it just gets a specific object. In this case, we're getting an object from the movie model in which the UUID, let's make sure we can see that, the UUID. So if we come here, we're looking for the movie model in which the UUID, this UUID is equals to the movie ID that we kind of like generated or created or collected right here. So now it's going to look for this. If it doesn't find this, it's just going to return a 404 error. So once we have that, what we can now do is to just say, we're going to come here and say created. Actually, we want to say movie list underscore list. Let's just create that, and let's also create created equals to. Now we're going to say movie lists so now since we already got that movie, we now want to create that into the database. So for us to do that, we need to import it. So we're going to say from .models import movie and import movie list. So now we can go back here and now say movie list dot object dot get or create. Now get or create means if the user has already added this list to this movie to their list, then we just want to get that movie, and it's going to tell us if that movie is basically already in the list. If the movie is already in the list, we want to tell them movie already is in the list. But if it's not in the list, then we want to create a new list. So we're going to say owner. Let's just make sure we're writing the right thing. So the owner, which is, if we come here, owner user, that is the name we gave it. We're going to create and say it's going to be request.user. So this is how you get the user that is currently logged in. We say request.user, and then the movie, let's make sure that is movie, yes, should be equals to this movie right here. So we're just going to say movie equals movie. So that is what we need. But this is now done. It has been successfully added to the database, but we want to kind of send a response. We have to send a response. So we want to check if this has been created. If it has been created, then we're going to say that we've added this to the list. But if it kind of got a response and says this is already in the list, then we want to say movie already in the list. So we're going to say if created, say response data. Let's just create a new variable. Let's go data. Just gonna create a new dictionary and say status. Status is gonna be success, and then the message is gonna be added, and we're going to have like a tick mark just to show that it has been added, like this. Now this is if it just created a new object in that movie list database. Else, if it didn't create any object, that means it kind of got a response. That means this object was already present in that particular movie list database. Then we're going to say response underscore data equals status. So we'll just give this something like info, and then we'll say message. So this is the actual response message. We'll say movie already in list. So this is what we need, and now we can just return that data to the front end. So we're going to say return JSON response data. So we need to return it as a JSON response. So this should be working, but the last thing we want to do is right here for the error, we're just going to kind of copy this, paste this here, bring this back like this, and the status is just going to be error, and the message is going to be invalid requests, and we're just going to say, so we want to actually, what we can just do, let's just return this directly. So we just say return JSON response. So we just want to return all of this as a JSON response. And right here, we're going to say status equals 400 like this, and this should be working perfectly fine. Now let's go ahead and test this. If we now come in here, before we test it, let me just make sure everything is working. So now once we get the response data, it shows it in the button, and it kind of disables the button. And yes, so this should be working. Now let's see, let's hit refresh, and now let's come here and click on add to list, and let's see what it does. So it should add to list. Good, it says added. Now if I come back in here and I come to movie list, we should have one object in there, and that object should have my details. So if I click on it, you're now gonna see, so once this open, let's give it a second to load. So we have one object, and the owner is Tommy, and the movie is A Fall from Grace. Now this is what we want, this is what we need. It is working successfully. Now let's make a user be able to view their list. So the first thing we want to do is to actually create a new HTML file named mylist. So I'm just going to come here and create a new file under templates, and I'm just going to name it my_list.html. So this is just the basic file, and right here in views, I'm just going to drag this closer. Right here in views, where we have, let me just close this up, my list, I'm just going to say return render request my list.html context. So this context right here, I'm just going to have a basic context. So this is when we get all the list of this particular user. We're going to put it here in context and pass it to my list.html. For now, let's just save this and leave it as it is. And once again, we want this to have login required. So we're going to say at login required, and then we just say login URL equals to login. Let's copy this and paste that here also, so that we can also have it on add to list. Now what we're going to do is to take care of how this looks, because right now my list is just a blank page. So what we can just do is we can make it look very similar to the home page, but instead of having this right here, we're going to remove this, and this is just going to say your list, a very basic page. So we're going to come here, copy we're going to copy this, come to my list, paste it. Now what we're going to do is everything is going to literally be the same, but right here where we have, so let's see, I'm going to come down, all of this should be the same, this should be the same, but where we have the featured section, so this shouldn't be here. So what we're just going to do is to get rid of that section, and let's go to /mylist, and let's see how it looks. So as you can see, this is how it looks, and right here we can just have something like, so we're going to get rid of this also, So this second one, just close it, get rid of it. So hit refresh. Good. So now we have all of these details and all of this is working. So what we're just going to do is to change this to my list. And this should be good. So now it says my list, and we can, I think this should be all right, or we can just have like a line. So we can have like a basic line. So right here before my list, before this section, we can have an HR, and let's just see how that looks. Compare. Yeah, that looks all right. So now right here we can have my list, and right here instead of this we could have it, so we could say div. Just copy all of this and paste it in here, and like this, just to make it look nice. So now we could align this to the center because it makes more sense. Align equals center. Let's see. Good. So now it makes more sense. And what we can now do is, because we copied it from the index, it already has all this for moving in movies, is looping through. Also the modal is working. Let's see what happens. Okay, there's no one here, so we can't really see anything, but all of this is working. The only difference we need to make is that we need to get where this movie is going to be fetched from. So we kind of need to send this movies list from this right here to this. So what we're going to do now is right here, we're just going to say movie list underscore list should be equals to movie list dot objects. So now we're going to filter with the ones where the owner username, owner user is equals to request dot user. So we're just getting the list of the currently logged in user. And what we're going to do is to say user underscore movie underscore list, give it as a list, and then we can just then say for movie in movie list user movie list dot append, and I want to append movie dot movie. Now we can now take movies right here as user movie list. So now let me explain why we did this. So we could have just passed this list straight here, but if we did that, remember that this movie list or model right here is not the actual movie. It's just a list that shows the user and the movie, but we need to get the actual movie from that movie list. So what I did, if I come back in here, was that after getting the movie list, I created an empty list, and I looped through that movie list, and I appended the movie from that movie into this user movie list. So let me break that down more. So what we did was, after looping through all the movies in this movie list, so basically we looped through all the objects that was gotten from this movie list, and we just called them movie. So now we could get the user of this movie by saying movie.user, or we could get the actual movie by saying movie.movie. So what we did was we got the actual movie by saying movie.movie. So if we come in here, you're going to see a one object is basically what we refer to as a movie, and so we're saying that movie.movie. So that gives us the actual object of the movie. Then once we set that movie.movie, we appended it to this user movie list. Now we have just the movie list, and then we're sending it, adding it to the context, giving it the variable movies. And now once we come back in here into my list, we can loop through it. So now we're saying for movie in movies, give us all of this. Now let's test this out. If I come in here and hit refresh, we already have one movie added to our list, so we should see one movie. This is good. This is basically what we need. This is working perfectly fine. Now if we click on play, let's see what happens. Now it takes us to play that particular movie, A Fall from Grace. Before we move forward, right here where we have this, so right here, just gonna come all the way in the modal. So where we have this, for now, let's just remove this. Let's save it and see how that looks. Good. And we could just get rid of this. And then let's do the same for index. I'm gonna go into modal. And we're gonna get rid of all of this. So now a user is able to see the movies in their list, and if they come home, they can see, as you can see, they come home, they can see this. And if they go to my list, then you can see they can see their list. So let's just test this. Now if I add the night and I click add to list, it says added. Now if I come to my list, you can see that the night is now in my list. So this is good. And what we can do, one more thing we can do is, I want the list that was recently added to show first. So I just added the night, but as you can see, it shows second. So I want it to be in the other way around. We can come back here and just say, so we go into my list, and when we're looping through it, we can say for movies in movies reversed. So that is just going to reverse it and give us the most recent one first. So let's see. Good. So it gives us the most recent one first. Now we can go home. Let's test something we haven't tested yet. So we already have the night in our movie list. If I click on it and say add to list again, let's see. As you can see, it says movie already in list. So we can't really add this again. So that works perfectly fine. Now the next thing we are going to do is to add the search functionality into this application. So we want the user to be able to search for any film they want and get results from that film. So what we're going to do is to first create a new URL. So we're going to come into urls.py. Right now, we're just going to copy this, paste that in there. I'm going to say search. And I'm going to copy, paste. And in views right here, I'm also going to create a new view. So right here, I'm just going to create a new one. Name it search, request. For now we pass, and let's also copy this login required and save. Now we have that. The next thing we want to do is to create the template file for it. So we want to create search.html. So now that we have search.html, we can close this, and right here what we can just do is, when we come back to views, instead of just passing, we can return render request search.html. So now if we come into /search, let's see what happens. Yeah, it's just blank. That's because there's nothing here right now. But what we can do is to just come into my list where we have a list. Let's just copy that list and then paste it in here. So now that we've pasted that list in here, we're pasting the whole code of my list into search.html. This is because we're going to use this basically the same template in here, but just the only thing we're going to change is to just change this from my list to search result. And now right here in search result, we can save this, and we're going to go into views. And right here in search, what we just want to do is so if we come into, let's say, index, right here in index where we have this, so remember, let me go back. Remember when we had this search bar? So this is basically like a form, and this form is using a post method. So once a user clicks on something and clicks on search, we want that particular search term to be sent to the backend, and then we want to query the database using that search term. So now what we're just going to do is to come back in here, and then if we go into index, right here where we have the heading, right here, you're going to see the search. And for this search, so I'm just going to come all the way here. We're just going to look for where we have search. So search is just right here. So we see we have this form and we are submitting it to the search URL, which we already created. And now it has a name of search term. So what we want to do is that we want to collect this search term in right here in views. So we're just going to say if request the method is equals to post, then search term will be equals to request dot post search term. And now once we have this, we can now query the database to return the movies that has this search term in the title. Now we're just gonna say movies equals to movie. So we're gonna filter, but this time around we're gonna do something different. So we're gonna say the objects the filter title underscore underscore I contains equals search term. Now what this means is that we're filtering all the objects in the movie table or in the movie model to the title. So if we come in here, remember in movies we add an attribute named title right here. Now when we say title and then we add this underscore to underscore and say I contains, it means we're looking for the object that contains this search term in the title. So this I contains means in the title, is this search term present in there? So we're basically looking for any movie that has this search term in the title. Now once we get that, we can then just say context equals, and then we could just send the movies that we got, and then the next thing we could just send is the search term. Search term. So that is basically what we need. So if all of this is true, then yes, we do this. Else, just redirect them back to the home page. So if they're just trying to go to that page without like sending any request, take them back to the home page. Let's try this out. So now we're just gonna hit refresh. And now let me search for, so we have three, we have homeland. Let me search for home and click enter. So search results, it shows blank. Let's see why. If we come into search, we have for movie in movies, and right here we have movies sent to search.html. And so we say if request up this is post. So that is because we didn't send context to the HTML page. Now let's come back in here and hit refresh, and let's see. We search for home, good. So now we can see homeland as part of it. We can pop it up, we can play. This is good. This is basically what we need. Now as you can see, that is working perfectly fine. Now let me look for a term that is in both. So this is the night agent. Okay, what we can just do is to come in here. I'm going to come into movies, and I'm going to change a fall of grace. I'm going to say the fall of grace. So I'm going to change this to the fall of grace. So let's see. Save and continue editing so we can change it back. So that is saved. It should be saved. Let's see. Done. And now if I come here and I say, so let me hit refresh, and then I come here and then I just say the fall of grace search. As you can see, the brings out two different things, because the fall of grace and the night agent. So let me just change it back to the actual one. So let's just say save, and now that is going to be saved. Now that is working, the search term is working. Let's just change one more thing, and that thing is if I come right in here into search.html. So right here where we have search result, what I'm just going to do is say search result for, let's have the search term here. Let's call term. So now if I come back in here, I hit refresh and I say night and I hit search. Now you're going to see that I say search result for night, and this is the search result for night. So now we can just go back to the home page and this should be working perfectly fine. Now we've successfully added this search term and that is working fine. Now that that is done, the last thing we need to do is to create the genre page. So first of all, remember when we came here, this genre, if I hit refresh on the home page, this genre wasn't showing, so wasn't too sure why it wasn't showing, but the reason was because we weren't linking. So if we come here, come all the way here, we weren't linking the styles correctly and the JavaScript file. So if I come into index.html, so I'm going to come into index.html right here. So you need to make sure that this style is being linked correctly, and also you need to make sure that your script is correctly placed in the same place. But then apart from that, what we need to do next is to create the genre page. So we're going to come in here, and right here I'm just going to close this, and I'm going to come to templates, and I'm going to say genre.html. Now what I'm going to do is to create a new URL. First of all, that URL is going to be for the genre, and I'm going to come into this, and I'm going to copy this movie as it's quite similar to what I want. I'm going to change this to genre, and then views.genre name should be genre. So let's get rid of this. So genre. Now good, this is what we want. And right here in views, I'm gonna come to views.py, just gonna close this up, and we need the genre page. I'm just gonna come down here also. I'm gonna kind of copy this, all of this, like this, and we're just gonna have genre. Now as you can see, we are doing the same thing we did for movies where we add a dynamic URL. Now this is because we want to have something like genre slash. So if you come here, we want to have genre slash the name of the genre, then it's going to show all the movies relating to that genre. So now we're going to come back in here, we're going to get the name and store it as pk, and for now we're just going to return render request for genre.html. I'm going to save that. That is what we're going to do for now. And then the next thing we're going to do is to get the movie genre. So movie underscore genre equals to pk, and then we're going to get the movies. So for now, let's leave this, and we're going to come back into genre, and I'm just going to copy this search like this, and I'm just going to paste it in here because we're going to use the same, basically the same code is going to look the same. The only thing that is going to change is right here where we have search for, we're going to say movies, something like movies for this genre. So we're just going to do that right here, and we're just going to say let's say something like drama films. So let's imagine the genre was drama, so we'll say drama films, and let's just give this like this. So this is how this should look like. So let's say we come to slash genre slash drama. That is how it looks like. Good. Right now there's no film, nothing. So what I'm just going to do is to get all the movies that are in this genre, and we don't really need it to be reversed. We're just going to get rid of that. And now we're going to come into views. So we need two things. We need to get the actual movies genre. We already have that from pk, and then we need to get all the films in that genre. So now we're just going to say, it's very easy. So we just say movies equals to movie dot object dot filter genre equals movie genre. So this just gives us what we need. And now we can just have context equals, so we can just say movies and give it movies, and also movie genre and give it that. Make sure we have our comma and our comma. So now we can pass this context into the genre.html. So if I save this, let's just make sure everything is nice. Automatically this should be reflected. The only thing that's not going to be reflected is the movie genre name. So we're going to come here and under, so right here we have genre. Right here, instead of drama, I'm just going to say movie genre films. Now let's try this. For drama, I think the movies we added were dramas. Good. So 2 movies was drama, Homeland and A Fall from Grace. If I click on it, we have all the details of everything that we need. If I click on this, we have all the details of everything that we need. We could add to list, remove from list, whatever. Now, one more thing is, this is not really looking nice. We want the first letter to be capital. So we could use that using, I'm going to do that using title. So once you just say movie genre with this and title, it's going to change that. Now it refresh. Good. Drama films. Now this is nice. This is what we need. If I come back to home right here, now what I want to do is that when I click on any of this, it should take me to the movies. So I'm going to come back, and what I'm just going to do is to go into index.html right here, and on this, we already did this when we pasted this code in earlier in this tutorial. So now automatically when we go to /genre/action, it's going to take us to action. /genre/drama is going to take us to drama. Let's try it out. So drama is just going to take us straight to drama. As you can see, that works, and now that works perfectly fine. Now the next thing I'm going to do before we move on is I'm going to add a bunch of movies. So we're going to have like a lot of movies to work with, and I'm kind of gonna get rid of this because we don't really need that, and that's what I'm gonna do right now. So actually I'm gonna add a bunch of movies, but I'm not gonna waste your time by showing you all of them. So what I'm just gonna do is I'm gonna pause the video right here. So I'm gonna add it myself, and once I'm done, I'm gonna be back. Now I have added a bunch of movies here, and if we come back to our application and we hit refresh, you're gonna see that we have some movies right here. Good. So now we have all these movies. We can add to the list, we can watch them, and everything is working perfectly fine. Now the last thing we're going to do is to add a feature section here. So this feature section is not really showing anything, it's just some static data. So what we're going to do is to come back in here, and right here in, let's first go to views and actually get a featured movie. So how do we get a featured movie? Let's just get, let's say, the most recent movie that has been added. So to do that, we're just going to say featured underscore movie equals to movies, and then we'll just say, let's get the length of movies. So the length, how many movies is here, and then we're going to get -1. So what we're doing is we're getting the amount of movies that is in this. So if the amount of movies is 10, we want to get the 10th movie. So this is basically going to be 10. So we're saying movies 10. So we're going to get the movie with the index of 10. But because this is index number, length of movie is going to give us the actual number. But remember, index number starts from 0. So we have to put -1 to get that actual last movie. So that is what this featured movie section does. And now what we can just do is to copy this right here, and then we could just paste this in here. Right there, featured movie. Now we could copy that featured movie and come into, let's go to index.html, and right here where we have this section, we're just going to say this is the feature section, but instead of this, we're going to say this featured movie.title, and then for the next one, which is the description, we're just going to say featured movie.descript, and close that. And then for the URL, so when they click on play video, we're going to take them to featured movie dot. Actually, this is going to be different because this is going to be UUID underscore ID. But remember that the URL is /movie / UUID. And for this button, we could just get rid of this button. We don't really need it. And now once we hit save, come here and hit refresh. Let's see what it shows us. So it shows us suits. This is the description, suits you, and then we could play. For this background, we can change it also. So right here where we have this background, I'm just gonna change this real quick. Get rid of all of that. Just gonna go back, get rid of that. Okay, that's still a lot, so I'm just gonna keep going back and getting rid of that. And let's go to where we see HTTP. Good. So now what we're just gonna do is to say featured movie dot. Let's come back to models and see what the name is. We want to get the cover, not the card. So dot cover dot URL. Let's come back in here and hit refresh, and then let's see what it shows us. Good. So as you can see, we have this right here. So this is not really nice because this is a white background and this is also white. So we could just manually change that to a black. And what we can do is right here where we have the title, we could just say style, or we could just say style for the old div. Actually, let's just style only this. Color black. And we could just copy that, paste that in here, and hit refresh. And let's see how that looks. So that looks nice now. We could write like an advanced system that detects the background color and then gives this another color based on the background color, but we're not going to do that. We're just going to keep this as it is. So this is how it looks like right now. It looks quite nice. It looks decent. Now the last thing we're going to do is just to clear up the whole application. So right now we don't really need this. We could do something here. Instead of having this, we could have like your list. We could show the user their list right here, like the movies they've added to their list. But we already have a page for that, so I think this is fine. We're just gonna get rid of this. Let's come back in here to index, and where we see right here where we have this section, get rid of that, get rid of it, and this. And now let's hit refresh again, and now everything should be perfectly fine. Now as you can see, everything is perfectly fine. So this is good, this is nice, everything is working fine. Now I'm just going to come in here and just check everything. So now we can click on genre and we can see the action. We can see films for that. We can go back to the home. We can go back to list. We can search for a movie. Let's search Lupin. And then it shows us this. And then we can play that movie. We can add it to the list. And this is it right here, and we can go back to the home page. So if we just go back to movies, it's gonna take us to the home page. So now everything is working perfectly fine, and this is the end product of this application that we've built. Now we are going to deploy this application onto the web. So once again, we are going to be using Flow to deploy this. But before we even use Flow, we need to make sure that this application is already pushed to GitHub. So we need to create a GitHub repository and push it to GitHub. And before we do that, there are some things we need to set up to be ready to actually deploy this application. So let me show you what they are right now. So the first thing we need to do is to have, so I'm going to come back in here, right here in my settings. So right here on the top, we need to make sure we have OS installed. Now that we know we have OS installed, the next thing is under allowed hosts, we need to allow hosts, so that I'm going to just put this to star. So this is going to allow any multiple or basically any host to be, for application to be hosted on any domain. And we can make it specific. When we deploy our application, we can then change this to just that domain to be allowed, just for more security. But we could leave that as that for now. And then the next thing that we want to do is to scroll all the way down We're gonna scroll all the way down. We need to make sure our static files are set. So this is done, and we are going to run the collect static command just to make sure that is good. And we're then going to come down under media right here. We're actually going to add some stuff. So the first thing I'm going to add is CSRF trusted origins. Now this is because when we are having a post method or form that is using a post method, we need to specify the trusted origins. So these trusted origins, just like allowed host, we could specify just our domain. We might change that after deploying it and we already have our domain. So we could specify our domain to only be allowed to be as a trusted origin, so that only that domain can receive or send a post request. But for now, let's just allow all origins. And then the last thing that we're gonna do is right here, I'm gonna kind of paste this in. So CSRF cookie true, session cookie true, and we also need to add the secure proxy SSL header, and this is what you need to set. Now this is basically what we need to do regarding our settings.py. We also need to make sure our database is set correctly. That is done. Now the next thing you need to do is to come here and open up this. Just gonna close this up, and this. And the next thing that I want to do is to just right here, I'm just gonna create a new file, and I'm gonna name that file requirement.txt. So in this requirement.txt, I'm just gonna kind of paste I'm gonna paste this in. So these are just the libraries and modules that we used in this application that are required. So you can just type this in directly, or if you want to generate yours, what you can do is to run. So open up your terminal and run pip3 freeze the greater than sign requirement.txt. Once you run this, it's going to generate it for you, and that should take care of that. Once you have that done, the last thing that you need to do, this is quite important, you need to have your proc file. I'm going to save this. Let's save this file, and then you need to create something named proc file. So once you create this proc file, this is how we basically create, or this is how we are able to tell our deploying, so the platform we're using to deploy, this is how we're able to tell it what port we're using and all of those type of settings. So right now I'm just going to paste this in, and let me show you. So this is what we're doing. So this Netflix clone should be the name of the application. Now let's see, let's open this up. So the name of ours is Netflix site, so we're going to change that from Netflix clone to Netflix site, because that should be the name of your Django project. The WSGI.application, as I said, it specifies what port that our application should be running on. Let's make sure all of this is good. So Netflix site and port. This port is going to be taken from the environment variable, which we're going to set in flow. Now all of this is done. The next thing we need to do is to just create a new. So what we just need to do is to create a new GitHub repository and then push this code onto that repository. So now I'm going to come in here and I'm going to do GitHub. So log into GitHub and I'm going to create new repository, and I'm just going to say Netflix clone, or I could just say Django Netflix clone, like this. And now I'm just going to create the repository, and what I'm just going to do is to start like this and say git init. So right here, I'm going to open up my terminal. I'm trying to push this code onto the GitHub repository we just created. So I'm going to initialize, and then what we need to do is to just say git add. We're going to add everything, and that should do it. And then right here, we're just going to copy all of this command because GitHub already gave us. And actually, we're not going to run that because that is going to give us, we're going to run it one after the other. So let's just cancel all of this and this. So like this, good. And then let's branch to main, good. And then you have to run remote add origin, good. And now let's just push it. So let's give it a few seconds to push. That shouldn't take a long time, and this should push in a bit. So right here, this has been successfully pushed, and I could just close this. And what I'm gonna do is to just come in here, and if I hit refresh on this, just also open it in a new tab, same thing. Right here, you can now see that every single thing has been added here. So now that we have this in GitHub, the next thing we can do is to open Flow. I'm going to open a new tab, and I'm going to go to flow.com, and I'm just going to sign in again, and I'm going to sign in with my GitHub account. So I already signed in before, it should automatically recognize that. Now the next thing I want to do under Netflix project, I'm going to go in there, and this time around I'm going to add new. I'm going to create a new application. So I want to deploy a new application. So I'm going to connect my GitHub repo, and this is what I'm going to do. So I'm going to click on this. I'm going to give it access to all repositories, and then I'm going to sign in. So right now it's going to redirect me back here. So now it's going to load up all of my, as you can see, everything is loaded up. And now I'm going to click on the one. So the one I want to deploy is Django Netflix clone. It's very easy and very straightforward. As you can see, it says gives your application a name. Let's leave it as it is. And we want to deploy main. And we're just going to leave this as it is. And for the environment variable, the port is going to be 8000 because Django responds to 8000. And now we can open up this first. What we just want to do is to say we're going to use build pack. So this build pack basically detects and builds automatically. It kind of detects the application that you have without you having to input a Docker file that is going to give you full control of the whole build process. So just click on this, and it already we can leave this blank because the root directory is already the directory we've provided. So just leave that blank and click on deploy your app. Now we're just gonna wait for that, and as you can see, it has started deploying. It says queued, so it's gonna deploy and it's gonna show you everything right here. And I'm gonna be back once this has deployed. Now as you can see, everything has been deployed successfully. It says deploy. If I open this, you're just gonna see all the logs of everything that deployed. Now this is nice, everything deployed without any error. So this is good. As you can see, it says it is listening at the port 8000. Now let's actually test this. So let's copy the URL. This is the URL it deployed at. It has been copied, and now we're just going to paste it on here. As you can see, our application has been deployed. So as you can see right here, we can see it. The only problem is that we don't have the static files. So we don't have no CSS files, we don't have no styling, and this is going to be a problem. So what we can do is we need to change something. So right here, before we deployed our application, so right here, if I pop up my terminal back again, we didn't run something called collect static. So you need to run python 3 manage.py collect static. So whenever you are deploying your project to production, you need to make sure you run it. And once you run it, it's going to create another file named collect static that has the styling for the admin and your assets. Now that you have that, what we just need to do is to redeploy. So we're just going to do git init again. And then we're just going to come here and just take all of this code. And then we could just basically copy everything. And then we could just make this and say update. Yes, and it has seen what to include static files. We already branched all of this, but I just like doing the same routine again. And then we could just do this again, and then this again. So now, as you can see, it says, okay, now it says everything is up to date, but everything isn't. This is because after reinitializing, let's just start it again. We didn't do git add, so we need to do git add. Now, once we do that, we can say commit. We can just say changes. Good, that is what we want to see. And after committing branch, should say we already exist because it already exists. And then we could just push. Now let's give it a few seconds. That has been done successfully. And now right here, if we come back to Flow, you're going to see that automatically it has seen the changes we made, and it's just going to start redeploying. So let's view the logs again. Once we view the logs, so this is going to start redeploying. I'm going to pause the video and I'm going to be back once this has been done. So as you can see, it has been deployed successfully. Now when I come back in here and when I click on refresh, you can see that right here it shows with the styling and everything is working perfectly fine. Now this has been done. We have successfully deployed this application to the web using Flow. So let me just show you around. So right here, this is what we've deployed, and we can just come to the settings and you can see this is, first of all, this is the domain, and right here is the GitHub repository that we deployed. And you can see that Flow automatically detected that we were using Django. We didn't have to specify, we didn't have to, put in our Docker file or anything like that. Flow automatically knew that, which is why I really like this. And right here you can just have all the settings, so you can change the name. You can't really change the name. I think you can view the name, you can view the source repo, and this is the custom URL. I believe you can change that if you want. And to get a custom domain, that is coming soon, but once you have that, you can also add your own domain. And this just shows the region. This allows us to choose automatic deployment, and this allows us to delete our application. So these are just other settings for build and scalability. And right here you can also set environment variables, and we set the port for 8000 as the environment variable. So apart from that, everything has worked successfully. We were able to deploy our application and we're able to deploy our Postgres database using Flow. So that was how easy it was to build all of this. So that is the end of this whole tutorial, and I hope you enjoyed everything we did in this course, and I hope you learned a lot. And if you did, please don't forget to smash the like button and subscribe. Once again, there will be a link in the description below where you can access Flow, or go to flow.com and sign up, and you can access all of this that we're doing. So having that said, thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Hi guys, welcome to this video. This video is the first part of a tutorial series where we'll be building a Spotify clone using Django. So we're going to be building a full Spotify clone with all the necessary features such as listening to music, viewing artist profiles, searching for songs, and stuff like that. Now in this video, as I said, we're going to be using Django, and we're also going to be using a platform called Zeet. Zeet is a CI/CD development platform that helps you get to production and operate in production. The platform is great for teams running Kubernetes workload and also great for multi-cloud. In this video, we're going to be using Zeet for a lot of things, and I'm going to highlight two major things that we're going to be using Zeet for. So we're going to be using Zeet to deploy our Postgres database. So in this application that we're building, we are going to be using a Postgres database, and we are going to be using Zeet to deploy that Postgres database. And at the end of this video, we're also going to use Zeet to help us deploy our application onto the web. So when we are done building, I'm going to show you how to use Zeet to take your application from your computer and deploy it onto the internet. So before getting started with this video, click the link in the description below to create an account on Zeet so you can follow along with this tutorial. Now let me show you around what we are going to be building. First of all, let me log out, and I'm going to show you the login page. So we added a feature where a user can sign up to our application and also log in. So if a user doesn't have an account, they could click on this button to sign up and create an account. But I already have an account, so I'm just going to come here to sign in, and I'm just going to input the sign in details and click on the sign in button, and that is going to take me to the home page. So as you can see right here, this home page has all of the details. It has all the top artists, it has top songs. So I'm going to start with clicking on an artist. So I'm just going to click on, let's say, Taylor Swift. Now as you can see, this loaded up Taylor Swift's details. So this shows a cover image, this shows a name, this shows our monthly listeners, and right here you can see that this shows a song, and it also shows the amount of streams and the duration. Now I could click on one song, and this is going to take me to the page to actually listen to this song. So right here, as you can see, this song has been loaded. Right here you can see that we have the image of the song, we have the name of the song, and the artist that sang it. Now I could play this song, but before playing it, I'm just going to mute my audio because I don't want this song to play out loud due to YouTube copyright. So I'm just going to click on this song, and you're going to see that it starts playing, and I could click on this to fast forward the song 10 seconds and click on this to put it back 10 seconds. I could also click on anywhere in the whole progress bar and it's going to jump to that part of the song, and I could pause and play the song. So we're going to be adding all of this in this video. Now I could just click on this to go back to the home page. Now we're back in the home page, and this also shows me the top songs. So I could just click on any of these songs. So I could click on this one, for example, called Paint the Town Red. And as you can see, this loads the Paint the Town Red song. Once again, gives us all the details and we can listen to this song. The next thing we can do is to search. I'm going to go back to the home page. And right here, if I come to this search bar, let's say I search for Drake and I click on the search button. So as you can see, it loads up results for that search term. So if I scroll down, I'm going to see a lot of songs by Drake, and not just only Drake songs that Drake is featured in. So right here, you can see that we have a song by Travis Scott featured Drake. Now, if I click on any of this song, let me just click on the first one. It's going to take me to listen to this song. So right now, you can see that we're in the page to listen to this song. Now, I can just also come back to the home page and browse around the whole platform. So this is what we're going to be building in this video. I hope you're excited. If you are, please don't forget to click on the like button and subscribe, and let's get straight into it. Now, the first thing we're going to do is to create a new Django project. Before we even create a project, we need to make sure that we have Django installed on our computer. So to have Django installed, we need to make sure we have Python installed. So to check if you have Python installed, open up your terminal. If you're on a MacBook, I'm on a MacBook, so I have my terminal open up right here. But if you're on a Windows, just open up your command prompt and then type Python. So once you type Python, if you're on a Windows, it should bring out like a Python ideally. But if you're on a Mac, type Python 3 and it's going to bring it out also. So if you're on a Windows, just type Python and it should show you all of this. So it should show you the particular version you have, and it should bring out like a basic editor where you can just print whatever you want to print, right? So something like this. So that just shows you that you have Python installed. And once, let me just clear this. Once you have Python installed, you can now install Django by saying pip 3 install Django. Now only run this if you are on a MacBook, but if you're on a Windows, once again, just omit the 3. You don't need to add 3. Just say pip install Django and that should do the work for you. I already have it installed, so I'm not going to be running this command. Now that you know you have it installed, the next thing you need to do is to actually create this Django project. Now for this Spotify clone, I'm going to be creating a new project and I'm just going to name it Spotify under clone. But the first thing is I need to know where I'm going to be working. So I need to navigate into the folder or into the directory that I'm going to be building this project on. So I'm just going to come here, and this is just my finder on my MacBook. So I created a folder on my project named Spotify clone, and in there I created a front end folder and a back end folder. So this front end folder basically has all the front end files we're going to be needing. So the index page, login, music profile, and the CSS styling. It has everything. There's going to be a GitHub link in the description where you can get access to the front end folder so you can continue or build along with me without having the finished version, right? So there's going to be 2 different GitHub links, both the front end and both the completed version of the whole entire project. So this is the front end, and I'm going to import this later into my Django application. But now we're going to be navigating into backend, and this is where we're going to be building the Django application. Now what I'm going to do is to navigate into this folder right here in my terminal. Now you can do this wherever. You can actually just create a folder, your Django project right here. But I just want to make sure everything is organized. That's why I created a whole folder for it, and I'm going to be doing everything here. So I know where it is, and I'm just going to say cd documents, and I'm going to say cd projects. And I'm going to say cd Spotify underscore clone. And if I do ls, I should have front end and back end. Then I'm going to say cd backend. If I do ls, it should be a completely empty folder. So right now I know I'm in backend. Now I can create my Django project. Now I'm going to say Django admin start project. I'm going to name it Spotify underscore clone. Now I'm going to come back in here. If I right here in backend, remember it was empty. Now there's a new folder named Spotify clone. I'm going to come in here and we're going to see these files. So right here, I'm just going to say ls. It shows me the Spotify clone. I'm just going to navigate into Spotify clone. Now I am in this Spotify clone Django project. If I say ls, it's going to show me the same thing that is here, that is in this folder. So now that we have that, the next thing before we move forward is to create a Django app. So in Django, when working with projects, you have to create an app, which is kind of like a subset of a project. So imagine you're building a full Facebook clone or a full social media application. You might want to have different applications under that Django project that does different things. But for this project is not really a huge project. We're just going to have one application. So if you're not too sure what Django apps mean, just think of it as a subset of a project. So for example, let me use the Facebook illustration. So we could have facebook.com as the main Django project, but then we could have an app just for messages. So just for the Facebook messages. We could have an app that is just for the authentication, just for user authentication. We could also have another app just for the Facebook marketplace. So because it's such a huge project, that's why we kind of divide it or separate it into different apps. But for this particular project, we just really need one. Making more than one for this would just be, doing too much. So I'm just going to create one new app, and I'm just going to name this app Music, because that's literally the only thing we need right here in this Spotify clone. So I'm just going to say Python 3 manage.py start app Music. So you need to make sure you are in the folder that says manage.py. That is the root directory of this whole project. So once you're there, you need to run this command, Python 3 manage.py start app, and then the name of the app. The name of the app in this case is Music. So that's what we're going to do. Once again, if you're on a Windows, omit this 3, just type Python and everything should work. I'm going to hit enter. If I come back in here now, you see we have a new folder named Music. Also, if I run ls, you can now see that I have a new folder named Music. So this is good. This is literally what we want. Now what I'm just going to do is to open this up in VS Code. So let me do that real quick. I'm going to come into VS Code. I already had this opened up prior, and I'm just going to come here and I'm going to say file, open folder, and right here I'm just going to navigate into document. I'm just going to go into projects, which I should have created a long time ago. So right here, projects, and today is Spotify clone. Backend, I'm going to open Spotify clone. So I'm going to open the root directory of this project, which is the directory that contains the manage.py file. I'm going to open this up, and now that I have this opened up, as you can see, this is working. And what I'm just going to do is to make sure that this project is running successfully. Then we'll know that everything works successfully. I'm going to drag up a new terminal, and to run this Python project or this Django project I just created, I'm going to say Python 3 manage.py run server. So we omitted a right here. We just have to take care of that. And good. So just ignore this error that says you have a thing unapplied. It's not really an error, it's just a warning, but we're going to take care of that later. So now we need to go to this particular development server. I'm just going to copy it, and right here in my browser, I'm going to paste it. So as you can see, it shows me this Django project that has been created. It says, good, you successfully created a Django project. It's working. But now we're just going to go further into actually developing on this Django project, because this is not what we want the users to see. Now the next thing we're going to do is to just make sure that we are signed up to Zeet, because Zeet is a platform that we're going to use a lot in this project for a lot of stuff. So we just need to make sure that we've created an account here and we're signed up, so that when we need it, we don't need to do that again. So what I'm just going to do is to click on sign in, because I already have an account. But if you don't have an account, you just need to. So you can also click on this page, and then it's just going to bring you automatically to the sign up page. But because I already have an account, I'm just going to click on login. So you could sign up with GitHub or Google. I already signed up with my GitHub. So I'm just going to click on login, and now I'm going to log in with my GitHub. So it should just automatically log me in, because it already recognized that my GitHub is logged in on this browser. So this is how it should look like once you come into Zeet for the first time. And this is just showing you that you've not deployed, or you don't have any project that is running right now. That is why it says let's deploy your first project. So I'm just going to tell you or show you how we're going to use this in this project later. But for now, make sure you have Zeet, you have an account created as Zeet, and you're successfully logged in. And once you have that done, we can now go back to the Django project right here. And what I'm just gonna do is to basically just set up the homepage URL. So the first thing I'm gonna do right now is I'm gonna come right here and I'm just gonna create a new, actually I'm gonna create it right here in music. I'm gonna create a new file named urls.py. So once again, it's good for you to understand the basics of Django, but I'm going to try to explain everything as I go on. So this URLs file is basically a file that contains all the URLs or all the paths in our project. So for example, let's say our project is Spotify /clone.com. And let's say we want to have, this is the home URL, right? And we want to have another URL like /login. So this is where we create that URL. If we want to have another URL like /signup, we have to create that URL here. So all of this we have to do here. So for us to do this, we're going to say from django.path import URLs. So path is kind of from django.urls import path. So path is kind of the pattern that Django uses to create new URLs. So for us to do this, we're going to create a new list. I'm going to show you how this works. So this list basically is going to take a list of all the URLs in this application. And the first URL is just going to be the home URL. And to do this, we're just going to say path. We're going to open a bracket and close it. And I'm going to add the quotes. And if I leave this blank, this means I'm trying to define the home URL, right? If I put something like login here, this means I'm trying to define the URL for /login. But since I leave it blank, it means this is the home URL. I'm going to say comma views dot, I'm going to say index comma name equals index. I'm going to explain this once again. And I just always have adding a comma right here in list so I don't get any buggy error later. So this views.index is basically saying that when a user tries to come into the home page, go into the views file and look for a function or maybe even a class. But normally this is how we define for function, because a class we have to do something like /.asClass, but we're not talking about that now. So we're saying go into the views file and look for a function named index. And that views file is this particular views file right here. But we're having an error because it doesn't recognize any views file. This is because we didn't import it into this particular file. So we're going to say from the current folder, import views. Now, what this is going to do is that it's going to import this views.py, which is in the same folder as urls.py, into this urls.py file. Now we can access all the functions, all the classes, everything from this views file. Now we are saying go into the views file and look for the index function, and whatever is being done there or whatever is being rendered is what should happen when a user tries to come into the home page. Now this is how this works, and this name is just basically giving this URL a name. So we're saying the name of this URL is index. Now if we run this, if I actually bring my terminal back up, this should give us an error. Okay, it doesn't give us an error yet, and I'm going to tell you why. So for now, what I'm just going to do is to actually just come into views. I'm going to talk about that error later, but let's just take care of all the views for now. So let's actually create that views, and it's going to take a request. And what I'm just going to do for now is to just return an HTTP response. To do that, I need to import, I'm going to say from django.http import, I'm just going to say HTTP response. And now I'm just going to return that. I'm just going to say return HTTP response. And this HTTP response, I could basically give you like a basic HTML, so like an H1, and just say hello guys, or let me just say hello world. I'm just going to close that like this. So once I save this, this should be done, right? But if I come back in here and hit refresh, nothing changes, even if I've specified everything here. This is because everything I have been configuring has been only in the application, so in this music application. But remember, this music application is under the Spotify clone project, so we also need to tell the project about what we just defined. So we're going to do two things. The first thing is we're going to have to come into settings.py, and this doesn't actually relate to the URLs configuration, but we just need to make sure that whenever we create a new app, we need to come to settings.py file under the Spotify clone project and add that app under the list named installed apps. This is just so that this project recognizes that this particular app that we're adding is actually part of this project, because for all we know, it could just be any folder, right? So what we're just going to do is to say music. So we're adding a new app named music right here. So what you just need to do is to write the name of the app, and that is done. So now for us to actually make sure that these URLs work, we need to come into urls.py in the main project. We don't need to create this. This is automatically created by Django. And we need to first import include. So I'm going to explain this. Now we're going to have to create a new URL, and we're going to say include. Once again, I'm going to explain this, music.urls. So what this is saying is that if a user tries to come into the home page, include music.url. So this include is kind of saying copy this same particular page from the URLs file in the music app. So when it says include music.urls, what it's saying is a user tries to come into the home page, go into the music app, which is basically this app, then go into the urls.py file, which is basically this file, then look for any URL that matches this. And once it comes here, it's going to find that this URL matches this. Then what it's going to do is that it's going to look for what operation is being done. So the operation is to go into views, which is this views, look for a function named index, which if we come here is this function, and whatever is being returned here or rendered here is what should be rendered, or is what should be done for that particular URL. Now I hope you're able to follow that with me, because now once I come here and make sure I save this, if I come back in here and hit refresh, so it says we have an error. Let's see why we have this error. Just gonna bring back the terminal. So it says URL pattern. Okay, so for music, if we come into music and go into URL, so we just add an error in the name, so it should just be URL patterns and not URL pattern. So I'm just gonna save this, and I'm just gonna come back in here and hit refresh. So now you can see it says hello world. Now as you can see, we successfully created our first page for this Spotify clone, and what we're just going to do next is just to move forward with actually importing that front end I talked about. So if I come back in here, remember I talked about this particular front end pages. So this, just gonna quit this, click on this and open this up. So this is just the basically the front end or the HTML pages I designed for this, and we're just gonna talk about bringing this into the project. I'm gonna come back in here, and so for now we've been able to successfully run this Django project, and as I said, the next thing is to now set up the front end and make sure everything is working. So to wrap up, in this video I showed you the final product of what we're going to be building, and we also set up the Django project for this Spotify clone. So I explained everything on the Django side, and we also signed up to Zit because we're going to be using the platform extensively in this project build. And we also, from Django, we also set up all the URLs, and I explained all of that. So in the next video, what I'm going to be doing is to be integrating the front end templates into the project, so it actually looks nice and we actually get a feel of what we're going to be building. And we're also going to be setting up the databases and more in the next video until the end of this series. So thank you for watching this video. If you enjoyed this so far, please don't forget to drop a like and subscribe. And you can also drop a comment if you have any question or if you have anything to say about the video. Thank you for watching the video once again, and I'll see you in the next one. This is the second video in this Django Spotify clone series. Now in the last video, we created a new Django project and set up everything we needed. So we set up the Django project, the Django app, the URLs, and that's what we did to this point. And I also introduced you to Zit, which is the platform that we're going to be using for databases, and we're also going to be using Zit to deploy our application later at the end of this series. So now in this video, what we're going to be doing is to first of all touch this up, because right now all we just have is an hello world text. So we want to integrate our front end template in here, and we're also going to create a database. So we're going to be using a Postgres database from the Zit platform. So I'm going to show you how to create a Postgres database here and integrate it into the Django project, and let's get straight into that. Now let's get started with integrating the front-end template into this project. So what we need to do is to come here. I'm just going to close this terminal. So I'm not quitting the terminal. I'm just like minimizing it. I could close this up, and I could actually close this up. I'm going to leave this for now. So what I'm going to do is to come into the project folder, which is Spotify clone. And I'm going to go into settings.py. So right here in settings.py, what I need to do is to actually look for so I'm going to come down here and I'm going to look for a variable name template. So it's actually a list, and in there I'm going to look for where I see theirs, and right here in theirs I'm going to add base there underscore there. I'm going to say template. Right now what I'm just doing is that I'm saying whenever we want to use a template file, in this case a template file is just HTML files. So whenever I want to use any HTML file, go into the base directory. I remember earlier in this series I said the base directory, also known as the root directory, is the folder or the directory that contains the manage.py file. So basically it's going into this directory and it's looking for a folder named template. So in that folder, that is where it's going to look for that particular template that we're trying to use. So we have to come in here now and create a new folder named template to make sure that folder is there. And what I'm just going to do is to make sure I have all of the HTML files in these templates. So as I said, when we're trying to request for a particular HTML file, so for example, for the home page, we need this particular index.html file, because this is basically the view for the home page. So if we want to use that, what we're going to do right here is to just return that particular file by saying return render index.html. But when we say that, Django is automatically going to look for that index.html file in this template folder, which is the folder right here, because we specified this. If we don't have this, it's not going to work. So now what I can just do is to quit this for now. And right here in templates, I need to make sure that these HTML files are here. So I'm just going to select only the HTML files. So we have index, login, music.html, profile, sign up. This is CSS, and this is HTML. So now that I can see the HTML files, I'm just going to drag it into VS Code right here. So I just need to make sure that it's being dragged. And I'm going to copy it and paste it into template file. So now that I know I have all of that, I can actually use this HTML file now. I'm just going to say return render request index.html. Very easy and very simple. This is how I do it. Now, when we're saying render this index.html file, Django automatically knows that it needs to go into templates to look for that file because of what we set in the settings.py. So now if I come back in here and hit refresh, you can now see that we have this particular Spotify template. It's not looking really good right now, and I'm going to explain why, but you can basically now see that we have this Spotify template right here instead of just the basic Hello World app. Now the reason why it's not looking good is because we brought in the HTML file, but we actually still have some CSS files that needs to be connected to this HTML file to give it required styling. Now we need to go through another process for that. First of all, we're going to just create a new folder named static. So just the way we have a folder named templates that contains all the template files, we also need to have a folder named static that contains all the static files. Now static files is just CSS files, JavaScript files, images, basically any other external file that is we're going to be using in connection to our HTML file. So that is what a static file is in Django. So now I need to just import or drag and drop these CSS files. So I'm just gonna copy all of this. I'm just gonna do the same thing and just make sure I'm bringing it in here and pasting all of that in static. So now that we've pasted it in static, the next thing we need to do is to now also come back into the project, which is if I clone and go to settings.py. So you see the way we did, or we specified the directory for the templates. We need to do exactly the same thing for the static, but kind of in a different way. So as you can see right here, we have static URL, and what I'm just going to do is to come here, and for me to actually get or specify this or configure the static files, I need to have two things. The first one is static root, and what we're just going to do is to say OS. So before we use OS, we need to make sure we have that imported. So we're just going to say import OS. So that is imported. We're going to scroll back down, and now that we have OS, we can say os.path.join base there static. We're also saying go into base directory and look for the static folder, which is this. Now we also need to have one more thing named static files underscore theirs, and this is going to be a list actually. And now we're just going to write exactly the same thing. I'm going to say os.path.join. So we need to make sure this is dot join base there static. So this is the actual directory. So static files directory is saying go into static. Let's just, because it's a list, let's just add a comma. But for the static root, so this root is quite more complicated than just the static files there. But what you just need to know is that this shouldn't be static. This should actually be something like static files. This is a better name. They shouldn't really be the same name. So this is where we actually configure the directory for the static files. So as you can see, we say go into static. We can save this. If we come back in here into index.html, you're going to see that it is being connected to the style.css that it needs. But if we come back here, still doesn't make a difference. Now the reason why this doesn't make a difference is just because Django uses a different way to connect static files to the HTML file. So for us to do this, we need to scroll all the way to the top and actually add something named load static. And then right here, what I'm just going to do is to say curly bracket percentage sign static. Then I'm going to add a quote mark. I'm going to do the same. I'm going to say just curly bracket, actually just percentage sign and close curly bracket. Now you need to do this for every single place or every single time you are trying to connect a static file. You need to have this format right immediately in the link section. Now if I save this and come in here and hit refresh, now it's a whole different thing. You can now see that everything is aligned successfully. The static file is working. Now there's just only one problem that you might tell. So as I said, you need to actually have this styling or this format every single time you are linking a CSS file, an image, whatever it is. You need to have this. The reason why we're not having that when we're linking all of these images is just because these images are links from the internet. So as you can see, all of these are actual HTTP links. If I scroll down very well, you can see all the HTTP links. If they were images from the static files, we also need to have all of this particular format. So imagine you have, like, let's say 20 different places in your HTML file where you're using this or where you're trying to link different static files. It's gonna be quite time consuming to add this format for every single one manually, because, and I feel like it makes you less productive, because it's important, but it's something that could be quicker, could be done quicker. So this was why I created a Django extension called Auto Django. So if you come into extensions, so I actually use it a lot myself. I created it because it was a problem I faced, and now I use it so much. So you just come into extensions and search Auto Django, and you actually see this extension. Once you install this extension, you can quit it. And if you come back here, what you just need to do, I'm actually going to remove this so I can show you how it works. So if you come back here, what you just need to do is to say Command Shift P. So just say Command Shift P, type that, and you're going to see Auto Django, or you could just type to look for it, Auto Django. So once you get it, just click on it, and it's automatically going to add all the static files every single place on your HTML project. This is very good. The only thing you need to do manually is to add this load static, and I'm probably going to also fix that later. But this is very good because all you just need to do is to just say Command Shift P, and that is going to add the static styling or the static format for every single time you're trying to link a static file. So I just decided to add that in there because I thought it was very helpful. So now we save that once again, And if we come here, it shouldn't really make a difference because we've already added the front end. So this is what we need to do in terms of the front end. I think this is working. And we've done the main part of the styling. So we've added the template, the static files, and we've also connected the index.html. So this should be good for now. Now the next thing that we're going to do is to use it to create our Postgres database. So this Postgres database is actually going to be deployed on AWS. So we're going to be using AWS as the cloud. So we're going to create, as I said, a Postgres database on Zit, and we're going to connect it into our Django project. But before we can create this particular database, we first need to connect the cloud into our Zit application, into our Zit profile. So as I said, we're going to be using AWS. So what you need to do once you're signed into Zit, so first of all, go to zit.co and make sure you have an account and you're signed in. Once you've signed in, come under clouds right here, and then click on connect cloud and click on Amazon Web Services. Now once you do this, it's going to ask you to input your AWS account ID. Now make sure you log into AWS, and then on the top right corner, click on the drop down and copy the account ID. So once you copy that account ID, you can head back over to Zit and paste that account ID in there. And all you just need to do is to click on add. So this is going to add the AWS account, but now you need to authorize it. So authorize with IAM, and that is going to basically open this link. So just follow my steps, and what you just need to do is to scroll all the way to the bottom. You don't need to touch anything. Click on I acknowledge, and then create stack. So this is going to create the stack in it's not going to take a long time, probably in a few minutes, sometimes seconds. And once that is done, I'm going to be back. So this has successfully created. Now we can come back in here. I'm just going to close this up and actually close the AWS tab too. And as you can see, it says that my AWS account is successfully connected. Now what I'm just going to do is to come back into projects, and for me to create this Postgres database, I'm going to come under blueprints. So under blueprints, I'm just going to say view blueprints, and what I could just do is to search Postgres. And right here, as you can see, we're going to use AWS RDS. So right here where you see Postgres RDS, let's just make sure. So right here, this is what we want. So we don't really want this Postgres Kubernetes one. We're just going to click on this, and we're going to create project. So what we're just going to do is to use this cloud provider, which is the AWS that we connected. And right here, I'm just going to say continue. And for the input, so I'm just going to say the engine should be 15.2, which is the latest one. And the database name can be Postgres, and the database username can be root. And this is going to be the password. We don't want to see it right now. So now I'm just going to click on continue. And right here, this is the group name, subgroup name, and the project name. We could just deploy. And this should deploy in a few seconds or minutes. So as you can see right here, it's deploying. Once again, I'm going to be back once this has been successfully deployed. So now as you can see, this Postgres database has been deployed successfully. And right here, you can see that we also have our database connection info. Now this database connection info is what we're actually going to use to connect this database that we created into our Django project. So what I'm just going to do right now is to actually come back into our Django project, and right here where we have this settings.py, I'm going to scroll all the way down to where I see databases. So in this databases, I'm actually going to let me just copy, paste. I'm just going to comment this out. But now I'm going to change some stuff in here. So right here in databases, we have default. So from the engine, we're going to be using a different engine. So as default, Django uses SQLite, but for this project, we want to use PostgreSQL. So instead of saying django.db.backend.sqlite3, we're going to say .postgresql. And now for the name of the database, I'm just going to get rid of this. And the name of this database right here is going to be this database right here in the database connection info. So we're just going to copy Postgres, and I'm just going to paste that in there. And the next thing that we want to do is the user. I'm just actually going to write all of this out before moving forward. And the next thing is the password. And after writing the password, we need to have the host. And then we need to have the port. So now what I'm just going to do is to come back in here to get the user. So the user is this database username, which is root. So you just need to copy that and then paste it in. And for the password, we're going to come back in here. So I'm just going to make sure that it's pasted. Password, come back here, just copy the password, paste that in. For the host, I'm going to come back in here, and the host is basically database host name. Copy that also, paste that in. And for the port, so I'm going to come back here, the port is 5432. I'm just going to paste that in and hit save. So this is how to configure this database that we've created. This is how to connect it from Zit into our Django application. Now I'm just going to quit this settings.py and just open up a new terminal and run that again. So python 3 manage.py run server, that should run this. So it's taking a bit of time right here, and most of the time when this is not working is either because the Postgres is not configured properly or it hasn't basically connected. But what I was going to explain is, remember when we created when we tried to run this server earlier in this tutorial, in the first series, in the first episode of this series, and it showed us an error saying there have been some unapplied migration. Now this unapplied migration is just basically saying that we have some database that Django has created as default, but they haven't been migrated into the database we are using for this project. So in Django basically create database table as default. They create user tables for authentication, they create group tables, they create a bunch. They also create session tables so you can know when last the user logged in, stuff like that. So Django creates all of those tables, and when you create a new database, you need to migrate all of those tables into that new database. Now for you to do that, you just need to run python 3 manage.py. We should first run make migrations, but it was not going to change anything, so it's also stuck at this. Now we can just come into settings.py. Let's remove this and just put this as an integer value, and just make sure that we save that. And also we're going to come into Zit, and in this particular Postgres that we created, in settings we're going to switch to the settings tab. So on here where you see exposed to public, yours won't be toggled on, so make sure you toggle that on and click on save. So once you have that, let's come back now and try that command again. So we're just going to say python 3 manage.py make migrations, and that should just say no changes detected. And I could actually just close this. So it says it's not saved. Just gonna, this should be what we need. And now what I'm just gonna do is to say python 3 manage.py migrate. So this migrate, now we migrate all those database tables I talked about into this Postgres database that we just created. So as you can see, it is successfully doing all the migrations that we need, and that should be working. So it's just gonna make sure that all the migrations works. We're just gonna give that a second. As you can see, it says auth. So this is for the username, the email, last login, every single thing that we need. And this was the sessions I also talked about. So everything that we need, Django kind of provided that as default. So everything we need in terms of authentication, Django provided that. So now that we have this, we can now finally run the project again without getting any warnings. So python 3 manage.py run server, and that should just run successfully. Good. So now that that is running, I could close that, and I could finally come back in here and just hit refresh, and that should be good. So now what I've done is I connected the front end, and I also set up the database that we need. So what we can just do to actually view this database is two things. We can just open up this Postgres database on pgadmin, But we're not going to need to do that. That is because Django created or gave us a default Django admin panel where we can see our database, edit our database, add anything, change anything. So I'm also going to be using that a lot in this video, and I'm going to show you, we're going to be using that in this series, and I'm going to show you how we're going to use that in the next episodes of this series. So just to recap, what we did in this video is that we configured the template for this particular homepage. Now we can see this Spotify homepage as a nice looking UI. And the next thing we did was to create our database on Zeet. So we created a Postgres RDS database that was deployed onto AWS using Terraform. So you don't even really need to know all of those details because Zeet kind of just makes everything easier. So what you just need to know is that we created a Postgres managed database and we connected that database right here to our Django application, and everything is working perfectly. And in the next video, what we're going to do is to now move forward with building most of the actual features of this particular Spotify clone series. So thank you for watching this video, and if you enjoyed it, please don't forget to click on the like button and subscribe. That really helps the channel a lot. And if you have any question or you have anything to say, don't forget to drop a comment about it in the comment down below. So thank you so much once again, and I'll see you in the next one. This is the third video in this Spotify clone series. So up to this point, we've built out this nice UI, and we've also created our database, and we've connected our Postgres database to our application. So to connect our Postgres database, we use the platform called Zeet. So Zeet is a CI/CD development platform that helps you get to production and operate in production. So it has a lot of cloud features, and one of them is creating and deploying managed databases. So in the last video, we created a managed Postgres database on Zeet and we connected it to our Django application. In the next video, we're going to be using Zeet to deploy our application onto the web. So make sure you have an account on Zeet and you are signed in so you can follow along with this tutorial. There'll be a link in the description below so you can easily access Zeet. So once you have that done, without wasting any time, let's get straight into this video. The first thing we're going to do is to take care of user authentication. So we're going to allow a user to sign up to our application, log in and log out of our application. Then we're going to add a feature that is going to allow a user to see the weekly top artists, and we're also going to do the same to allow a user to see the weekly top songs. Then after that, we're going to introduce a feature that is going to allow users to actually listen to music. Then the user is also going to be able to see the profile of an artist, and the user is going to be able to search for songs, and we're also going to add a couple more features. So let's get started. Now the first thing that we're going to do is to take care of authentication. So when a user first comes to this our application, if they are not logged in, we want to first redirect them to the login page to make sure they are logged in and make sure that they have an account before being brought here. So what we're going to do is to just go back into the code, and I'm just going to quit this index tab. So right here in views, I'm actually going to create 3 views, and I'm just going to copy this to save time. So I'm going to say paste this, I'm going to say login, and this should also be, if I come into templates, the HTML page for this view, it is login.html. So this should be login.html. I'm also going to have sign up. Just going to say sign up, and then we're also going to have one more view, which is logout. But this logout is going to be quite different. We're not really going to return any of this, so I'm just going to pass for now. Now that we have this, the next thing to do is to take care of the URLs. So I want to have 3 new URLs. The first one is going to be sign up. Or actually, we can just make it login first. Same order as the views. Doesn't really matter. I'm just going to get rid of this. I'm just going to say sign up. Sign up and sign up. And I'm going to say logout. Copy this, paste it. Now that we have all of these views done, the next thing to do now is if we come in here into, so if I come here and go to /sign up, you can see automatically it opens up the sign up page, which is this nice looking UI that I built. And if I come back in here into signup.html, you can see right here, the reason why the styling worked automatically is because we're not really using any external CSS file, yeah? So as you can see, we're not connecting to any external CSS. For this, I just used Tailwind CSS because I didn't really need to do a lot. It was just basic styling. So I just quickly used Tailwind CSS for that. And that's why we have this nice looking UI. Now, what we want to do is to take care of the actual implementation. I'm going to go back in here and I'm going to come into views. Now, right here in views, we want to first, so we have this form. Let me explain this real quick. We have this form. Whenever a user inputs or fills this form and click on register, we need to get all of those details, then submit it into our database. But before we submit into our database, we need to do some checks. So we need to check if that username has already been taken, if that email has been taken, or if the password that the user input is not the same. So we need to check and test for all of that before we actually register that user in our database. So I'm going to come back in here, and so before we can even do anything here in the view, we need to come into signup.html. So right now I'm just going to close this, and right here we're going to have a form, and that form is where, so right here you can see that we have this form. So this form, I'm just going to make this separate so you can see it very well. Now this form is basically the code that outputs this. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to say action, and I'm going to leave it blank. Now when I leave this blank, this means that when a user clicks on the submit button, so this register button, it's going to take all those form, it's going to take the value that the user input and submit it to this page. Now if I leave the action as blank, this means that it's submitting it back to this same page. So now if it submits this back to this same page, which is /signup, it's going to come here and submit it to this sign up URL. Then it's going to take all those values and go into views and look for the sign up function. Now we can access those values in the sign up function. So that's what we're going to do. I'm going to explain this to you. And so if we come down here, after inputting the action, the next thing is to input the method. So this method is just asking us, how do we want to submit this form? How do we want to send this form to the backend, basically? So there are two methods. You can say get or post. So for this particular situation, post is more secure, because whenever we're sending, or whenever a user tries to submit, if we are using a get method, it's going to take all those values and display all of those values in the URL bar. We don't want this, because this is password, this is emails. We don't want all of that details in the URL bar. But when you use a post method, it's not going to show in the URL bar. It's kind of more secure. So post method is always used when you need to submit data that is more secure. Now, whenever we're using a post method in Django, we need to add CSRF token. We're just going to say CSRF_token. And now, right now, the next thing we need to do is to just give all of these names. So for this username, I'm pretty sure this is username. I'm just going to say name equals username. That's literally all we need to do. And for the email also, we just need to say name equals email. For the password, I'm just going to say name equals password. And then for the repeat password, I'm just going to say name equals password 2. This is good. This is literally what we need. And then if I come in here where we have this submit button or this register button, what we need to do is to give it a type. So for now, Django or HTML just sees this as a normal button. So if we click on register, it's probably not going to submit this form. The reason why is because it's just a normal button. But if we say type equals submit, now it knows that because this button is under this form right here, whenever a user tries to click on this button, which is known as submit, it basically submits all of this form or the values in this form to this page. Now that that is done, we can now access whatever the user inputs in our views. So now in our views, what we're just going to do is to come here and sign up. And the first thing we need to do is to make sure that whenever a user comes to this page using a post method, we need to get all the requests. So let me explain the difference between that post and get again. So if a user just comes to this page normally, like just goes to this URL or this particular page is being rendered using a get method, right? So, but if a user submits this form, then it's going to be sent, or that form is going to be submitted using a post method. That means the new URL or this page is going to be reloaded, but this time around with a post method. I hope that makes sense. So that means what we can use to distinguish now, we can use this method to know when a user is just coming to this page normally or a user is trying to submit a data, right? So if a user is trying to submit a data, the method is going to be post. So we're going to say if request, the method is equal to post. Now, if a user is trying to come to this page using a post method, that means form is being submitted, right? So now we're just going to say email equals request dot post. So this is the format, and then we have to put the name of that particular field. If I come in here and the name of the email field is just email, and I just paste that in. Now what is going to happen is when a user inputs their email and click on register, because we are sending all of this to this particular view, whatever the user inputs in that field is going to be saved in this Python variable. Now we can do whatever we want. We can submit it to the database. We can make different checks, but this is literally what we need for now. So now that we have this, we can use this same tactic for the rest of them. So we can say username, and because we know the name of that field is username, we can say password, and we know the name of the first password field is password, and this one is just password 2, and the name is password 2. I'm just going to come here and write 2. So now we know that we have every single thing that the user inputs. So once they input or fill this form and click on register, all the values in here is now being stored in this Python variable. Now we can do whatever we want with it. So the first thing we want to do, before I even continue, I just want to first have an else statement. So all of this, we said if the request or method is post, then we want to start doing all of this. But if it's not post, so else, that means the user is just trying to come to this page normally, then we just want to render that page normally. So that is why we're doing this. But if it's a post method, the user is trying to sign up or register to our platform. So we've gotten all the details. The first thing we need to check is if these two passwords are same. Because if the user input password that are not same, then we want to tell them, yo, this password is not the same. You need to check that. We're going to say if password is equals to password 2. That means if they are the same. But now let's pass. We'll do something. But else, that means if these passwords are not the same, then we need to tell the user that there is an error. So for us to pass a message back to this page saying there is an error, saying your password is not the same, we need to use something called messages. But before we can use messages, we need to import it. I'm going to come here and say from django.contrib import messages. So this is how we can import messages. So now we can send a message to our template. So for us to send a message to our template, what we're just going to do is to now say messages. So I'm going to come here and say messages dot info, and then we're going to say request like this, and this is just saying, we can say the password. Now we have to input the message we're trying to send. Just say password not matching. Now once we have this, we can now redirect them back to the sign up page. So say return redirect back to this sign up page. So redirect is not being shown. So for us to import redirect, we just need to come here and say redirect, because we can import redirect from Django.shortcut. So we can just import it directly. Now we can come back here and we can actually test this. For now, let me just say print password same. So I want to test if these messages is working. So before I can test it, I actually need to have like a HTML code that shows this message if there is a message. I'm going to come back to signup.html, and right here, what I'm just going to do is on top of the, so I'm going to come right on top of the form. So right on top of this form, I'm just going to paste in a div tag, and I'm going to explain what that does. So if I come here like this, so what this div tag does is that it loops through the messages. So as I said, once there is an error and we send a message, this message is being sent back to the sign up page. Now we can access it. So we'll say for message in messages, just print out the message, and we're giving it an h5 tag, and we're just ending our for loop, and then we're just adding a little bit of styling here to say that that h5 tag should be color red. Now this is just so that it shows that there is an error. Now if I save this and I come back here, I'm just gonna fill this form. Let me just say Tommy. I'm just gonna say tommy@gmail.com, and now I'm gonna input password that is not the same. If I hit register, you can see that it gave me that error saying the password is not matching. This is good. Now we know that works, we can continue. Now I'm going to come back in here, and what I need to do is to continue after checking if the password is same. So if the password is same, we now want to check if the email already exists. That means if another user has already signed up to this platform with the same email. But for us to do this, we need to import the user model. So this is kind of like importing the user database that Django created for us as default. So from Django.contrib, just gonna say .auth .models import user and also import auth. So this user is the user model, and this auth is what we're going to use to actually authenticate or log a user in. Now that we have this, we're just going to come back here, and what we're just going to do is to say, I'm going to remove this. I'm going to say if user.object.filter email equals email, we're going to say .exists. So if this is true, that means the email is taken. So we're going to do the same messages thing and say messages.info request email taken, and then we're just going to redirect the user back to the sign up page. So turn. So that is taken care of. But now the next thing we want to check, if this is not true, we're just going to bypass this. We're just going to say elif. So we want to check if the password is same and this is not true. So that means the password is same and the user email is not already taken. The next thing we want to check is if the username is already taken. So say if user.object.filter username equals username dot exists, then we're going to do exactly the same thing. So I'm just going to actually copy all of this to save time, and now I'm going to say username taken. I'm going to save this. For else, so if all of this is true, that means if this is true, the password is same, and if the email is not taken and the username is also brand new, is not taken, then we want to register this user on our platform. To do this, you're just going to say user equals user dot objects dot create user, and now we're going to give, say, username is equals to this username right here. Username equals username, email equals email, which is this email right here, and then password. So password, so we can just give it any of these two because it's the same thing. So we're just going to say password equals password. We need to make sure this is one dot, and now what we're just going to do is to say user dot save. Now what we can now do is we can log the user in. So this has successfully registered the user, but after registering the user, let me just say log user in. I'm just going to comment this out. So after the user has been registered, instead of taking the user to then log in again, which is going to be long, we're just going to automatically log the user in. So say user underscore login equals auth dot authenticate, and username, we're going to authenticate the user using username and password. Username equals username, and then we're just going to say password equals password, and we're just going to say auth.login request user underscore login and return redirect back to the home page now. So if all of this is true, we've successfully registered the user, then we're going to log the user in and then redirect them back to the home page. Now let's actually test this out. I'm going to come to this page again. Now I'm going to say Tommy at gmail.com. Just going to put in password and register. Now let's see if this takes us to the home page. That means we have successfully been registered. Boom, we are in the home page. We didn't get any error. This simply means that we have been registered on the platform, which is good. But one more thing, how does the user know that I am logged into this platform? Because for all we know, this is how it looks like even when the user is not logged in. What I'm going to do is to put a specific message here that says welcome user. So instead of user, I'm going to put the user's username. So to do this is actually very simple and just going to take a few seconds. So open up this and come into index.html. So right here where we have welcome, so we're just going to scroll to where we see welcome user. You just need to do user.username. So you need to have two curly braces, and in that curly braces type in user.username, and you could actually put whatever you want here. You could show the user their email, and you could just say user.email, but that doesn't really make sense for this use case. So we're just going to leave it as username. Now if I come here and hit refresh, you are now going to see that it shows me Tommy because I'm logged in as Tommy. So we've successfully added the functionality for a user to sign up to the platform. Now the next thing we're going to do is to take care of the login and logout function. So right now a user can sign up to our application and they will automatically be logged in. But now let's say I want to log out of this page and then log into another account or sign up again as another user. Then how do I do that? The first thing I'm going to do is to make a user be able to log out, because if they don't log out, there's really no way they can log in. So first of all, I'm going to allow a user to log out. So what I'm just going to do is to come back in here and I'm going to come into URLs. We already have the URL, but for the view, I'm going to come into logout. So in this logout view, we just need to make a user be able to log out. So the first thing I'm going to do is to make sure that a user is logged in before they can access the logout view. For me to do this, I need to use a decorator named login required. So I'm going to say from django.contrib.auth import .decorators, because now we want to use a decorator. We can say import login required. Now we can use this login required not just for this logout, but also for index and any other thing we need. So let's say we don't want a user to be able to even access the home page if they are not logged in. That's where we use this login required. Let me show you how to do it. So right here in logout, what I'm just going to do is to say login required. Now when I say login required, it knows that for a user to access this view, they need to be logged in. But what if they are not logged in? How does Django know where to redirect them to? So I'm going to give it login URL. I'm going to say login. So if they are not logged in, it's going to redirect them to the login URL, and they have to do that before accessing this page. So now for us to actually make a user be able to log out, it's so easy. We just need to say auth.logout. So take a request, and that is going to log them out. But what do we want to do after? We want to redirect them to the login page. Return redirect to login. So after they are logged out, they should go to the login page. Now what I'm going to do is to come into index, and right here where we have this logout, as you can see, we have a link. This logout, just so you know, is this particular button right here. So I'm just going to say /logout. So when I say /logout, once a user clicks on this, you're going to see that it works. So I'm just going to refresh this page, and now I'm going to click on logout, and you're going to see that it's going to take me back to the login page. But we haven't even taken care of the login page, so a user can't really log in right now. So what we need to do is to take care of that. But before we take care of that, I want to add login required to the home page. I'm going to come into views. I'm just going to copy this real quick, and I'm going to scroll up. I'm going to paste this. So now I'm pasting this so that if a user is not logged in, they won't be able to access the home page. So what I'm going to do now is to try to go to the home page. This is the home page. And as you can see, it redirects me here back to the login page. But there's something good that Django does. So it knows that after we finish logging in, the next page to take the user to is slash. Now this is because I tried to come to this slash URL, which is the home page, without logging in. So it first redirect me to login, and then once I've logged in, it's going to take me back to the page I was trying to access initially. So Django does this automatically. We don't need to write anything to do that ourselves, which is good. So now that we have that, we can take care of this login page. So similarly to what we did in the sign up page, I'm just going to come into opening my login.html, and what I'm just going to do is to distinguish the form. So I'm going to do exactly the same thing, and I'm just going to say action equals blank, and I'm going to say method equals post, and I'm just going to actually come here and copy the CSRF token, paste that in here, so like this, and I'm going to give this names, and I'm just going to say name equals username, and for the password, the same thing, name equals password. Now I can save this. The next thing I'm going to do before I leave this is to just come here and copy these messages. So these error messages. So if there is an error, it's just going to show that automatically. And I'm just going to paste that in. And right here, I'm just going to make sure the indentation is right. Now this should be good. The last thing I actually need to do is under the button, we need to make sure the type is submit. So now that the type is submit, that should be good. And one more thing. So right here where it says don't have an account, sign up. When a user click on this sign up, it doesn't go anywhere. So we want to take them to the sign up page. So what I'm just going to do is to say slash sign up like this. And I'm actually going to do the same thing for sign up. Sign in here. I'm just going to say slash login. Good. So now that we have all of this, we can come back to views, and we're just going to come into login. Now login is quite straightforward compared to the signing up. So we just need to do exactly the same thing we did. We're just going to say if, actually we're just going to copy this like this. This is literally what we need, but instead of email, we need password. So we're going to get rid of this. So now if request.method is equals to post, then username and password, we're going to get those two. But now I'm just going to say pass, and actually we don't need to pass because I wanted to have an else, but we don't really need that for this. We could just go straight forward and say user equals to auth.authenticate username equals username. So authenticating using this username, and I'm also going to do the same using password, and password equals password. Good. So the only thing we need to check for the login view is just to check if the user is not in our database. We're just going to say if user is not none, then I'm just going to say log the user in. Log user in. Just going to comment this out for now. But if the user is none, so I'm just going to say pass. Else, and I'm going to send a message. So let me explain what I'm doing. If user is not none means, so if a user is none, that means this particular credential is not present in our database. That means this user hasn't registered. So that means the user is none. But if the user is not none, that means it's the opposite of that happened. That means we actually found this user in our database. So that means we can log the user in. So I'm just going to try to log the user in right now. And I'm just going to say auth.login request user, and I'm just going to redirect the user to the home page after being logged in. Good. So now that we've taken care of that view, what if the user is none? That means we didn't find this user in the database. We're going to send an error message. So say message.info request. We're just going to say credentials invalid. Good. And then we're going to return them back to this login page. So return redirect login. Good. So now I'm just going to come here and try it because this view is done. I'm just going to come back in here and I'm just actually going to refresh this page. And let me try to log in with a user that we haven't registered. So I'm just going to say Tim. Just going to give it some random password. Nope. And as you can see, it says credentials invalid. Check the database, it didn't find this user. That means the credential is invalid. But if I try to log in with the Tommy user that I created earlier, you're going to see that it's going to take me to the home page successfully. So that should log me in. So as you can see right now, I've successfully been logged in to this page. Now, before we move forward, I want to introduce you to the API that we're going to be using in this video. So for this video, to build this Spotify clone, we're going to have to access an API that already has a ton of music on it. It has all the artists, all the details, so we don't have to start like building all of that ourselves. So that is what an API is for. And we're going to be utilizing an API in this video. So what I'm going to do is to go to Rapid API. So this Rapid API is kind of like an API hub where you can just search for different APIs and, you'll find whatever you're looking for. This video is actually not sponsored by Rapid API in any way. We're just going to use it for this video because I can easily find a Spotify API or a music API for this particular course. I'm just going to quit this. So you can go to rapidapi.com, or there's going to be a link for the particular API that we're going to be using on Rapid API in the description. So you can also just check it out directly from there. And right here, this is the API. So when you go to Rapid API, you have to create an account. Then click the link in the description, which is this Spotify scraper. And this Spotify scraper is just an API that is constantly updated. So there's always music and everything is there. It's kind of like an API that scrapes all the details from Spotify and YouTube and SoundCloud. So we're not just going to be using data from Spotify. I decided to go with this particular API because it has YouTube, SoundCloud, Spotify, and it also allows us to have playback. So playback meaning like we can actually play music on this particular app that we're building. So this is the Spotify scraper, and I'm just going to show you how to use it. So first of all, the first thing we're going to do is right here, this top artist right now is just like dummy data that I just like made. But what I'm going to do is to actually use, if I come here, you're going to see that we have something. I'm just going to close this. So this Spotify scraper, once again, it has various different endpoints. So it has tracks, home, search, everything you need. So we're going to utilize most of this for this course. Now, if I come down to the chart endpoint, and if I see list top tracks, so under list top tracks, you're going to see that I'm able to list the top tracks. Okay, this is actually top tracks, but what we need for what I'm talking about, which is this, is top artist. So we're going to come over to list top artist, and as you can see, under this list top artist, we have an API that is able to do this for us. So all you just need to do is to have an API key, but you don't even really need to care about that because once you create an account and come to this Spotify scraper, Rapid API automatically places your API key when needed. So all you just need to do is so right now I'm just going to switch to Python and I'm going to use requests right here. And now this is the code. This is literally the code that you need to run this endpoint. So to send a request to this endpoint. So if I scroll down, you don't really need to input any of this. So I just really hope that you have a basic knowledge of APIs, so that you can kind of understand what I mean by endpoints and what APIs actually are. So if you don't have a basic knowledge of API, I have a video on my channel. Just search introduction to APIs, you see that there. And so as you can see, this chat endpoint right here, we can see list top artist. And if I just try to run this, so I'm just going to say test endpoint, that's actually going to run that endpoint and going to give me a result. So you can see that right now this is the response. It's saying weekly top artist. So this is the top artist for this particular week. So when we implement this API, when a user comes to our application every week, there's going to be new top artists. So it's not just going to be the same artist forever. So as you can see, it gives us the top 200 artists, which is a lot. So what we're just going to do is, so if I open one, you're going to see the artist and the artist ID. Now this ID is the Spotify ID to the artist profile, right? This is the artist name, and then this is the artist Spotify URL, and this is the visual. So this visual is where we can see the artist profile picture. If I come here, you're going to see we have a URL to the artist profile picture. Now this is good. This is what we need. What I'm just going to do is to come in here, and I'm actually going to copy this code. Now for us to implement this particular top artist into our code and for us to print some data here, I'm going to show you what we need to do. So we're going to come here, and on top of this index, we're actually going to create a new function, and this function is just going to be the function that gets the top artist. So I'm just going to say top artist, but now I'm just going to pass. So what we're going to do is this function is going to run all of this. So it's going to run, so send a request to this particular endpoint, run all of this, and then this is going to just return the response. So the response, which is going to be the full artist, so the artist name, the artist URL, and the artist ID. So it's going to return all of that right here whenever this is run. So what I just need to do is to paste in what I copied. I'm gonna do this, and for this import, I just need to import it like right here, which is good. Import request, I'm gonna report that outside, and this is what we need. So we don't need to touch any of this, and we have our response. So this response right now, if I print this response.json, it's going to be right here. It's going to be all of this, which is what we just ran. So let me just like this is the response it's going to give us, all of this, but we don't want all of this response, right? It's going to give printed as a JSON response, and I could actually test this out, but there's no point because we can already see what the output is right here. So what I'm going to do is to come here, instead of saying print response.json, what I'm just going to do is to put response.json into a variable. So I'm going to say response data going to be equals to response.json. Now we can do whatever we want. What I'm going to do is to create artist info. I'm going to create an empty list. Now this empty list is where I'm going to store all of the artist data. So the data I'm going to get is the artist URL, the artist name, and the artist ID. Those are just the three I need. And let me tell you why. It's because we need the artist name. That is what we're going to show here. We need the artist URL, and what I mean by URL is the artist image URL. That is what we're going to show here. And the ID, so when a user clicks on this artist, we need to know what artist they clicked on so we can take them to that artist profile page, right? That's why we need the ID. Now I'm going to come back here, and what I'm just going to do is to say I'm going to have to loop through all the artists in this response data. Let me come back in here and see how we can do that. So if I come back in here, so in this, I'm just going to see right here, I can do this. So in this, I'm just going to do this so you can see that a little bit better. We don't really have too much of a flexibility. I'm going to put that back. So in this right here, you can see that we have something in the response, which is a list in the response that says artists. So what I'm going to do is to check if this artist is present in that response. So I'm first going to say if artists, actually we just to make sure we don't have any typographical error. There's actually no point, let's just type it out. So if artists like this in response data, remember this response data is basically all of this. So we're checking if there is an artist list in this response data. So if that is true, then what we're going to do is to say for artists, we're going to loop through all of this list. Remember, this is a list, as you can see here with the square bracket. So we're going to loop through all the values in this list, and we're going to say for artists in response data artist, right? So this is what we need to do, but we need to make sure this has parentheses. Now, for artists in response data artists, now what this is saying is for each of these artists right here in this artist, so we say response data artist. Remember that this is, think of it like a dictionary. So think of this JSON like a Python dictionary. So if we're trying to get this artist in the response data, we use a square bracket, and this artist is the key name. That's what we're saying for artists in response data. What we're going to do is to then say name equals to artist. So let's say we want to get, if I come in here, now for every single artist, anything we are doing here is for each of these artists right here, each of the elements in this list. So let's take one for example. So we want to get the name. So we're going to say artist dot get name. So I'm just going to say artist dot get, in a bracket, name. Now we could leave it like this, but let's say there's a problem with just that particular element and it doesn't show the name or it doesn't display the name. We're just going to have a default message that says no name, right? So no name shown. Now we have the name. The next thing is to, let's see, we need to get the ID. So the ID is right here. We're going to do exactly the same thing. So I'm just going to say artist underscore ID equals to, I'm just going to copy all of this, paste it. Now I'm going to say the ID right here. I'm getting the ID, but if there is no ID for some reason, we're just going to replace it with no ID. So we have the artist ID. The last thing is to get the avatar URL. So I'm just going to say avatar URL. Now this avatar URL right here, if I come in here, avatar URL is, if I come into visuals, avatar, we're going to open the first one. This is the URL we need to get. But now as you can see, this is going to be quite more complex than just getting this, because this is the first thing we see in each element. So this is the first values in each element. But for us to get the actual avatar URL or the profile picture of that particular artist, we need to come into visuals. Then we need to go into avatar. Then we need to look for the first element in avatar. Then we can get URL. So let's do this. Let's kind of do it step by step. So what I'm going to do now is to say artist dot get. What is the first thing? The first thing is visuals. We're going to say comma. Let's just leave this blank. So this, once again, this blank just means if for some reason we don't have visuals in that particular element, it's just going to be a blank dictionary, because these visuals, as you can see, it is a dictionary. Now the next thing we're going to do is to say dot get. Now what is the next one after visuals? Avatar. Avatar. Now avatar is a list. So I'm just going to say square brackets, but in there, what we have in that list is, as you can see, is just a blank dictionary. So we can just come in here and just give it a blank dictionary. So we don't have a blank dictionary in that list, but what I'm saying is, for some reason, if we're not able to get avatar, we're just going to return a list that has a dictionary that is blank. Hopefully that makes sense. So what we're now going to do, since we are now in avatar, we want to get the first element in that list, which is this. So we're going to say, to get the first element, because now we're dealing with a list, we use square brackets 0. And now we can say dot get. So we're in the first element. In that case, it is this particular element. Now we can just say dot get URL. Dot get URL. And once again, if for some reason we can't find URL, we'll just say no URL. Now I really hope this makes sense. We're going to test this out later. Now what I'm just going to do is to append all of this info that we got into the artist info list that we created. I'm just going to say artist info dot append. Now I think I should append it like as a tuple, right? And each of the elements is going to be name. We're going to append name. Then we're going to append the avatar URL. and then we're going to append the artist ID. Good. So now that we have that, literally this is done. What we just need to do is to return artist info. Now this is good. So if anywhere in the whole program or anywhere in the views of this page we just run top artist, it's gonna get us the current top artist. Now let's try that. So the first thing that we're gonna do to try this is so I'm just gonna take top artist, just gonna copy that, and right here in index I'm gonna come into index, which is the home page, and I'm just gonna say artist, let me just say artists underscore info equals to top artist. So what I'm just doing is top, okay, there is a problem. I'm just gonna say top artist. So what I'm just doing is I'm calling this top artist, and it's gonna return me with the current top artist and all the information, and it's just gonna store it in a variable called artist info. Right? So now what I'm gonna do is to just send this into the index.html. So I'm just gonna create dictionary called context, and I'm just gonna say artist info like this should be artist info like this, and then have a comma at the end. And for me to pass it to the HTML, I'm just gonna do this. Just gonna copy that once again properly. Good. This should work, but before we test this, let's make sure this actually works. So what I'm gonna do is when we run this home page, let's just print artist info. So now I'm gonna bring this up, and I'm gonna come back in here. I'm gonna come here and just run this home page again, and let's see if it prints us the artist info. So I'm gonna scroll here. It's gonna look a bit messy, but look, it literally prints us all of the information we need. So as you can see, we have a list, and the list composed of tuples. So it gives us the Taylor Swift, gives us the avatar, and it gives us the ID. Next is Drake, the avatar and the ID. Bad Bunny, avatar and the ID. Good. This is literally all we need. Now we can just get rid of printing this because we don't want to do that every single time a user comes to the home page. Just gonna save this, but now we know that those details was successful. We retrieved those details successfully, and we've passed those details to the index.html. Now we can come into index.html and we can make the changes to make these artists, each of this, the actual top artist. So for us to do this, what we just need to do is to come here into where we have top artist, and I'm actually going to remove a lot of stuff. So I'm going to remove all of this artist. I'm going to remove this. I'm going to remove all of this. So this is gone, and this. So I'm just going to have the first one. We don't need to add more no more because this is going to be dynamic. So I'm just going to have the first one right here, which is just this artist card. So right here and right here. So now that we have that list of artists, what we're going to do is to loop through it. So I'm just going to say for artists in artist underscore info, and I'm going to end the for loop here. And for what I'm going to do is to now say, instead of this particular image right here, I'm going to say artists dot. So what is this image? Is this image the first, second, or third element in the tuple? So I'm just going to scroll up to the tuple that we printed out here and just check. So if you can see, the first element is Taylor Swift, so this represents 0. The second element is the image, this represents 1, and the third element is the ID, which represents 2. So for image, it's going to be artist.1 because that is the second element. Now the alt, which is also known as the name, is gonna be artist.0 because that's the first element. Now the actual name is also gonna be artist.0 right here, like this. This should actually work right now. Let's go and test this out. We're just gonna come here and hit refresh. So what it's doing, sending a request to that particular endpoint, and as you can see, this works successfully. So Taylor Swift, Drake, it basically gives us all the top artists, and we can just keep scrolling to see more. Good. Now we have seen that this top artist feature has worked successfully. The last thing that we're just gonna do is to add like an A tag. So once a user clicks on one of these artists, we want it to take them to a particular link, and that link is going to be the page of this artist. We're going to do that later in this video, where we're going to be taking care of or building the profile for each artist. We're going to do that, but for now, let's just make these cards clickable. I'm going to come back, and right here where we have the under artist card in this div, I'm just going to say A. I'm going to give you an A tag, and I'm going to end that A tag right here like this, and all of this is just going to be under it, and the link is just going to be, let me just give it, let it be blank for now, or I'm just going to give it hashtag for now. And so I'm going to give that an hashtag, and let me save this and see how this looks like. I'm going to hit refresh, and okay, so as you can see, that works. If I come on this and click it, it should take me somewhere, but it's not going to take me anywhere because the link is taking me to is an hashtag, so it's just going to remain on this page. But if I told it to like log me out or take me to the profile page, we are going to do that later in this video. But the only problem is now that we are clicking it, as you can see, it's having this like weird red lines. That is having some decoration. So let's just get rid of that real quick, because we don't want that to be there. So we're just going to have a styling to the A tag, and let's say text decoration, let's set it to none. We set text decoration to none, there shouldn't be any colors, and it should be default. Now let's try this out again, and let's see. So as you can see, there's no line under it. Even if I click it, you don't see any line. Now this is good because we're able to get the top artist and actually show that data right here. Now that we've taken care of this top artist, the next thing we're going to include is the top songs. So right here where we see browse all, normally I just made this template for it to just show different kind of genres, but I think what we can just do is to just show the top music right now and display everything here. That's what we're going to do. And let me show you what endpoint we're going to use in this Spotify scraper API. So right here, just under the on top of the top artist, so if you come here, you're going to see list top tracks. This is what we're going to use. So you click on it, it's going to bring you to this code spinner. Now go to the Python and click on request. Let's make sure we have that done. Python and then request. So this is actually what we're going to use. But now let's go back to VS. Okay, not this. Let's go forward. Let's make sure that is good. And we want to go into chart and list top tracks. I want to make sure that is in Python request. Good. So now what we're just going to do is come back in here and let's go into views. So right here, we're just going to do something similar to what we did in this top artist. So just the way we created another function for the top artist, we're going to create another function for the top tracks or the top songs. We're going to do that right now. And then once we are done creating that function, we're going to use that or the response from that in this index. So what I'm just going to do right now is to come here and create a new and just say top tracks. I'm just going to pass for now. So this is what it looks like. I could just go ahead and collapse this. And I'm going to copy this code. This is the code I need. And I'm just going to come in here and paste it. So I actually don't need this to import this. And so right here, what we're just going to do, we're going to do the same thing, something similar. So what I'm going to do is to show you the response. So if I just test this endpoint, this top track endpoint, let's see how the response look like. So we're going to know what to get. So right here, very similar to the top artist, we have the title, top songs global. So the weekly songs. So this, the description says your weekly update for the most played tracks right now. And these tracks is, as you can see, it gives us top 200 songs again. And the only difference with this is that this is giving us tracks and not just the artist. So what we can do now is to get all of these details. So we kind of already have this. So what we're just going to do is to say right here, we're going to say, after getting response, we're just going to say data. We're just going to get rid of this. We're going to say data equals to response.json. And then we're going to create a new empty list and say track underscore details. So this track details is just going to be an empty list, and this is where we're going to store all the tracks later. So we just need to first of all make sure that we have the empty list to take care of that. And now what we're just going to do is we're going to come in here, and similar to what we did right here where we check if, so if I come here in this response, we checked if there was tracks. So we're just going to come back in here and say if tracks, this needs to be in quotes, in data. Now what I'm going to do is to kind of get, so what I want to do is I want to get all of the tracks, but I just want to get, let's say, just the first like 18 items. If I come back in here, as you can see, it gives us 200. But if I come here and I scroll down, you're going to see we have just 3 different rows, and each of those has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it just has 6. So in total, that is 18. So we want to get 18. And what we're just going to do is to shorten this data. So I'm going to say shortened underscore data equals to data tracks. So I'm going to get just the tracks list from the data, and I'm going to shorten it to the first 18, right? So this is what I need. And now that we have shortened it and we have all the tracks, what we can now do is to extract the specific detail. So we can say for track in shortened data. So instead of saying for track in tracks, now we just say shortened data, because this shortened data is also the tracks list, but it's the tracks list but it only has the first 18 elements in that tracks list, which is basically what we want. So for track in shortened data, we're going to say track ID. So let's just kind of write down everything we want to get. I'm just going to put it here. We need to get the ID. We need to get the track name. We need to get the artist name, so the owner of that song, and the cover URL. So we need to get the URL of the image of that particular song. I think this is just all we need, and we're going to get that now. So we say track underscore ID equals, so if we come in here, so if we come here in each track, let's see, let's just open one. So we already have the ID. We can just say track, and we're just going to say square bracket ID. So we just say track square bracket ID. This already gives us the ID. We can do the same for the name, because if you come here, you're going to see that the name is also there. We're just going to say track name. Well, instead of ID, now it's just going to be name. Next thing is the artist name. This is going to be quite different, because if I come here and we come to artist, so this is not just the first, there's like a chain. It's not just the first value. So under each track, right, we have to come to artists, and then under artist we have to get the first element, then we can get the artist name, right? So let's do that. This is the name right here. So what we're just going to do is to say artist. So we're going to say track, but now we're going to say artist, and we're going to get the first element under the artist, and we're going to get the name. So we can do it like this, But we can also use this format. If you come back here, remember we use another format right here where we're like artist.get and this, but I just want to show you another format, so just to increase your knowledge on that. So we can also use this format to get the name and everything. But now what I'm going to do is, so I'm saying get track artist, get the first one and then get the name, right? So I only want to get this if track artist. So what this is saying is I want to try to get all of this only if there is artist on that track. If you come back in here, remember under this track there is artist, so it's gonna get it, right? But else, that means if there's no track under, there's no artist on that track, then the value of this artist name should just be none. I'm gonna do the same thing for the cover URL, cover underscore URL. I'm just gonna say track, but now let's see what we need. I'm just going to actually close this and just open it up again. Open up, but this time, as you can see, instead of artist, it is album. Now, under album, we have to go into cover. Under cover, we have to get the first one. Now, under the first one, we can get URL. So let's remember album, then cover, then the first one, the first element, then we can get the URL. Let's do that. So we need to get the album. And inside the album, we need to get the cover. And in the cover we need to get the first element, and then in that first element we need to get the URL. So this is going to give us, but we also want to say if track, so we only want to do this if track has an element called album, and if album also has something called cover, else none. That should work. Now what we're going to do is to just say track details. So I just want to append all of these track details right here into this track details list. I'm going to say the append, but this time around I want to append it as a dictionary. So if you remember the last time we appended it as a tuple, but now a dictionary. So I'm going to say ID. We can use anyone, to be honest, but I just feel like using this one. So we want to say ID. The ID of that track is going to be track ID, which is this. And then we say name. And then the name of that track is going to be track name. And then the next thing we want to say is the artist, and that's going to be the artist name underscore name. So this is a variable, we don't need quotes. And the last one is going to be the cover URL, which is going to be cover URL like this. So now that we have this, what we can just do, save. And now we said if tracks in data, then we want to do all of this. But what if track is not in data? We just want to return something. So we can just say print like track not found in response. So this is just going to help you like debugging if there is an error. So now what we can just do is to return track details. So this should be good. Now what I'm going to do is to come into index, and in index I'm going to call this. So if I just try to copy the name, top tracks, let me collapse this, and in index I'm just going to say top underscore track underscore list equals to top track. I'm gonna make sure the top track list is just gonna be this top track. And what I'm actually gonna do is to print out this top track list just to make sure everything is working. So I've printed that out. Let me bring the terminal back up, scroll down to the latest. And now let me try to refresh this page. And when I refresh this page, if I come back in here as that page is being refreshed, as you can see, it gives us the top track, but it's not that much because remember we shortened the data to only the first 18 elements. So now you can see we have ID, name, artist, and the URL of the cover of that particular song. Good. Now we know we have this. The next thing we want to do, we have to take an approach here. So remember I said this is in chunks of 6. So as you can see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So because of the UI and the way this is done, I think we could just break this data that we have, because it's 18, right? We could break it into 3 parts, and each of those parts will contain 6 elements, and then we could just serve each of this right here. We could do that, or we could tweak the UI to make all of this one, so that, but I'm only doing this because in the UI, like when I try to swipe, when we swipe, I kind of made all of these separate components in itself. Each of these rows, I made them separate component just to take care of that. But I'm pretty sure we can also just make all of this one component, and we could just loop through it once. But we can do any of that, to be honest. But for now, we're just going to try to split this data into 3 chunks. So what I'm going to do is to say, let me just say divide the list into 3 parts. And I'm going to say first 6 tracks going to be equals to top track list 6. So what this is going to do is that it's going to filter this top track list by only the first 6 elements. I'm going to copy that, but this I'm going to say second 6 tracks, top track list 12. So this is going to filter it to the next 6. I'm going to do the same thing for the third, but now this is going to be 12 to 18. So this is good. And now in context, what I'm just going to do is to pass all of this to the HTML like this. I'm just going to copy second 6 tracks, third, like this. So now that we have all of this, we can come into index.html, and right here in index.html, what we can just do is to scroll down to where we see browse all. We can change this browse all to top songs. Now in each of these, you can see 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 5 6. So I could just remove all of this and leave just one like this, and I could do the same. Actually, Control Z back. I'm gonna remove this and this. Okay, good. So this should be good. I'm gonna remove this too. Okay, this should be good, and this should be like this. Yeah, and I'm just gonna do the same for this also. 1 2 3 4 5. I'm gonna remove all of this. I'm gonna do the same for this also. 1 2 3. Remove all of this. And now what I'm just gonna do is to say, I'm gonna loop through it. I'm just gonna say for track in, I come into views, first 6 tracks, and 4, and I'm just gonna do the same. And what I'm gonna do is to just select this and also select this. Just copy that, come here, paste that in here. Just gonna make sure this works. So I'm gonna paste that option, paste this in here. Do the same thing. Option. Okay, that's taking more time than it should, so I'm just gonna cut this out and just paste it here like this. Okay, good. So now what I'm just gonna do, instead of first 6, I'm gonna say, let's come here, copy the name, second 6, and for this I'm gonna come here and copy the name and say third 6. Now we're gonna say right here where we have image, I'm gonna say track dot. Remember, if we come here, we come into this list, so we're gonna come here. In each of this we have cover URL, so that is the image, the track.cover URL, and alt. For the alt, I'm just gonna give it the track name. So track the name. So let's make sure that that is it. So name artist. I'm gonna write here the name, and what we're just gonna do is to do the same thing. I'm just gonna copy this, paste that in here, paste that in here also. I'm gonna do the same thing for this, paste that in, paste that in. I'm gonna copy this cover URL, paste that in, and paste that and replace this right here. So now we've successfully done this, and as you can see, we have the track name showing, we should have the URL and stuff. Now let's just try this out. I come back in here and hit refresh. Let's see what happens when everything loads successfully. Good. As you can see, we have the songs Greedy, Loving on Me, Cruel Summer. So we have all the songs right here. If I swipe, you can see it filters it to just 6 songs. We have everything right here that we really need, which is good. So now, as you can see, we are making a lot of progress in this, and it's working. So what we just need to do now is, when a user actually click on one of these songs, we want to take them to a separate page, so like a separate music page where they can actually play this song. Now that's the main part of this whole thing. So let's just make sure we can do that. But before we even get to that, just the way we allowed this to be clickable, let's also allow each of these song cards to be clickable. I'm going to come back in here, and right here where we have category, so this category card div, I'm just going to have an A tag, and I'm also going to end it right here. Gonna tab and this, and I'm just gonna, for now, AF should be like hashtag. Once again, I'm gonna use the same styling. I'm gonna say style, text decoration should be none, just to make sure we don't have no underlines or anything. I'm gonna hit refresh, and let's see how that looks. Okay, good. There's no text decoration, but as you can see, if I click on it, it's bringing me back to this page, which is good. But you can see there's colors. We don't want no colors, right? Let's just change it back to white. We could just say color should really be white. Okay, not this. White like this. And let's hit refresh and see how that is looking. Good. Now we can click on this. It should be working. If I scroll up and click on this, it takes me back to this page. Good. But this only works for the first 6, so let's do the same for the rest. I'm just gonna come here, put this right here, put this here, and then indent. I'm gonna do exactly the same thing for the last one. Cut this out, put this here, tab, tab. Now this should work. If I come back in here and hit refresh, everything should be fine. Should be working as planned. So let's just hit refresh. Good. So as you can see, if I click on any of it, it brings me back to this page. Now the next thing we're going to do is, when we click on any of this music, it's going to take us to actually listen to this music. Now we're going to do that next. Now the next thing we're going to do is to allow a user to click on a music and actually listen to that music. So what we need to do is to come back into our code, and we're going to go into URLs. So right here in URLs, we need to create a new URL. I'm just going to copy paste, and this URL is going to be music. And we're just going to say views.music, and the name should be music. The only different thing about this URL is we're going to use a dynamic URL. So we're going to have something like, if I come back in here, so when the user clicks on this, we want to have something that says /music, but then we want to say / the ID of that song, right? And the ID of every single song will be different. So what we're going to use to represent the ID of that song in here is going to be this. So what this is saying is that we can go to music slash, and then whatever is going to be here is going to be have to be a string, and it's going to be stored in a variable called pk. That is basically what that is saying. Now we're going to come back into views. I'm just going to bring that down a little bit and then bring this down a little bit. And right here, I'm just going to have so I'm just going to come here and I'm going to create music. I'm going to take a request. But now remember that we have this pk right here. So it's also going to take this pk, and then we're just going to return render request. And then if we open up the files, we're going to see that it is music.html. Just close this and just say music.html. I could save this. Now if I come and let's say I say just click on this, okay, it says, as you can see, okay, right now because we didn't, so if I just refresh this should work. So okay, we didn't save this. If I come back here, you're gonna see that URLs is not saved. But now that it's saved, if I hit refresh, you can now see that we have this page, even if it doesn't really look nice right now, but this page is working. So what we just need to do is to come back in here, go into music, and the reason why the styling is not working is because we are connecting it to the styles.css file, which is basically this file right here, style.css, but we're not adding the format. So first of all, we need to come here and load static. And for us to add this, I'm just going to say Command Shift P and run auto Django, which is this. And as you can see, automatically it has added or updated that for us. So that is what we need. And what I'm just going to do, you can also do that manually if you don't have auto Django installed. But if you want to fasten that process, just come to extensions and install auto Django. So now that we have that, we can save. And if I come back in here, I'm just going to come back in here and hit refresh. You can now see that we have this good looking UI, which is good. This is what we need. So now the next thing I'm going to do, if I come back and go to home, now once a user clicks on any of this, we want to take the user to that page. How do we do this? So I'm going to come back to index, but right here in index, what I'm going to do is where we have this particular a tag, so where we have this link, we're just going to say /music. But then remember that in this first 6 tracks, if I come back into views, I'm just going to close this up, open up index. So in this track, and this was from top track, so I'm going to open up top track. Remember that we have ID. So what I can just do is to come in here and say /. Just going to copy all of this and say /track.id. I'm going to copy this and paste it in the other places. I'm going to do the same here and then do the same here. So I could just log in, come back here, collapse this, come back to music. Now if I come back in here and hit refresh, if I click on any one of this, you're going to see what it does. So I'm going to click on this song, even if it doesn't show that song right now, but you can see right here that it goes to music / the ID of that song. Note this ID. If I come here and I click on just any other song, you're going to see that the ID is different. Now we're going to use this unique ID to get the details of that particular song. So the song name, the artist, the duration, the actual song we want to play, and also the song art. So we're going to do that in a bit. So what we just want to do, also in this music, I just want to come here and where we have, I'm just going to come in here and just want to add a BR, hit refresh. Let's just add more, hit refresh. So I'm just trying to bring this image down. What we can just do to add it here, right, just right before the image, and that should come down. And let's increase this back, just so it's gonna be bigger. And I'm just gonna cancel this actually, and what I'm just gonna do is paste this like 6 times, just so it could fit the screen. There's probably also a better way to do this, but let's just have this as a, okay, good. Let me just remove like 2 of this, and that should be fine. Okay, good. So this is what we have. This should become. Now what we're going to do is to get the song details. We need to get all of the details, right? I'm going to come back in here and come into views, and what I'm going to do is in music, let's actually first come to the API and see how we're going to do this. So let's first start by getting the details of that song. So now that we have the ID, we're going to close this chart. If I come into track and I click on get track metadata, so I'm going to use this endpoint. If I look at results, no, actually let me test this particular one. So if we input an ID of a track and we test the endpoint, this is how the result is going to look like. So it's going to give you the duration of that particular song, is going to give you the name, it's going to tell you it's a track, it's going to give you all the details, and from this we're going to get some of these details, right? The only thing it doesn't give you is the actual playback, which means the actual link to play that song, right? But we're also going to take care of this later, but that's the only thing this track metadata doesn't give you, so we're kind of going to do that ourselves later. So now what I'm just going to do is to click on this code spinner and copy this. I'm going to come back in here and paste it in music. Just going to add indentations and remove this. So now what we just did was, first of all, let me just say track underscore ID equals PK. So I'm just storing this PK, which is a track ID, into a variable named track ID, just for better code readability. So now what I just did was to use that endpoint to get the metadata. And from this metadata, what I'm going to do, so right here, we have the URL, and then we have this query string. So this query string, instead of just having this particular track ID, I'm going to have my track ID instead, which is this track ID, also known as the ID from this link right here. So that is what we have. And now what I'm just going to do, where we have this response, and remember we also have response.json. So what I'm going to do is, instead of printing this, I'm going to get rid of this, and right here I'm just going to say if, I first want to check if this response was successful. So I'm going to say if response the status code is equals to 200 and data should be equals to response.json, right? Then I'm storing it in a variable called data. Now I can extract the information we need. So once again, let's write down the information we want to extract. We want to extract the track name. We want to extract the artist name. And that's basically what we want to extract. Track name and artist name. So I'm just going to say extract. I'm going to comment that out. Now, how do we do this? So to get the track name, we come back into results. Let's just collapse all. And in this result, we can just say track.name, and we're basically just going to get that particular track name. I'm going to say track name equals to data, which is this dot get name. It's that easy. Now the next thing I'm going to do is to just get the artist name. So the artist name is not shown here. If you come here, you're going to see that the artist name is part of a list. So first we need to get this artist list. So what I'm just going to do is to say artist underscore list will be equals to data dot get artist. And if we are not able to get this, let's just return a blank list. So now that we've gotten this artist list, we now to get the artist name. So this artist could be multiple. So the way this API works is that if three different artists sing a song, it's gonna kind of like put all of them into this list. But for this particular song, it's just one artist that sang this song. That's why there's just one element in the list. But if it's multiple, it's gonna be like multiple elements. But for now, we're just keeping this application simple. We're just gonna get only the first artist, which is the main artist or the owner of that song, right? And that is the first artist name. So what we're gonna do is to just say first artist name gonna be equals to artist list. So from artist list, let's see what we're trying to get. Under artist list, we want to get the first element and then we want to get the name. So we're just gonna say artist list, the first element dot get name. Now we're gonna have a condition. We only want to get this if artist list, else say no artist found. Right? So we only want to get this if this artist list is true. So if we're able to see or get a response or a list from a list called artist from the data, then we want to do all of this. So now that we have this artist name there, what we can just do now is to create a context. So this is a new dictionary called context, and I'm just gonna say track name. Just copy the name and let's give it track name value, and the next one is just going to be the artist name. We're just going to say first artist name, right? And then we're going to pass this dictionary into our music.html. Now this is part of what we need. We're not done yet, but we've gotten started. So now we can use this two information in our music.html. Let's just use this to make sure, try this out to make sure that everything we're doing is working. So now what we can just do is right here where we have song name, and just say track name, right, which is what we have right here. And for the artist or the owner of the song, where we have artist name, and just say artist name. Now let's try this out. Let's come here. I'm gonna go back, right? I'm gonna click on this greedy song by Tate McRae, and as you can see, it says the name of the song and it says the artist that sang that song. Let's try it for another one. Let's say this should be by Jack Arlo, right? So it says the name and it says the owner of the song. So that is good, but the only thing is that is just the basic information. We still need to get the actual song. We need to play the actual song. We still need to get the image of the song, right? So we still need to do all of that. And we also still need to get the duration so that this is not just going to be, just this 4 minutes for every single song. And we also need to use some JavaScript to kind of track the song as we're playing it. So as we're playing it, we need this to be moving. And when a user click back, we want the song to go back by 10 seconds. When a user click on the forward button, we want the song to go forward by 10 seconds. We're also going to do all of that in this video. So I'm just going to come back in here. Now that we've successfully been able to get the artist name and track name, let's come back, and then I think the next thing that we should try to do is to get or play the music, to actually play the music. So what we're going to do is to use, so I'm going to come here and show you the endpoint we're going to use. So you see this download track on YouTube, this is what we're going to use. So this is very good because all it just needs is that we just need to input the name of the song and the owner of the song, the person that sang the song. And if we come into results and we come into, okay, so let's just test this particular endpoint. So this Lego House by Ed Sheeran, and let's see the result. So if you come under YouTube video and you come under audio and just click on anyone, to be honest, it's going to give you the URL to actually play that song, which is very good. So if I just come here, if I copy this, let's say I open it up, I'm going to quit this, but I quit it immediately because if I play it, it's actually going to play out that song, and I could get copyrighted by YouTube. But as you can see, that actually gave me a link to play the URL, to play the audio of that particular song. So this is the endpoint we're going to use to get the audio, and we could also use this to get the duration, which is what we have here. So let's just do that right now. I'm going to come back in here, right? But for this, I'll say we should create a new function. So instead of having it in this same music function, let's create an external function for this, just so our code is not messy. So I'm going to come up here. So right here where we have top tracks, I'm just going to create another function and say, let me say something like get underscore audio underscore details. And it's going to take a query. Now this query is going to be the name of the song and the artist of that song. So the owner of that song. Let me just collapse this. So now what I'm just going to do is to come in here and copy this. I'm going to copy this Python code and paste it in this particular function. So I need to give that indentations. Good. Now the only thing I just need to change is to actually change the query. So right here where you see query string, the query is going to be this query that we are getting as this parameter that is being passed into the function. So now the next thing we want to do is to remove this print response because we do not need it. So now we're just going to make an audio. We're going to say audio details equals square bracket. So this square bracket, this audio details, what it's doing is just that it is where we're going to store all the details of that audio later when we're done getting all the details. So the details we need is just the audio URL, so we can actually listen to the song, and the duration of that particular song. So now what we're just going to do is to say if response dot status code is equals to 200, then we can say response underscore data equals to response dot JSON. And now once we have the response data, the first thing I want to do is to extract the first URL from the audio list. So if I come in here, as you can see in the result, I'm just gonna close everything. So in the result, if you open YouTube video and you open audio and you open the first one, you see URL. So that is how we're going to get the URL. So what I'm just going to do is to go under YouTube video and then order audio. So I'm just going to come here and say if YouTube video in response data and audio in YouTube video, audio in response data YouTube video. So what this is just saying is if this is basically present and this audio is there, then what we can do is to say audio list. Just bring this up a little bit. It be equals to response data. Then now we want to get the audio list. So YouTube video. And then under YouTube video, we just want to get audio. And now, since we have this, what we can just do to say if audio list, so that means if this is true. So we're just kind of checking this twice just to make sure there's no problems and it will be easier to debug if there is a problem. So if audio list, I'm just going to say first audio URL. You can use any one, the first one, the second one, because all the same thing. So I'm just going to say audio list. Let me just make sure you understand what I'm doing. So this audio list is basically all of this list right here, but then I'm getting the first one right now, right? And under the first one, I'm going to get the URL. So now I'm going to say audio list. I'm going to get the first one, and under it, I'm going to get the URL. That is how I'm going to get the URL. I'm going to do exactly the same thing for the duration text. So under there, if I scroll down, you're going to see we have duration text. And I'm just going to say duration underscore text, right? And I'm just going to come here and say duration, just to make sure we're writing it correctly. Scroll back, duration cap T, so duration capital letter T and ext. So that is duration text. But now we're going to append these two values onto this audio list. So I'm just going to copy that name and I'm going to say audio list dot append first audio URL, and I'm going to also append duration text. So now that we have that appended, so if audio list, but if this is not true, that means if we can't find audio list, then we can just print no audio data available. And let's also have another else statement for this, and we can print no YouTube video or audio key found, right? So that is if this is not found, we're going to print this. And else, so if, let's have another else for this, and this time around it's for if the response status code is not 200, then we're just going to say print failed to fetch data, like this. Now this should be good, and what we just need to do is to return this audio list. I'm just going to say return audio list, I'm sorry, audio details. Now if we call this particular function and we give it the correct or the right query, it should return the details we need. So we're going to do that now in this music function. So right here in the music function, so the name of that is get audio details. And what we're just going to do is to actually get those details. So I'm going to come here, so right under first artist name, I'm just going to say audio underscore details underscore query. So what I'm just doing now is to first come up with the query before I can try to call that particular function. And remember, the query is, if we come back here, the query is the name of the song followed by the name of the artist. So we're just going to say track name, which is name of the song, followed by artist, so which is first artist name. So this is the correct query. And now we can get the actual details, audio details. So we can now get the actual details by saying audio details equals get audio details. But now for the query, we're going to have to use this query. We're just going to paste this in. And now that we have these audio details, we can then get the audio URL. We're going to say audio underscore URL underscore URL equals to audio details. We're going to get, so if we remember correctly, the first thing we appended was the URL. So we first appended, we come back in here, we appended the URL, then the duration text. So the URL is going to be the first, and then the duration text is going to be the second one right here. Now what we're just going to do is to add that right here in the context dictionary. So we're just going to say audio URL, give it the value audio URL, and then duration text, and then we're just going to give it the value duration text like this. So this is good. This is actually what we need. This is what we want. Now the next thing that we're going to do is to just kind of show this in the page. So I'm going to come back to music, and the first thing I'm going to change is the duration text. I'm just going to change this to the actual duration text. So if I come back to views and copy that duration text, I can update it with this. If I save it and come back in here, and let's say I click on one of this, let's see what that does, or the update that changed to the music page. So as you can see, now it's saying the actual duration text of that song. If I scroll back and I click on this, it should also say the same thing, and as you can see, the duration text. But now what we want to do is to actually now play the music. Now this is where we have to use a little bit of JavaScript. I'm going to come into music.html, and right here I'm just going to go straight forward by creating a div tag, sorry, a script tag. So I'm just going to say script like this. Now I'm just going to kind of paste in some block of code, but I'm going to be explaining all of this code. So what I'm just going to do is right here, I'm going to paste this in. So what this is doing is that we are getting access to all of these elements and storing that access. Think of it kind of like in a variable, right? So audio player, now if we come here, we are going to have, we are getting with the element of ID, right? And we need to have, I come in here where we need to have a div tag, or we need to have a tag that has an ID of audio player, and that is going to be stored as basically the audio player, right? And the next one we want to do is talk about is the pause button. So if we come in here where we actually have this, so you can see for this play pause button, it says get element by ID play pause. If you come in here, you're going to see that we have the ID play pause, and the same for the progress bar. You can see that the ID is progress bar, and for the actual progress, you can see that the ID is progress. And for the current time element, so we need to access this so we can be updating the time as the user is listening to the song. Current time, and then total duration. Now we are able to get this. The next thing is to we want to update the duration text. So what we can do is to update the duration text with this duration text that we got from here, but we already done that, so we actually don't need access to this, but we could just leave it there because we might later, we don't know yet. But we already updated it right here. We already have the duration text shown, so we don't really need to write anything to update the duration text. But the next thing we want to do is to first of all play the song, right? So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna come here, and right here where we have audio source URL, so this audio, now if I show you this audio ID right here, so this is the audio player right here that we're trying to get. This is the audio tag. Now instead of this just playing some run whatever this is, so what we want it to play is, I come here, I want it to play the audio URL. So remember this audio URL that we got here, that is what I want you to play, right? So what I'm going to do now is I'm first going to add, before we actually play the song, what I'm going to do is to add a block of code that takes care of the user being able to play and pause the track. So this is the main thing we need. So right here you can see play pause button. We're adding an event listener. So this play pause button is basically this button right here, this button. I come in here, it is this button. So once the user click on it, if the play is paused, right, if audio dot paused, then we're going to say audio player dot play, right? That's what we're going to do. And then if we're now playing it, we want to change the inner HTML of that play button to this. Now this, what it's going to do is that it's going to change this from play to pause. So it's going to have like the pause button, else that means it's already playing, then we just want to pause it and change it back to the play button. Now that is what this does. And the next thing we need to take care of is actually updating the bar as the audio is being played. So as the audio is being played, we want this bar to be moving till the end. So what we're just going to do, paste in this block of code once again. I'm just going to show you everything so you can be able to see what we're doing. So that is the old code. And we're saying audio player dot add event listener. So we're also sticking with, if I come here, this audio player, but now we're saying add event listener time update. So what we're saying is, as the time updates, so every single change of that time, then we are creating a new variable and calling it progress percentage. And what we're just doing is we're saying audio player dot current time. We're dividing it by the total duration and then we're multiplying it by 100. So we can use that to get a percentage of how, so a percentage of how much of the song has been played already, right? And this is just how we get that percentage. Then we can go into that particular progress. Remember when we got this progress right here, which is basically this actual progress. If I come in here to show you, it is this green line that you see here. Now what we're going to do is we're going to update. So we're saying progress.style.width. We're going to update the width with the progress percentage, which is this. Now I'm going to show you something in the styling. So this uses the style.css. What I'm going to do is to open up style.css and show you. I'm just going to search for progress. So this is the progress bar, but this is actual progress. So this progress dot width, remember right here, that is what is being updated. Progress, if you come in here, progress dot style dot width. So that is it right here, progress dot width. Right now is at 1%. That is why you can only see just 1% of it. But what we want to do, I could close this. What we want to do now is that as the song is being played and the percentage of the song that has been played is being calculated, we want to keep updating the width of that particular progress bar so it can keep moving until the end of the song. Now that is what that does. And the next thing we just want to do is to just update the time. So instead of just having 00 right here, what we're just going to do is to create a new variable called current minute, and then we're just going to use the math, and then we're going to say math.floor, and we're going to say audio player the current time. We're getting the current time, but this current time is going to come to us in seconds. No, not in seconds. It's going to come to us in hours. So but what we're going to do is to divide it by 60. So if we divide it by 60, it's going to give us the minute. If I'm correct, that should be what it is. No, actually it's not going to come to us in hours. It's going to come to us in seconds. I just realized because whenever we're using the current time in an audio tag, so if we have an audio tag right here and then we use current time in JavaScript, this current time returns it as seconds. So then we divide that seconds by 60 to get the time in minutes. Now we can store that minute in this current minute, and we can also use that to get the current second. So we are saying to get the current second, we have to say audio player the current time minus current minute. We first have to subtract from the amount of minutes already played, then multiply it by 60. That gets the second. And now we can just update the context, the text content, which is this particular one right here where we have current time. We can update that by this format, using this format right here. Now that we've done that, the next thing is, so you're going to add like a seek functionality. So what I mean by seek functionality is, let's say I'm playing this song and I want to skip to like this part. So when I click on this part, I want the song to skip to that part. Or when I click on this part, it should skip to that part. If I click back, it should skip back. That's what I mean by seek functionality. And this is the block of code that does that. So we're also getting the progress bar, but we're adding an event listener. This time around, a click event listener on that progress bar. So we are getting the progress bar width by saying progress bar dot client width, and click x equals e dot offset x. So we're basically getting where the user is clicking, and then we are getting the width of that particular part, and then we're just saying duration equals audio player dot duration, right? That's what we're just getting, the current duration. And then we're saying audio player dot current time. We are setting the current time, we're updating it with click x, which is where the user clicked, divided by the progress width bar, right, times duration. So that gives us the time, the actual time we want to jump into. So that is done. The next two things we want to do is to just write the code that moves or skips the song forward. So if I click on this, I want this to move forward by 10 seconds every time. So for us to do that, we're going to bring this code in. Just going to show you the old code right here. I'm going to get rid of this. So this code moves forward by 10 seconds when the user clicks on the button. So what we're doing is we're getting element by ID next. So if I come in here, so you can see this button, this is the next button. It has an ID called next. The previous button has an ID called previous. We're using that to get those buttons, and we're adding an event listener. So click event listener, and what we're just saying is once it is clicked, we want to update the audio player current time, and what we want to do is to update it by 10 seconds. For this, if the previous button is clicked, we want to update it by moving it back by 10 seconds. Now I'm saving this. Just gonna Control Z. I'm saving this, and everything should now be working perfectly because this should be the script for everything. Now what I'm just gonna do is to come back in here, and I'm gonna hit on refresh, right? And now this is gonna load everything up for me. It's gonna load the song, is gonna load everything. Now in here, if I just gonna make sure that this is muted just because of YouTube copyright, but this is gonna be working. So I'm just gonna play this song, and you should see, as you can see, the time is being updated and the progress bar is moving. So if I unmute it, you're gonna hear the song, but I'm not gonna do that because of YouTube copyright. But when you try it, this should work. I'm gonna try these buttons. If I go back, as you can see, it went back 10 seconds. If I go forward, as you can see, it went forward 10 seconds. And I could go to anywhere on the old progress bar, and it's just gonna update for me. As you can see, everything is being updated alongside with the music. So we've successfully added the feature that allows the user to listen to music. This is probably the most important feature. And the next thing is to just show the music image. So right here it's just showing the same image for every single song. So we're going to update that to make sure that the image is the image of that particular song. Now what we're going to do is to update this image. If I open any song, every song is just going to have this image right here, but we don't want that. So what we want to do is to be able to update that image to the actual image of that song. So to do this, we're going to use a concept called web scraping. I'm going to come back in here into views. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create a whole new function to get this. And let me explain what I'm going to do. So if I come here, I just opened my browser and I opened an incognito tab and I opened a song on Spotify. So I'm going to open up developer tools. So you come here by going to more tools and open up developer tools. I'm just going to drag this all the way here. And as you can see, this is the image of the song. What we need to do is to get the link or the URL of that song. So I'm going to click on this and then click on that URL. So if I come here, you're going to see that on this page, this is the tag that contains that particular image URL. What we need to do is to get this URL. That's literally all we need to do. And we need to know that it's inside the image tag with the image tag that has an attribute named alt, and that alt just has the title of that particular song, right? So that's all we need to know, and then we will just get this particular image from here. So I'm going to show you how to do that using web scraping. Once again, you can use plenty ways. There's probably an API that can do this. You can also use an API, but this is just another way of doing it, and you can also learn web scraping using this method. So now what I'm going to do, I'm just going to come back in here, and as I said, I'm going to create a new function. I'm just going to come here and I'm going to say dev get track image. Now what I need is just the track ID and the track name. For now I'm just going to pass. Let me just collapse this. And now what I'm going to do, as I said, is called web scraping. So the first thing I need to do is to make sure that I have two things imported. I'm going to come here and I'm going to import So I already have request imported, but I'm going to import Beautiful Soup. So Beautiful Soup is a Python library that is used for web scraping. I'm going to say from BS4 import Beautiful Soup as BS. So we don't need to keep typing Beautiful Soup all the time. I'm also going to use regex. So I'm going to say import ray. Let me just remove this, because I'm going to use regex later and you're going to see why. And if I come back in here, I'm going to come here. Now we're going to use web scraping that I talked about. So what we're going to do is I'm going to come to this place and copy this link. So this is the link to access, I'm just going to say URL. This is the link to access the Spotify track page of every song, as long as you have the ID. So what I'm just going to do is to remove this ID and just append the ID that we're getting from here, of the argument that is being passed in. So that is the URL. And for me to web scrape, I'm going to say R equals, I'm going to send a request dot get. I'm going to send a get request to that URL. It's kind of like sending a request to an API endpoint, right? Well, this is going to be requests. And I'm going to say soup equals to BS R, which is this, the content. So what this soup does is that it allows us to edit or get data from the HTML content of that particular page. So once we have that, what you can now do is to get the HTML content for the image. So what we need to do is to know, so let me first say image links HTML equals to, so we're going to say soup, which is this, dot find. So we already know we're looking for an image tag, but what attribute does it have that is going to allow Beautiful Soup to be able to look for that image tag easier? So if I come back in here, remember what we said in this image tag right here, it has an alt, and the value of that alt is the name of that song, or the title. If I come here, you can see that this is the title and that is the value of that alt. We can use it to get the specific URL. I'm going to come back in here and I'm going to say alt, and that alt is going to be track name, because that is the value. So once we have this now, we're going to, this basically gives us the whole HTML tag. So I'm going to say if image links HTML, right? So that means if we're able to get this, then let's see what we want to do. What do we want? Do we want this? So we could get this SRC, but the problem with this SRC is that the quality of the image is quite bad. So as you can see, it's just 128 to 128 pixels. That's the rendered size. But if you come into SRC set, so it gives you a list of all the source or all the URLs of this image, but it gives you different sizes, right? So this is what we want. That's why I'm going to get SRC set. Then from this SRC set, we're going to get the biggest size. From there, then we can render it however we want. You can also just directly get this SRC from here and just display it. That is going to be easier, but it's just that the image quality is going to be quite low. So we're going to get SRC set instead of just getting SRC. So right here, I'm just going to come in here, and what I'm going to do is to say image links, because that SRC set is a bunch of links. It's going to be image links HTML, and in it I'm going to get SRC set, right? Now else, that means if we're not able to get image links HTML, then I'm just going to say image links. Let me just leave it blank. But now, as I said, the value of this now is basically, let me just come back to where we were right here. So the value of this is basically all of this. So if I click on this and then I click on SRC set, you can see we have a bunch of links. So we have this link and it says 150W. We have this link, it says 300W, comma, we have this link 320 all the way to 640. So that is the value that is basically stored in this variable now. But what I want to do is to use regex to just get the biggest size. And the biggest size is the link right beside 640W. That is the best quality So I'm just going to use regex to filter that out. And what I'm just going to do is to actually just bring in that regex code. I'm going to use regular expressions right now. I'm going to say match is equals to array.search. It's going to search for HTTP. This is basically the format for getting that URL, and it's going to search for the one beside 640W because that is the best quality. I'm going to search for it from image links, which is the src set. Now if the match is found, then I'm just gonna say URL 640W. Let me just name it this, and that is the highest quality. So I'm gonna say match.group, but I'm gonna have to remove this 640W because I only want the link. I'm just gonna say match.group dot r strip. Just gonna say 640W. So this is just gonna remove the 640W part for us. Or else, if there is no match, then we're just gonna say this should be blank. And now we can just return this. So this should work. Everything should be fine. And let's just try this out. So now let's say we're trying to run this. Just gonna copy this, get track image, close this, come into music. So right here in music, we're gonna have to get the track image. So right before context, I'm just gonna come here. I'm gonna say track image underscore image should be equals to get track image, but we're going to have to give it a track ID, and this track ID should be this track ID right here that was already passed into music. So that is this track ID, and then the track name is just going to be this track name right here that we already got. So now that we have those two, what we can just do is to get the track image, and now I can just do this, right? And once we have the track image, I can now go into, so what I'm just going to do is to come here and go into music, and right here in music where we have this particular cover, so this music cover, I'm just gonna input save. So this is just what I'm doing right here, and I'm just gonna come back in here. So as you can see, everything worked perfectly, and you can see that it gives us the image. So we can reduce the size of this image just to make it look better. Well, I think that is fine. So this is very good because this works, and if we play the song also plays, everything works perfectly fine. So this our music page is working fine. Now I'm just in the home page, and what we want to do now is to create artist profile page for every single artist on this platform. So when a user clicks on this artist, we want to take them to the profile page of that artist. So they're going to be able to see the monthly listeners of that artist, see all the songs, their top singles, and any other information that is necessary. So for us to do this, we need to come back to the code, and in URLs, we're going to have to create a profile URL, and this profile URL is just going to be profile right here. It's also going to take an ID because we need to have the ID of the particular artist that we are creating for. And right here, we just say views.profile and name profile. Now let's go straight to views quickly. And right here, let me just get it right. Yeah. I'm just going to have a div and say profile, and it's going to take a request and PK. And then we're just going to say, let me just copy this, return render profile .html. I'm going to get rid of this for now. And we need to have this. So now let's try to go to profile. I'm just going to try to go to /profile /random ID. And as you can see, it gives us this. What we need to do is to come here and open up profile.html, and we just need to put the style here. So we can either write it manually, or first of all we need to add load static. So we need to also add static here. We can do that manually or use the extension called auto Django. So I just clicked on Command Shift P and it automatically added that static tags for me. Now I could save this, and if I come back, not here, if I come back here and hit refresh, as you can see, we have this demo page working. Now what we want to do is we need to get the artist for that particular artist that the user is trying to see. We need to get the name, the image, we need to get the monthly listeners, and then we need to get their top songs. So what I'm just going to do now is to add back to views. So just going to remove this and get rid of this. So now in views, we're going to have to use the same API. I'm going to, before we come into views, I'm just going to come back here and come back to this API. This time around, we're going to be using the artist API, and we're going to click on get artist overview. So this is the endpoints that we're going to be using, and this is just going to take the ID of the artist, that is the required parameter. Now let's just test endpoint and see how the result is going to come out. So as you can see, it gives us the name of the artist, the URL, we don't really need this, the biography, we also don't really need that. I'm gonna scroll down past the biography. It gives us all the other details we need, visuals, just such as the avatar, the header. It gives us discography, where we can see their singles and also like their top tracks. It gives us all of that details. So we have all of these details right here, and we can use this in our code. I'm just gonna collapse this, and what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna come back in here and copy this code spinet, and right here in profile, I'm just gonna say artist underscore ID equals PK. Now what I'm gonna do is to just paste all of that code I copied. I'm gonna get rid of this request. Now this should be good. But now for this query string, instead of having this ID, I'm just going to replace it with the artist ID. So now that we have this, we have the replacement and we have this response. I'm just going to get rid of this. Now we just want to get all of the details from that response. So once again, we're just going to say if response dot status code is equals to 200. Then we want to say data equals response dot JSON. And now we want to extract the relevant information. So the name of the artist, we need to get the name. We're just going to say data. We come back in here and click on results. So you can see that we can just access the name directly instantly. So we can just say data name. So now we have the name of the particular artist. Now we need the monthly listeners. So I'm just going to say monthly underscore listeners. So this is the monthly listeners equals to data. So under data, we come here and go all the way to the bottom. We go under stats, we're going to see monthly listeners. So we'll just go back there. We're just going to go under stats, and under there we're just going to say monthly listeners. Now the next thing is the header URL. So like if we come back in here, this particular image, so we need to get the URL for that image. If we come back to, okay, we need to test this endpoint again, and this is in track, it needs to be in artist, and get artist overview. Let's make sure we change it to request, and let's test that endpoint. So now we need to get the header URL, and the header URL, if we come down, we're going to see that it is in visuals and it is in header, and it is the first element in header. So visuals, then header, then the first element, then we can get the URL. So let's do that. So we're going to say header URL will be equals to data. I'm going to get visuals and then we're gonna get header, and then we're gonna get the first element, and then we're gonna get the URL. Now we've successfully gotten the name, the monthly listeners, the header, which is what we need, right? Now what we want to do is to get, well, let me just come here and just say artist data. And I'm just, instead of saying context or typing context as the name of the dictionary, I'm just going to say artist data. And now we can just input the name of the artist. We can input the monthly listeners. I'm just going to say monthly listeners. And the header URL, same thing. Header URL. And now I can pass this artist data in here. But one thing we need to know is that this will give us an error, because we are saying if response is 200, then we are creating artist data. But what if it's not? What if it's something else? Then we want to say artist data should be equals to a blank dictionary, and this should not give us any error. If I come back in here now and hit this, refresh on this, let's see. Okay, so this is not going to work because this has an ID that doesn't work. So one thing we need to do, I'm just going to go back. One thing we actually need to do is to make sure that once a user click on one of these artists, it takes them to the profile of that artist. To do this, we have to come back to index, and remember in index where we had this artist and then we had this a tag. Now we're going to say /profile / artist .2. Pretty sure .2 is the ID, so let's try it. Let's hit refresh. So let's just make sure. Okay, cool. Now let's see. Now if I hit Taylor Swift, okay, so that still, okay, that gives us the ID, but that doesn't give us the data. Let me hit Drake. So if we come back to views, oh, okay, so we have successfully passed this data into profile.html, but we haven't actually displayed the data there. So what we need to do is to now come here, and where we have the name, in this case the name is Rema, it should be just name. So I'm going to change that to name. And for the monthly listeners, I'm just going to get the name of the key, and I'm just going to also use that in here, monthly listeners. And what else do we have? The header URL, an important one too. I'm just going to come here where we have this image, and I'm just going to say header URL, and for the alt, I'm just going to say name. Now let's try this out again and see, and let me just say Taylor Swift, and then let's see what happens. So good, as you can see, we have Taylor Swift, we have the monthly listeners, and then we have the header, which is good. Now the next thing is to just take care of all the songs. So we want all the songs to show, and for us to do that, we're going to come back in here. So remember that in this API we add something called discography, and right here in discography we add top tracks. So we're just going to take these top tracks and basically display it on their profile. Now let's do that. What I'm going to do now, I'm going to come back into views, and right here, before anything, I'm just going to create a new empty list called top tracks, and now I'm going to have to iterate through these top tracks under discography. Now let's do that. So I'm going to say for track in data discography, and then under a top tracks, right? So for this, then we can get the track ID, which is what we need. We're just gonna say track. Let's see how the ID is being got. So under track, top tracks, come here, and then you can just say track the ID, right? I'm just gonna say track. I'm just gonna get the ID, and I'm gonna do the same for the name. I'm just gonna say track name. It'll be equals to track. I'm pretty sure it's also name. Let's cross check the name. So now we have the track ID and track name. And let's just convert this into strings. So just to be safe, because we don't know what data type is being returned as. Good. So now we have this. And the next thing we want to get is the track image. So track image. So to get the track image, remember we created a function for that. So get track image. We need to give it the track ID and the track name. So we're going to come back here and we're going to say get track image. And then we're just going to give it the track ID. And that track ID is going to be this right here. And then we also need to give it the track name, which is basically this. So now it should get the image once it has these two details. Now once we get that, before we move forward, let's do like a little trick, because sometimes it might not get the image successfully. Maybe there's a problem, or the artist didn't upload the image, or something just didn't work, right? So when that happens, what we want to do is to just give it like a default image, right? Remember prior we had like a default image on every single one. So what we want to do is to give it like a default image for the ones that don't have image, or the ones that are not successful in getting image. So to do that, what we're just going to do is to say if, I'm just going to copy this, and I'm going to say if get track. So if you run this and you get a response, then good, then set the track image to be that. Else, if you don't get a response, then set the track image to be equals to, so this track image, now I'm just going to give a link to like a default image to be equals to this link. If I open this link on here, you're going to see that it's just this image, right? So that is what we want to do, to be that link. And now we can just store. So right here, we can just create track info. I'm just going to create a new dictionary. And now we need to store the necessary information in a dictionary. I'm just going to say track info. Now the ID of that track should be track. And so the reason why I converted this to string was just because I was concatenating it right here. So remember, when we pass it into this get image track image, is going to concatenate it. That's why it was turned into string. But now for the track ID, we could just take this and just say track ID directly. And for the name, we could do the same thing, just copy the track name and just say track name. And the next thing is, so what we just want is the duration text. So that we can show that right here. So we need the duration text so we can show it here. So to get the duration text, if we come into a track, you're going to see that we have duration text. So the duration text, and we're just going to say track duration text. And we also want to know the play count, so the amount of times this song has been streamed. So as you can see, we have something in play count. Just going to add that play count, and then we're just going to say track play count. And now for the last thing, which is the image, just going to say track underscore image. Just going to say track image. Now we can pass this track info into the dictionary artist data. So we're just gonna say right here, I'm just gonna say, actually we don't want to pass this directly. So remember we had this top tracks list, then we could append. So because right here, remember we're still under a for loop, and this track info actually should be under this for loop, because for all of this is what we want to do. Then we're going to append each of that to this top tracks list. So append track info. Now we can come here and add top tracks. Let's just say top tracks. Good. Now this should work perfectly fine. And what I'm just gonna do is to basically test this out. We need to come back into profile, and now in profile we're gonna do a little bit of rendering. So we need to show all of this information. So once again, this is top tracks, so I'm just gonna copy that name specifically. I'm gonna come back to profile, and right here where we have the songs, so this single track row, right below single track row, I'm just gonna say for track in top tracks, and I'm gonna end it. I do this right before repeat other choices, and I'm just gonna say end for right here, and it's gonna give me the list of all of that. But now what I'm just gonna do is to say, instead of this image, I'm gonna say track dot track underscore image, just to be sure it is right here, track underscore image. I'm gonna copy this, and right here, actually what I'm gonna do is to just say, for this play count, I'm just gonna say track dot play count, and for this duration text, I'm just gonna say track dot duration text, and then for the track name, I'm just gonna say track dot name, because that's what is here. Name, duration text, play count, and then for the artist, I'm just gonna say track dot. So we need to know the artist. Actually, the artist is just the current artist name. I don't think we got that. We didn't actually get that. But what we can just say right here is, if I come in here, name. That's the name of the artist. So the artist is basically the current artist, like this. Now let's see how this pans out. So right here, let me click on refresh, and let's see what shows. So once again, it should show us the whole details of Taylor Swift. Right now it shows us the monthly listeners and everything, but as you can now see, it gives us this. So right here we have all the songs, we have everything, we have the play count, we have the, this is the particular one, which is the duration, and this is good. So now all of this is working. The next thing we just want to do is to, first of all, this is not really looking nice. We're going to take care of that. And the second thing is, when a user clicks on any of these songs, we want these songs, we want to take them to the music page so they can actually listen to any of these songs. Now let's take care of the way this looks. So what we're going to first do is we need to arrange this. So right here we are using Tailwind. Because we imported Tailwind, I can just quickly fix that. So what I'm going to do is right here, instead of using flex, I'm just going to say grid, and I'm going to remove justify between. I'm going to say grid colons free, right? And right here I'm just going to say justify self end. I'm going to do the same for the duration text, and this should fix that. I'm going to save this. And what I just did was I just made sure that all of this aligned, and they aligned mostly at the end. So you're gonna see what I mean when this runs successful. So as you can see, everything aligns at the end, right, in both. So now it's looking way better. And now that we have that, the next thing we want to do is to take a user to listen to each of these songs. So what we can now do is to come back in here, and we're just gonna say, so if I open this div, I'm gonna say A, close it, and right here, just gonna paste that. And now in here, I'm gonna say F, and I'm just gonna say slash music slash track.id. And if I come back in here, you can see that track.id gives us the ID of that particular song, and we can take them to the music page. Now let me save this, and once I hit refresh again, this should now update, but it should be clickable. So I'm not sure what happened. Let's hit refresh to make sure this loads successfully, and everything should load. So as you can see, everything loaded. And now let me click on this, just one, and this is called Cruel Summer by Taylor Swift. So as you can see, this works perfectly fine, showing all the details correctly. Now if I go back, you can now see that we've successfully been able to show a user's profile and also all their songs. So we can now see all the songs an artist has done. We can click on it to see to listen to the song. But the last thing we want to do now is to search for a song. So we want a user to be able to search for a song, and let's go straight to doing that. The next thing we're going to do is to implement the search feature in this application. So if we come back to the home page, I'm just going to go to the home page right here. Now this home page is going to have a bar where we can search for a song. So right here, you can see where it says, what do you want to listen to? So we want a user to be able to search for an artist or a song, and then like all the results will come out. So we're going to do that right now. The first thing we need to do is to go back into our code, and right here in index.html, that is where we have the code for this search bar. So in index.html, we're going to have to change that search bar into a form. I'm going to come here, and this is where we have the search bar, I believe, and we're going to change this search bar into a form. So right here, what we're just going to do is to come under this header, and we're going to create a new HTML form. I'm going to create this here. I'm going to cut this out, and then I'm going to end it or close that form just right under the div tag. So what we're going to do is to just indent this properly. And now that this is done, we're going to have to say action. Now this time around, we want the action to go to another URL called search. So we have to come here, and in URLs, we have to create a new URL. And this time around, the URL is going to be called search. I'm just going to paste this. I'm just going to change all the inputs to search. So the name is going to be search, and then it's going to go into the function search from the views.py, and the name of this particular URL is going to be search. Now we're going to come into views, and we're going to have to create. So I'm just going to collapse this so we can have a better viewing. So right here, I'm just going to do it right on that index. Right here, I'm just going to say dev search. Going to take a request, and then for now, we're just going to say return render request. And if I open up the template, you're going to see right here that we have a page for the search. So search.html. I'm just going to say search.html. I'm going to save this, and now I can come back in here and save this URL, and I can come in here and say search. So let's just make sure there's actually a URL called search. If I come here and go to /search, let's see. Okay, so we have this. Before we move forward, let's make sure this search page is looking good. I'm going to come back in here, and I'm going to open up search.html. As you can see, we have a external CSS file that this is being linked to. So what I'm just going to do is to use load static, and I'm just going to use an extension called auto Django to add the form the format to this particular CSS file. So right here, what I did was I pressed Command Shift P and it brought out my command palette, and you just need to search Auto Django and then hit enter. So once you hit enter, what it's going to do is that it's going to look around your old code, and wherever we're using or linking a static file is automatically going to add this static format needed by Django. So that is what I did. You can also do that manually if you want. I just use that extension because it is helpful. So now if we come back in here and hit on refresh, you can now see that we have a decently looking page. So now what we're going to do is to come back into index, and I'm going to close up this, and we want to send this. We can send it using a post or get method, but I just prefer to use a post method. So I'm just going to say method equals post, and now whenever we have a post method or use a post method in Django, we have to say csrf token. Now that we have that, the next thing is for this input, we need to give it a name. So we're going to give this input a name of search query. Now that we have that, the next thing is to make sure that this button has a type of submit. Now that we know that this whole form is complete, now we can use this in the search view right here, because remember, when a user is trying to search or when a user inputs something right here, no, not right here, if I go back to the home page, so when a user inputs something right here and clicks on search, that input or that search term is going to be sent to views.py, and specifically is going to be sent into this search function. So now what we're going to do in this search function is just to say if, I'm going to come here, I'm going to say if method dot, actually if request the method is equals to post, then we want to get that search query. So search query will be equals to request dot post search query. And for now, since we already have that search query, we don't really need to do anything else. The only thing we're going to do is to just say if this is a post method, then we want to do this, but else if it's not a post method, we just want to render this page normally. So that is what we're doing, and we're going to take care of this, everything under this in a bit. But before we continue, what I'm going to do is to head over to the API that we're using, which is this Spotify scraper API, and I'm going to show you the endpoint we're going to be targeting. So right here, if you see this search, once again, this Spotify, the link to this will be in the description below, so you can just easily access this. So if you come here and click on search, you're going to see that we have this particular code. And if I come into example results, what you can see is that when a user inputs a term, so this is a term right here, we could input something like Drake or Michael Jackson. We could input any term to search, and when a user inputs that term, it's going to bring out a bunch of results. It's going to bring out different types of results, like albums results, artists, episodes, genres, playlists, and singles, also known as tracks. But for us, we're only really concerned about the tracks, so we just want a user to be searching for a song. That's what we want to do. So what we're now going to do is, when a user search for something, we're just going to take out the result of the tracks, basically. So now after that, we're going to get all of those data and then show it to in the HTML page or in the front end of this website like this. Now I'm just going to copy this code, which is the code for the search, and what I'm going to do is right here, I'm just going to paste this like this. So just going to make sure it has the correct indentations, and I'm going to remove import requests. So we have this. The next thing we need to change is jazz. So instead of jazz, we want the term to be the search query that the user is trying to search for, right? So now we're just going to paste this, and if I come back in here, there is something. So if you come here, once again, as you can see in the example results, it gives you so many data, like as I said, podcasts, playlists, everything, but we just want tracks, just singles. So if I come into type, we're just going to come here and click on track. Now if you come here and click on track, this is just going to show you only results for tracks, right? Instead of showing all of this, so that we don't have too much data to deal with. So we're just kind of minimizing the data to the ones we need. Now, as you can see, the query string has changed. What I'm just going to do is to just copy everything once again and come here, and I'm going to get rid of all of this and just update it. I'm just going to do the same thing again. And right now I'm going to make sure it has the same indentations and remove that. So instead of jazz, I'm going to say query, search query. Now that is good, and the type is track. Now once we have this, the next thing is to have the headers, which is already done, and then the response. We don't really need JSON or response because we're not printing anything for now. We're just going to store that in a variable. So what we're going to do, first of all, I'm going to create an empty list. So I'm going to say track list. Once I get all the details of the track list corresponding to that search query, then I'm going to update this track list with those details. For now, let's just create an empty list. And what I'm just going to do is to say if response the status code is equals to 200. So I'm just trying to get if this request was sent successfully and we actually got some response. If that is true, then I want to say data is equals to response.json. Now I want to actually store that response in a variable called data. The next thing I'm going to do is so if I come back in here, I'm going to test this endpoint. So let me just search something like Drake, and now I can test it. So I searched Drake and I filtered it to only tracks. Let me test it and then see the response. So as you can see, we have a simple response now compared to all of this. So what we're just going to do is I'm just going to come here, and as you can see, there are two things we are going to get. The first thing is going to be the total count. So this is just the set results corresponding to that term. I think it limits it to 1000 results, which is quite good. And under items, it limits, it shows us the first 50. So what we're just going to do is to get all of these 50 results. So as you can see, this items is basically all the tracks. This is the first track. This is the name of the song, the ID, the duration in milliseconds, the duration in text, and also the artist name, as you can see, and everything we need. So we're going to use this and get all of the track. I'm going to come back here now, and the first thing I want to get is to say search result count. I'm just going to say data. Now under data, we're going to say tracks. So we have to come into track to get anything. So I'm just going to say tracks. And under tracks, let's see what the name is. Under tracks, we're just going to say total count. Now the next thing we're going to get is the whole tracks itself. So we just got the total count, but now we want to get all of these items right here, which is a list of all the songs or all the tracks in dictionary format. So now I'm going to say tracks equals to, and we're just going to say data square bracket tracks square bracket items. Good. So now we have this particular result, all of these items, all of these 50 tracks stored in this variable called track. Now what we want to do is just to get the specific information we need. So what do we need from this track? We just need the track name, we need the artist name, the duration of that track, we need the track ID, and then we need the track image. So we're going to get all of those details. Let's do that one after the other. So the first thing we're going to do is to first loop through this track list. So we're going to say for track in tracks, track underscore name going to be equals to track, because it is a dictionary. So each of this track is a dictionary. That's why we're using this format right here. So now we need to get the key of the name. So under each track, the key is name. So we're just going to say name. The next thing we're going to do is to get the artist name. So this, we just want to get the first artist, which is the main artist of the song. We're going to say artist name is equals to track square brackets. And so if I come back in here, so in each track, to get the artist name, we need to come into the artist list. And let's see what else. We need to get the first one, and then we just need to say name. So this is what we need. So we're going to go into the artist list, and then we're going to get the first one. So like this, and then we're going to get the name like this. Now the next thing we want to get is the duration of that song. So we're going to say track, and I'm pretty sure this is just on its own. If I come back here and I close all of these items and open it up, if I open one, I can just see duration text to get it in minutes. I'm just going to say duration text like this. And the next thing I want to get is a track ID. So I'm just going to say track ID going to be equals to track square brackets, and we're just going to see what that is. Just ID directly. ID. Good. Now we have all of these details. The next thing we need to get is the image of that track. Now remember, this doesn't actually give us the image directly, but we wrote a function to get the image of that track as long as we have the ID of that track and the name of that track. So we actually have those details. So this is the name and this is the ID. Now the next thing that we're gonna do is to get the image of that track. So to get these, we need to use this get track image right here. So remember, this image returns the URL or the link to the image of that track. So what I'm just gonna do, or actually what I'm gonna do, is to come into profile. So in profile, we already wrote the code for that, and I'm just gonna copy. So this is it right here. So we actually already wrote the code to do that. I'm just gonna show that visually. As you can see, we have this code, and it just says if get track image and track ID, which is this track ID, and track name. We need to update this track name because it's not the same thing, and we also need to do the same for this track name. So what we're just saying is if this gives us a response, then we want to store that response in a variable called track image. I'm just going to give it underscores to make it more readable, or else we're just giving it like a default image. So that's what we're doing. So now we have the track image also, and what I'm just going to do, let me just make this look a little better. So now what I'm going to do is, outside this if else, I'm going to come here and say track list, which was the empty list we created earlier, dot append, and I'm going to append a dictionary. I'm going to start with the track name. I'm going to say track name, going to be given the value of track name, and artist name, going to be artist name, and duration, going to be duration. And then we're also going to set the track ID, and we're just going to say track ID, and also the track image, we're going to say track image like this. Now that we have all of these details, I'm going to create another. So right here under this, the initial if, I'm going to create another dictionary. I'm going to name it context, and I'm just going to give it two details. So the first thing we need to give it is the search result count, which we got. I'm gonna give it a value, that, and then the next thing is this whole track list, and then we're gonna give it a value of track list also. So now that we have this, what we can just do is to render the search.html page, but this time around we're going to give it or pass this context dictionary into it. So this is good. This whole function should be working now. And if I go into search.html, I'm just going to open up search.html. I'm going to drag it closer, and right now in search.html I should be able to now give it all those details or use all those details. So what I'm gonna do is right here where we have this, the first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come into search results, and I'm just gonna give it like the amount of results that we got. I'm just gonna say, I could just come in here and copy the key. I'm gonna say search results, and I'm just gonna say results. So that is the amount of result that we got. And so I'm gonna come here, and what I'm looking for is under this single track row. I want to loop through all the track in the track list. I'm gonna say for track in track list, and I'm gonna end the for loop right here like this. Just gonna say end for like this. Now for that right here where we have the name of the song, we're just gonna say track, the track name. I'm gonna copy this, and for the artist we're gonna say track the artist name, and right here where we have the alt of the song, I'm just gonna say track the track name as the alt, and for the image of that song I'm just gonna say track the track image. So this is what we're gonna do. And right here where we don't really need this play amount of streams, and right here where we have the duration, I'm just gonna say track the duration like this. Now this should be working. We could just try this out and see what comes up. I'm gonna come back in here, and I'm gonna hit refresh on this index page. So what I'm gonna do now is to just test this out. I'm just gonna search for an artist. I'm just gonna say Drake, and I'm gonna hit enter, and this should query this particular API right here, and it should get all the response we want. So it's gonna get the image, it's gonna get the list of artists, the list of artists song that correspond to that particular search term, and it should render it. So I'm just going to swipe here. It should then make all of these operations, get the details, and then render it in the search.html page. So right now we should be redirected to the search.html page, and since we correctly looped through all the results, this should work perfectly. So let's see what that does. So right here, as you can see, this worked perfectly. It gives us the amount of search results, and you can see we have all of these songs by Drake. Every single song is by Drake, and it also has songs that Drake is featured in, which is good. So as you can see, this is by Travis Scott featuring Drake. So yes, and it gives us a lot of response. Now this is good, but the last thing we need to do is to make sure that when a user click on any of this song, it takes them to the page to actually play this song, so they can listen to this song. Because right now if they click on it, nothing happens. So for us to do this, it's actually going to be quite easy. What we're going to do is to come here and just create a simple a tag. So right here in this div, just going to create an a tag, and I'm going to close that a tag right here. And this a tag is just going to go to, I'm just going to say /music/ track dot, now let's make sure we are giving it the correct ID, track ID. This should do the work. We're going to come here and just hit refresh on this. So what we did right here, if I come here real quick, what we did was we just made this a link, a clickable link. So if a user clicks on the track name or the artist name under this search result in our page right here, then it should actually take them to the page to play that song. So as you can see, we said /music, which is the URL we created right here, and it's taking an ID, and that ID in here is track.id. So what we did was redirecting the user to listen to this music and taking them to this page. This should work successfully theoretically, but let's see what the result is. So right now, if I click on any of this, you can now see that it's clickable. I can drag it. I'm just going to open it in new tabs. I'm going to open two different ones, and I'm just going to wait for that to load. So as you can see, this is one of the first song, and this is the second song right here, which is good. This is what we need. Let me just see another song. So this is a song by Nicki Minaj featuring Drake. Let's see how that looks. Good. It has its own album or its own music cover, and as you can see, the duration are different. So if we come here, just so you can see that everything is working, and we can also play this song. I'm just not going to play it because of copyright, but now you can see that everything is working fine in regards to the search feature. Now, what we also want to do is to make sure a user can search from this page as well. Because right now, if I search something and click on enter, it doesn't really do anything. That's because we only made a user to be able to search from the home page. So to make changes to this, what I'm just going to do is to come into index.html, and right here where we have this search bar or this search form, I'm going to copy the whole header right here like this, and I'm going to come into search.html, go into that same header, and I'm going to paste it. I'm just updating it with the form, so basically with the new header, and we don't need this. This is all we need. So if I come back in here right now and I just go to this page normally, as you can see, it shows a blank result. But now if I try to search someone, I'm just going to say Travis, and let's see what happens. So that what I just did was to update this particular form with the form that we created in index, because we already added everything we need, which is that the action should go to search, the method should be post, CSRF token should be there, the name right here, and this should be a type of submit. If I had to do all of that manually again here, it's just going to take unnecessary time. So now let's just come back, and we just want to see the results once again. If we make sure this, now actually what we can do here is, instead of saying this should go to search, we could remove this and this could be blank. That could work also, but taking this to search directly works. So if that goes to search, that comes to this URL right here, and that goes to views.search, which is this views.search, and that should render search again. So it should work. So as you can see, this works. So we have Travis Scott, Sicko Mode. Basically, I have all the songs right now. Now this is good. This is what we want. Now the last thing that we need to do is to just clean up the whole site. So the whole site right now is not really, I would say, in the best state, just because like there are some links that are not working. Like if I click on this search, if I click on home, it doesn't even take me anywhere. And this is for the whole site. So I'm just going to clean up the whole site, and I'm going to come here, and this is just for the front end. So I'm going to start with index.html. Let me just go to the home page. So as you can see, for me to go to the home page, I have to come to the URL and start going there. So I don't want that. So I'm just going to go to the home page. And as you can see, what I'm going to do is to leave this and just remove this and remove this. We don't really need that. So I'm just going to come right here, scroll all the way to the top. So this is where we have top section of the sidebar. Just going to get rid of this. And do we even need a bottom section? No, we don't. So I'm just going to get rid of the whole bottom section like this and this. So this should be perfect. I'm going to save it and hit refresh. So this should be perfect. And if you come here, we have a good looking header. So let's just come back to see. Good. So this should be okay. But one more thing is, when I click on search, I want it to take me to the search page. And when I click on home, I want it to kind of refresh this page. So for me to do that is quite easy. Right here where we have home, I'm just going to leave that as slash. And right here where we have search, I'm just going to say slash search. Like this. And that should take care of that for us. So let's just come back in here. So now if I click on this, as you can see, it took me to the search page. So I want that to be consistent throughout the whole website. So I'm just gonna come back here, and I'm gonna copy all of this. Actually, I'm just gonna copy the whole sidebar. So this sidebar div, I'm gonna copy it, and I'm gonna open up this bar. We don't need it for the login, but in the music we need that. So I'm just gonna close up this sidebar and paste that in like this. Save that, come to profile. Gonna do exactly the same thing. So we're also it's gonna do that. Sidebar, paste that in, save. For search, same thing. So we have the sidebar right here. Just paste that in, and we don't need it for sign up. So now if I come back in here to the search page, so if I click on search, it should just take me directly to the search page. And if I click on home, I should be able to come back to the home page. And if I want to log out, I should be able to log out and all of the good stuff. So now the whole site is good. It should be ready for deployment. So if I click on, let's say, this song, any of these songs, it should open up that song and it should give me the options to play, fast forward, and all of that. So as you can see, we have all the details for this song, the duration, and we can play the song. So this is good. This is exactly what we want. We've come to the end of this tutorial video. In the next video, we're going to deploy this application onto the web using Zeet. So I hope you understood everything we did in this video. If you did, please don't forget to click on the like button and subscribe, and also drop a comment if you have any question or if you have anything to say. So thank you for watching this video, and I'll see you in the next one. In this tutorial series, we've successfully built out a Spotify clone. Now this is the Spotify clone right here on my screen, and as you can see, it shows a list of artists. We can check out all the artists, we can search for an artist, a song. It shows a list of songs. These are just demo songs. We could click on it and we could listen to any song. As I said, we could search for a song, we could log in, log out. We've basically built a good Spotify clone, and what we're going to do now is to deploy this Spotify clone onto the web so anyone can use it. Now to deploy this, we're going to be using a platform called Zeet. So Zeet is a CI/CD development platform that helps you get to production and operate in production. Zeet is also great for teams running Kubernetes workloads and also great for multi-cloud. But in this particular video, I'm going to be showing you how to use Zeet to deploy our Django application onto the web. So earlier in this tutorial series, we already used Zeet to deploy a Postgres database, and that Postgres database was deployed on AWS. So we use AWS Relational Database Service, but we didn't even have to interact with AWS that much because Zeet already did all of that for us on the backend. So I just showed you how to basically fill some forms right here and create a database, which is quite good. But now, as I said in this video, we're going to be deploying our project onto the web. So without wasting any time, let's get into it. Before we get started with this video, you need to sign up to Zeet. So there will be a link in the description below where you can sign up to Zeet so you can continue with this video, or just go to zeet.co and then sign up and log in. So once you have your account logged in, then you can follow along with this video. The first thing we need to do is to create a repository for GitHub and push our code onto GitHub. So let's do that real quick. Right here, I'm on GitHub, and what I'm just going to do is to click on this addition sign and click on new repository. Once I click on that, I'm going to say Spotify -clone. I'm just going to say Django Spotify clone. Right? No, I'm just going to say Spotify clone. Okay, so this is good. And what I'm just going to do now is I don't really need any of this. I'm just going to say create repository. Now, once I have this done, it gives me the code I can use to push my code onto this repository. I'm going to come back here, and all of this is good. So what I'm just going to do is, the good thing is we don't really need to set up anything again, because this is just because we have already, we come into settings right here. We have already basically set up everything we need. We've set up all the static files, all the templates, everything we need has been set up. Now we don't really need to set up everything. Also, the database has been set up, so we don't need to change anything. What we just need to do now is to, let me just collapse all of this to make sure all our files is good. Now this right here is what I'm going to push onto GitHub. So I'm just going to open up my terminal. I'm going to open one up, and I could close this, and I'm just going to create a new terminal right here. So I have two terminals, and I'm just going to say git init just to initialize a new repository. Let me make sure I'm in the correct folder. So we need to push this folder. which is the folder that has the manage.py file, because that is the root directory of our project. So I have initialized a new Git repository, and I'm not going to add any readme file. Now the next thing is to commit. Before I commit, I'm going to add all of my files. I'm just going to say git add, and now I can commit. Good. And I'm just going to take this to branch to main, git branch main, and then I'm going to copy the next one. Is why I like GitHub, it just gives us all the commands. It's also good to know these commands sometimes. And good. So as you can see, that has successfully pushed our code onto GitHub. So I'm going to come in here and hit refresh. Good. So now as you can see, we have our code on GitHub. So we have our full Django code right here on GitHub. Now we can move forward with deploying this on Zit. One more thing we need to do before going over to Zit to deploy is that we need to have a requirement.txt file. Now this requirement.txt file is going to have all the libraries that we need for this project. So let me explain what I mean. If you come over to views, you're going to see that we're importing a lot of libraries. We're importing regex, beautiful soup, requests, some external libraries that don't come automatically with Django. Now, because we are importing these libraries, when we are going to be deploying on Zit, we need to tell Zit what libraries we need so it knows what libraries to install or deploy with our project. Now, this is why we use requirement.txt. Now, this requirement.txt is a file that is going to contain all of those libraries. Now, to actually generate that file, you just need to run this command right here. So pip3 freeze, then greater than sign requirements.txt. Once you run that command, it's going to generate a requirement.txt file right here in your code, in the root directory of your code. Now the thing is that if you are working on a virtual environment, it's only going to generate a file just for that virtual environment. But if you're not working on a virtual environment, then it's going to generate a file that contains libraries that basically has all the libraries on your computer, and you don't want that. So this is why you can just come here and basically just choose the ones or filter it out if you're not working with a virtual environment. So just come here and filter the ones you don't need out. But if you're working with a virtual environment, then you don't really have to do that. So this is good. Now this is what we need. This requirement.txt file is going to be in the GitHub link below. That is going to be for the completed project, for the final product. So if you don't even want to generate this file, just go over to GitHub and copy all of this and just paste it in your requirement.txt. So now that we have this, we actually need to update it with our GitHub, because we deployed our GitHub without this requirement.txt. So I'm just going to reinitialize, and I'm going to git add and git commit, but this time I'm going to say second commit. And yeah, that's seen that I added requirement.txt file, and we don't even need to do that again. So don't need to, yeah, because it already exists, we also don't need to do that again. But then we just need to push, and that should have updated it for us. So now if we come back in here and go over here and hit refresh, you can now see that we have the file requirements.txt. Now that we have our code pushed to GitHub, we can now come to Zit to actually deploy the code. Once again, there will be a link in the description below that will take you to Zit. So you just need to log into Zit, and I logged in with my GitHub. You can log in with whatever you want to log in with. And what I'm going to do now is to click on new right here on the top right corner, and I'm just going to click, or actually I'm just going to come right here and click on new project, this one, and we're going to be using AWS Lambda to deploy this. So we're deploying our code basically as a serverless container. So right here you're going to see AWS Lambda. If you don't see it, just search AWS. If you just search AWS, you should see AWS Lambda automatically. I'm just going to click on this one, and right here automatically, because I logged in, or I created an account on Zit with my GitHub, you can see that now I have GitHub, all my GitHub repositories shown here. But let's say you logged in or created your account with like Google or something else, then you have to connect your GitHub. But so I can just select this repository. What you just need to do is to search the repository for the Spotify clone we just created. But as you can see, mine is already at the top, and I'm just going to select it. Now this is very good because Zit just automatically makes this very easy. Now I'm just going to click on continue, and right here where we have build and run, it just tells you to pick the framework you're using. So right now you can see all the frameworks they support. I am using Django, so I'm just going to click on Django, and I'm going to leave the Python version the way it is. I'm going to leave this, and I'm going to leave this build command because that is required, and I'm also going to leave this the way it is. And right here where we have listen port, Django listens to 8000. So as you can see, if they said the port your app will be running on, for example 3000 is for express.js, but we know that Django runs on 8000, so we're going to leave it. I'm going to continue, and right here where we have this organize, I'm just going to click on, I'm going to leave this as it is, and I'm just going to click on deploy. So this is going to take me to a page where this is going to be deployed, and this usually takes around 5 minutes or 10 minutes max. But from my past experiences, it doesn't take more than 5 minutes, except there is a problem. So I'm just going to wait for this to deploy, and I'm going to be back once this has been deployed successfully. So as you can see, it shows that this has successfully been deployed. Now it's going to redirect me to the page where I can view this deployed project. What I just need to do now is to click on visit deployment, and it's going to, for the first time, it's going to take a few seconds to load it up just because it's getting everything together. But as you can see, our project has successfully been deployed to the web. So this is the login page. This shows that our project has been deployed. Now we have successfully deployed our project. There is one thing I want to show you in Zit that is very useful. If we come back to Zit, there is something called preview branches. Now let me explain this to you. Now if we come to Zit and we come into settings, and in settings, if you come into source and branch, so first of all, you need to go to the project you just deployed, come into settings and come into source and branch. So you can see the CI/CD settings, and you can basically see the GitHub repo that is used to deploy this particular project. You can change the source, and if you come under branch rules, you're going to see that we see auto deploy branches. Now this means that if we create another branch, apart from the main branch, if we create another branch or a separate branch, that branch is going to be deployed automatically, and Zit is actually going to create or generate a new endpoint, so a new URL for us to preview that branch. So this is quite good because let's say you have a problem with your application and you want to kind of fix it, or you don't even have a problem, and let's say you just want to make a minor change, you can use this preview branch to do that, because you can make a change on your code, then you can deploy that change, or you can push that change to GitHub on a new branch, and you can see how it looks like before actually affecting your main project. Now I'm not just going to say, I'm going to show you how to actually do this. So let's go back into our code quickly, and right here, let me say I want to change something. I'm going to come into login. So right here where it says, let's just look for something different. So I'm going to scroll all the way to the top, so we can see that we have the Spotify text here. So let's just say Spotify, but this time around, let's say something like preview, and just do this. So let's do this, and then let's save it. Now that we've done this, we've made a change, but we don't want this to be directly affected on our main actual deployed application. So what I'm going to do to test this or see how this looks like is to use a preview branch. So what I'm going to do is to say git. So I'm right here in my command, and I'm just going to clear it out. So I'm right here in my terminal, and I'm going to say git branch. So right now you can see that we are just on the main, and what I'm going to do is to say git checkout b, and let's just say something like new. Let's just say new. And now we've switched to a new branch called new, and I'm just going to add, I'm going to say git add, and I'm going to say git commit. m, and I'm just gonna say preview branch. So as you can see, it says that one file has been changed, and now I'm just gonna git push set upstream origin new. Good. Now as you can see, this has been done and it has been successfully pushed to that repo. Now I'm just going to open up this GitHub repository. As you can see, it says new as recent pushes 14 seconds ago. So what I'm going to do is just to create a pull request. I'm just going to compare and create, and you can see the title automatically is preview branch, and I'm just going to say create pull request, and that is going to create a pull request for us. But if you come here, you can see that Zit is building something. So if we actually give it a second, you're going to see it says we are building your pull request over on Zit. Click me to find more info, right? And you can say once built, this branch can be tested at this particular endpoint before merging. This is good. So this is just telling us, because Zit has already started building something on this pull request, and if we come back over to Zit right now, if you come into deployment, you can see that right here we have this branch, which is the main branch, and that is still deployed. But now we have another branch which it says as active branch. This is the other branch that we just created, and this is currently being deployed. So I'm going to come back when this has been deployed. So now you can see that this has successfully been deployed, and we now have a new branch of this particular project. So as you can see, it's a new branch under this active branch list. So I'm just going to zoom in, and what I'm going to do is to click on this active branch, and right here you're going to see that this is a new project that has been deployed, but on another branch, and this is the branch called new. So if I now click on this, it's going to open up this endpoint, and you can see that it's different from the main project. So this is says Spotify with preview in brackets, but the main project is still this. If I refresh this, you're going to see that the main project is still intact, but we have a preview endpoint for our project. Now this is very good. This is very useful just in case you want to maybe make some changes but don't want it to affect the main project immediately. Now you've seen how easy it was to enable preview branches in Zit. Zit has a dozen more features like that. There are a lot of features that could help you deploy your application and maintain your application very well if you deploy with Zit. Another one I'm just going to quickly talk about is auto scaling. So enabling auto scaling for your application, it allows you to automatically adjust the amount of computational resources provided to your cloud application or your cloud service. So it's basically going to adjust the amount of resources needed based on its current load or usage demand. Now it's a very useful tool, and you can head over to Zit documentation, and you're going to see how to use auto scaling, static egress. There's a lot of features that you can use to make sure that your application is solid. Once again, there'll be a link in the description where you can directly sign up for Zit, or you can go to the documentation on Zit so you can easily access all of these features or see how you can make your application better. Now this is also why I chose Zit for this video, because it allows us to easily deploy and also maintain our application. So not just deploy but also maintain our application. Now I hope you understood everything I've talked about. Now we've come to the end of this Spotify clone series. That is the end of this whole tutorial. If you enjoyed it, please don't forget to click on the like button and subscribe, and drop in the comments what you think of the video. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.